Storm game. Hello everyone. Today we're watching MSRM versus me on a new map called Short Circuit, which was made by Matterino and will be played in tournaments for Stormgate. Of course, we only have 3 maps on the ladder right now, so the community is helping out so that we have cool maps to play on, and it's called Short Circuit, of course, because we have all of these cool electricity themed doodads and widgets and gizmos all around the map. And this is actually my favorite map of the custom maps. They're all very good, don't get me wrong, I'm not throwing shade at anybody's maps. But this one is just the best in terms of aesthetic, in terms of the feel of playing it. And I did manage to play 3 games, I think, against MSRM on it yesterday. There's a little bit of fuss trying to get it going, like getting custom maps going. You have to have the editor, like one of the people who made it, or somebody with editor privileges to host it for you. But we do have 3 games at least. And we have MSRM on his main on Infernal here. He has gone for a Shrine first, so just so you guys know, if you are on the ladder playing Infernals, don't go Shrine first unless you know something very important about your opponent, which is that he won't really early aggressive cheese you, because it's pretty hard to hold anything with Shrine first. If you keep going Shrine first and keep losing, don't worry, that's probably supposed to happen. But it is a Shrine first into a 1-1 Conclave Iron Vaults. I've gone for an array as well. You know, we're testing out the map, so we kind of have an agreement between each other. We haven't ever said this, but, you know, let's not just cheese the hell out of each other. Let's actually try and get a game going, see how it feels to play on this new map. And you can see the main and natural, there's some features of them that make them comfortable to play. The first one is that Ethereum is very close to the main base for Celestials, and a normal distance for the other 2 factions. But what sometimes happens is, for example, the Ethereum is so far away you can't really throw down a Ethereum Purifier without building a power bank or something else first, or sending a Morph Core, or sending the Arc Ship all the way over there. But you can see here, managed to get Ethereum Purifier nice and cozy, and that Prism will go straight to the Luminite, and we'll get a decent economy for Celestials going. So it's small map features like that that will determine how effective the race can be. You know, it may sound small, but it all adds up in a big way. And you can see MSRM taking a 3rd shrine here. The 3rd and the natural, you can see they're kind of on the same screen. If the mini-map wasn't there, you'd see the Luminite patch where it is. So main, natural, and 3rd, you can actually show all 3 Luminite patches on the same screen, which tells you that this is a very cozy 3-base setup. You can see here I've got a partial wall off here, and that will help me stopping you know, units running through here and into my main. I'm just making Argents in terms of gameplay. It's very standard. I went array first into 2 chamber, making Argents, taking a 3rd array. This is very standard. Even getting, this is kind of a optional thing, but you can get Ethereum Purifier if you think that you can not die doing it. And I'm looking at this map and I'm thinking, yeah, this is a safe-ish map. The distance, rush distance, doesn't seem too short or too long. It seems like a good balance, so I'm not too worried about early aggression. We've got a nice choke point going on by our ramp, got a 3rd array, and look at this choke point. This is my favorite thing, is that you can actually choke this off quite easily, and this is the 3rd base, right? So not only do we have a comfortable setup here, we also have a 3rd base that we can kind of rely on. You can see some fiends running in. I'm going for the Stormgate. MSRM's already on a 4th shrine, so he doesn't really have the units. So he actually lets me have the first Stormgate. But we're both being quite greedy. MSRM being slightly greedy, obviously, with the 4th base already on the way. And into a triple Spire Spriggan. And this is something MSRM also does when he doesn't want the game to end too quickly, as he goes Spriggan, because they're not really a great unit. But you can still make plays with them, do harass, and it feels like a solid RTS game when there's Spriggan involved. Just because they're unlikely just to end the game. You can see I got the Shadow Mark, what's it called, Relic, putting it on 3 chambers, the Guardian Nexus, and I do assume it increases research speed. If you look at the tooltip, it doesn't actually say research speed, but it looks like it's chugging along quite quickly here, so I'm still under the impression that this is improving this research speed by 40%, which is huge, right? That's always there, it's constant. I don't need to keep throwing surges on this, although I can. And you can see just having a plug like that on the third is really nice. This is still good for MSRM Spriggan. You know, the map does allow you, like there's dead space here, so you can come in and harass this, you can come in and harass this. It's pretty comfortable to harass, but it's not overwhelming. Like you'll see, I'll have vectors, and we'll be able to jump these cliffs because the Luminites are so close that if I have vectors defending this base, it's only one blink away from defending the next one. So that's another reason I like this map. You can see these cool Vanguard sigils everywhere as well on the Ethereums here. And I've just gone for Argents into Kree. Again, very standard. I sent some Kree into the Luminite here. I'll go back actually just to show you that. So I'm blocking off this path so the Kree can't roll in through here. But I actually roll them in from my main army, which is something I like to do, is just to detach the Kree from my main army and run in to a Luminite line. And then we do the basic micro, right? Like we don't really need to micro the Kree all that much when we A-click them into a Luminite line, or rather move command them into a Luminite line, and then we can just start to step the Argents. So you'll see me do that all the time. It's quite a good maneuver. And yeah, the Kree are able to escape. I feel like this meat farm maybe could have just plugged the Kree there, and then I would have had a harder time escaping. Here come the Spriggans, and you can see my Zoomy Argents. Trying to micro them a bit, keep the injured ones alive. Zoomy Argents just mowing down the Spriggans. So, as I say, Spriggan are not the most useful Infernal unit, but they're a fun one, and you can make plays with them. So MSRM kind of just giving me a chance here on the Celestials, because generally speaking, if he just makes brutes and with the upgrade, the game ends. So this is just a way to have a game, you know, it's like a gentleman's agreement, since we're testing. So behind this, do I get a fourth base? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm panicking about the Spriggan. I build one Legion Hall into two Starforges. Yeah. But it didn't feel like it went so badly for me, all these trades. There aren't that many brutes, and if there aren't that many brutes, the trades aren't all that one-sided. This feels like good RTS right here. It's when, you know, there's a back and forth. If I go too far onto his side of the map, he can make enough units to push me away. And then we have the objectives to deal with and actually all hunt one place on the map and have a focal point that isn't somebody's resources and mining rate. Again, you know, the Spriggan aren't the best at taking storm gates either, so it's not a surprise we're not seeing too many of them, but MSRM is trying to make them work. Oh, he called my bluff there. I jump in there hoping he would run away, but he's like, wait, you don't have a bunch of units coming, I'm just gonna go and kill you. So that was me trying to bluff and MSRM standing strong, holding the line. He's realizing he's not going to out DPS all those Kree, and he's not really going to do all that much damage to the Kree either, so he's trying to avoid the engagement. What do I get from the Stormgate? I'm too busy microing these vectors. Again, you can see me kind of just suiciding my Argents into the Spriggan, pretending like I'm going to kill them all. Yeah, I was going to say I needed to surge some more vectors out here. Surging is very crucial in these kinds of moments, because like even 2 vectors poses a threat to these Spriggans. So it's the one time where surging is critical, like you have to surge your vectors out as much as possible. Kree gonna run in, try and find some damage. He's got a couple of brutes. He's got even more spires on the way. He's up to 7 spires. Oh, I got the dogs from the Stormgate. You see, it's quite a nice map for them as well. They're not really engaging, but they're able to escape. Magmadon's coming in, countering the Kree. Kree are in the Luminite line, so they will be able to explode and kill some imps. MSRM's pulling them away. Vectors need to be careful here. Yeah, you can see the Spriggan are chasing the dogs. Tried to put them in the heal camp. MSRM either followed them or just knew I would do that, because I always do that. I really love these dogs just constantly coming in and out, getting the healing, and then backing out again. I really do love this Stormgate reward. Spriggan jumping on top of the vectors here, actually killing them. See, MSRM actually already took the lead here, so when I was playing this game I thought, you know what, I'm going to try 1 Legion Hall and 2 Starforges instead of 3 Starforges. Usually I just build 3 of one structure, so either 3 Legion Halls on 3 base saturation or 3 Starforges. This time I wanted to go 1 Legion Hall so I can get the tier 3 upgrade and start like peppering in some Archangels. But I think I sorely regretted that. Either I needed to be much better on surging out the vectors, or I needed to just build 3 Staff Forges. So that was me attempting to grow as an RTS player, but stuck as a C-tier RTS player, I fumbled it. Didn't quite get enough vectors out to crush the Spriggan. And they've been kind of pecking at me for this whole time. Managed to get an array there as well. And obviously this Legion Horde has been inactive. Like, I haven't really been making Seraphim off of it, and I don't think I even got to tier 3. I didn't. Yeah, now I'm getting it, but it's a bit late. You can see it's quite comfortable. MSRM's getting up even more expansions, but they're really not that far away. No base is very far away from the last. Every base is kind of one screen away from the next. Yeah, they actually are. Each base is one screen away from the next. And that's not a given, right? Oh no, Shadowfly is coming in. There's nothing I can do about that. Ay ay ay. Devastating my Ethereum economy. I mean, that's cheeky. He does have, you know, mass Spire, and I don't really have air units, so it makes sense that he just made some Shadow Flyers and tried to trade them out for my Therium prisms. I'm actually floating 2,000 Therium right now. I'm trying to get this Stormgate, and look, it's the last thing is mine, but like in the process of this, I lost everything. Like that entire 1 second was enough. Because like I'm here pounding this Stormgate, thinking, oh, we're gonna get this easy. I got Seraphim, his army's not here yet. Actually a visual bug there, the Stormgate progress didn't update. But yeah, because of that, I just lost the game right there. Like, there's no way I can do that. In the meantime, what was that? Oh, that's right. Look at this. This array that's just finishing, he's going to use the Shadow Bomb dive thing on it. Yeah, there it is. This used to be meta because it would only take 4 Shadow Flyers to kill an array or something silly like that. And that used to be just Infernal gameplay. It's just to make 4 Shadow Flyers and bomb the arrays. And obviously there's a dragon here. I don't have much to do with this. I GG out here. I did have these dogs sat in the health camp here. Again, is my patented play here, as I always do this. Just have them, and it's kind of comfortable as well because it's so close. It's like 2 seconds away and a blink away from the Luminite line. Obviously I'm microing here, pretending I'm still in the game as this happens. But these doggos are so good at killing imps. You can see they turn around and try and kill them, but they really don't do anything. Oh, that's right. I GG, but then I stay in the game, which is usually very BM, but I have the Stormcaller, and we bait MSRM into it using mind tricks. Look at him. He's under hypnosis right now. He has no choice but to sit in my Stormcaller. And there it is. There it is. It's over, I said. I didn't actually know it hits air units, and I also tested one other thing out, which is it doesn't go into dead space. It's not a flying unit. Because I asked, well, somebody asked me if I had any ties, and I said yeah, because Celestials can hide their arc ship in the dead space, and if you run out of money in flying units, you'll never get it. MSRM said he thinks the Stormcaller could get it, but I don't think you can actually, well, I know you can't actually get it in the dead space, so this is not a tiebreaker. There isn't a tiebreaker. If there was a flying unit that could shoot up from the storm gates, then that would be the tiebreaker. Alright, like and subscribe, guys. That's all for me. I'll see you next time. There it is. That was a good game, but it's not actually the one that I wanted to watch. It's the first one I wanted to watch. It was a bit of a longer game. This one was fun. It went similarly to the first one. Infernals, Infernals, Celestials, Infernals, Vanguard. Where did that game go, though? Huh. Like and subscribe, exactly. Well, this is confusing. There's supposed to be 4 of these maps. Very confusion. Very confusion. Unless I hallucinated an entire game. Hello Sticky, MSRM, Lukash, Turla, Rusty, MF. I was trying to click that array, But my guys landed on the Arg ship? Oh, you mean the first time? Yeah. If you crash out when you leave, you don't get the... Oh, balls. Is that what happened? Do you have it, MSRM? I assume if you don't crash out, it's fine, right? Because I think that one was the best one from the custom session. I feel like the Koreans are cooking up cool builds and fun styles, but I have no idea how to get their replays. Who is it? There was one. Was it Korean Bob? No, I don't think it was Korean Bob. Your mum's the best one from the custom session, true. New patch for SC2, graphics look worse. The graphics look worse for SC2? I don't understand. Check the Discord. Maybe it's this one. Okay, we'll take it. No, this is just a file of many of your naked pictures, MSRM. Which, you know, I'll keep that for further investigation, but right now, I can't put that on YouTube. Oh, oops. Yeah, I mean, this happens a few times a week. So you're saying this game looked like StarCraft 2 and the new patch made StarCraft 2 look worse? Okay, I understand now. That's how I thought of it at first, but then I wasn't sure. I wasn't certain. Right, maybe the right replay is what I'll call this. And we'll put that in on the old replays. Let's see what happens. Hold on, I'll do it through this. It's the easiest way to find the replay folder. So this one is 20 minutes and 13 seconds. And this one is 12 minutes. Yeah, okay, so that's the one. I mean, you know it's a good Storm game when it's 20 minutes plus. You just got sponsored by another Grow company? Congratulations, Mr. Sticky! What the heck? This is excellent news. Lest, congrats on the Depends sponsorship. Depends? What's up? What's going on here? Are we bunker rushing today? I'm watching some cool replays so I can put them up on my YouTube. And it's a community effort. So if you guys have any amazing replays, I'm very willing and able to cast them today. Depends adult diapers. I know gamers have a lot of stomach issues. True though, true. It's all of the caffeine and Zins. Head over to depends.com and use discount code GRIMMY for 10% off on your first order so you don't crap all over these noobs. But that's the whole point. I'm trying to crap on the noobs. What? Why would I want anything else? What map is this? So it's a new map called Short Circuit. It's like an electricals themed map. And it's my favorite one so far, actually. It's really cool. It's a really cool one. I feel like my AI bot needs to come back and put everyone in their place. Oh yeah, that guy, I remember him. I have stream muted since I'm on call. I'm here for you, chat. Wow. Thanks, MF. Is this the new version of Short Circuit? I've only played one version of Short Circuit as far as I'm aware, but as far as I know, this is Matterino's second map, and it will be played in the tournaments. Is Celestial your main? It started off as my main race, and then I went and played the other two quite a lot. So I like to think of myself as a random player, but yeah, honestly, my MMR will reflect the balance. So if Celestial's the strongest, I'm a Cell main, and if Infernal's the strongest, I'm an Infernal main. You know, And Vanguard is never stronger, so we don't need to worry about that. Everyone is just always off-racing Vanguard. My new GPU is about to be delivered. Fantastic, Triple Helix. Enjoy the pixels. Muffin, hello and greetings to you. Oh, and MF already gave me the copy-paste depends.com. Why would I use adult diapers? I can just shit myself. Yeah, like an adult. We've got Team Stormgates working. Oh, brilliant. And yeah, I saw Thanks said that you managed to fix it so that you can't mine each other's Luminite patches with Celestials anymore. I don't know, Tola. Just the maps that they currently have, I guess. The 2v2 maps need Stormgates, but surely the team will do that themselves, right? My MMR is spread across all 3 races. Game must be balanced. I believe Matt updated the map hours ago. Oh, hours ago. Well then, if it's that recent, then we haven't played on it yet. If that's the case, then he'll probably ask me and MSRM maybe to play some more on them, which I'm down for. Alright, okay, let's go. This should be the correct replay. Storm Game. Okay, everyone, we're here on Short Circuit, a new map by Matterino, my actual favorite custom map of the ones we've played on so far, which is about 5 or 6, I feel. Maybe more. But this one just feels really nice to play on, and here we have MSRM in the top left on the Inferno P. Going for a quick Iron Vault, and Imp is walking and building a Conclave. In the bottom right, we obviously have me on the Celestials, and I'm going for that array first. Not being too cheesy because this is a new map and we want to test it out and have a good game on it. So not just rushing Argents across the map and trying to kill MSRM or anything like that. MSRM, he doesn't trust me, clearly, because he's gone for 2 early production structures, even mining Therium, so he has at least some intent to make the Gaunts. But we'll see if he actually does. It's always up to Infernals to just expand and not make any units. He's sending this Imp down, so either it's the Tribute Pyre or the expansion. It looks like an expansion. He's got the resources. And yeah, this is what I was saying in that other game with Night End, is that you can skip the Tribute Pyre and just reactively build supply if you see units walk in. So if 3 Argents are to walk in right now, we can make one Brute, and then drop a Tribute Pyre, and then like 6 seconds later we can build the Gaunts anyway. Array first into Surging the Chamber, making some Argents. Don't want to be too greedy here because these 2 structures could make units and send them across the map. The rush distance isn't too bad. It's not too long, it's not too short, it's just in the middle there. And Imp going in, and this is something MSRM likes to do a lot. Oh wow, a diagonal expand. Look how close these 2 shrines are to each other. Very easy to defend 2 shrines like this when you can sit your army there and just be in the right place. Choke point there, kind of a choke point there, and no threat from this side. So like the whole defense happens here, and you've got a big thing in the middle there to block off units too. So pretty nice setup from MSRM there. I'm making a partial wall up on the ramp again, just because I don't like the idea of units being able to sneak in like here and then run up the ramp. So this is probably nice, but you could wall over here as well and stop units coming from this side. Again, finishing off that wall a bit, charging up the Argents, making sure I can one-shot a Fiend or well, not one-shot the Brute, but at least do a lot of damage to him. My Argents, oh wow, managing to... what the map hacker is this? Did you guys see that movement? Hold on a second. Look at this character. How does he know? Look at this. He just perfectly evaded the Argents and walks into my natural. Caught live on camera, MSRM. And now my Argents have to walk back. There could be 4 Argents here right now. Ay, ay, ay. Actual God Gamer. This is the very first time we've played on this map, and he's able to counter my 3 Argent push across the map. Gets a full scout with his brutes. He does lose the brutes at least. And because he's MSRM, he immediately sends his fiends back. One should die. One should live. And there he is. He sees 3 array. He's on 3 shrine, so everything feels fine. Fine and fair, no need to be too aggressive for either of us. I obviously have no idea what's going on for him. Haven't seen anything, no scan or anything. Just making Argents, making prisms, getting up that Guardian Nexus and probably a chamber. MSRM starting to saturate his natural in 3rd. We have our natural fully saturated, 3rd not finished yet, so... A little bit of a scuffle at the Stormgate. Managed to get a couple of gaunts there, but I am getting low, so as soon as these Argents become low, obviously they become Phantoms, and that complicates things. Trying to keep the low health Argent in the back. Kind of nice that the gaunts naturally walk down here into an exposed fashion. And just scuffling around. This Stormgate kind of far away from both of us. Probably slightly closer to my production than his, because he has to like S-shape into this, whereas for me it's like a direct line. So that's a map dependent thing. But that just means that this one is for him as well, for the same reason. So there's balance there, but it's still a bit RNG with the Stormgates popping up randomly. And what do we get? We get a Faerun. A fine choice indeed. So there's the first Stormgate. 2, 3 Twilight Spires coming in. I'm getting the Sovereign's Watch upgrade, the Kree upgrade, and just making some Kree off of 3 chambers by the looks of it, 4 chambers going up to 5, okay. I'm taking this base, so as I say, all of the bases are 1 screen away from each other. It's a very comfortable expansion pattern. This map really wants you to play a macro game and not just cheese the hell out of each other. And that is what we end up doing here. So we have the Faerun, a bunch of Argents, the Kree with the upgrade coming in. It's time to move across the map and have a little look, because as I say, I don't really know what's going on here. MSRM could have 2 shrines, 5 shrines, Spriggan, Magmadons, who knows. So we need to go over there and have a look. Kree start rolling across the map, and obviously Kree are a natural choice in this stage of the game. If your opponent is quite exposed, you know, if he has many bases with no defenses, then the Kree can find some damage. If the opponent is playing safely, then you can just roll away and get out of a bad situation. So, big ball of Spriggan here, 3 Kree roll in there, find some free imps. Springoons are here. We do have the Argent upgrade. The Faerun's getting sniped by the Spriggan. I can't outrun that, so the Spriggan kind of guaranteed to kill the Faerun, but he does lose some in the process. Bit of a scrap. Scrapping around. Hell Bros coming out. 2 more tech structures here. I'm just kind of poking around, seeing what's up. Using my sick Argent Blink. Try and not lose all my Argents. But now there are a bunch of Phantoms chasing me, I'm in trouble. The Kree are chopping up a shrine. Did manage to kind of clean out this 4th base, but there weren't that many imps on it. These guys should expire on their own, so I don't really want to shoot them. If I have to, I have to. Ah! Oh my goodness, we lost an Argent to that. Springoons and Hellborn are the choice.
A Stormgate has appeared.
And apparently I had a bunch of Kree just sat in my natural because this was needed. When those Phantoms were chasing my Argents, I definitely needed those. Kind of just ignoring the Spriggan here because they don't do that much damage and fighting on the ground. If we can get these Hellborns, Hellbros would be great because they're so expensive. And you can see I'm very much struggling for anti-air, but we do clean up on the ground. And yeah, with all the money going into the Spriggan, it's hard to defend Kree. Just pressuring this 4th base even further. And yeah, you can see the Spriggan don't really do any damage. They're actually trying to slow down the Stormgate progression by the looks of it. Actually killing the shrine there with a couple of Kree. Kree rolling in even further. But it's definitely not going to be devastating damage because it's just the 4th base. We have ours up but not fully saturated. Even long distance mining here isn't that bad. He's still going to get quite a bit of resources from these imps. Long distance mining. 3 of my Argents are for some reason over here dying. And this Stormgate's still not being taken because there's been a lot of action on the other side of the map. First Vector is here. He's somehow in front of my Argents and dies immediately. That's not great. And you can see I'm kind of in shambles here. We do have 3 Star Forges, all being surged, all pumping out vectors. The hardest counter to the Spriggans. Good anti-air range and also damage against light. Spriggan nevertheless feeling spicy running in. I do have the Sovereign's Watch upgrade, so there it is. Does do a reasonable amount of damage. But easy to avoid that now that it's just stuck on the array, so... Kree, not really necessary here. And we do have a Dark Throne from the Stormgate, so that's a free array basically. I could put it here because we've just lost one, or I think I decide to float the main array into the natural, so I end up not using the Dark Throne for that. I think I'm going to send the Dark Throne over here and build that there. Just slightly more efficient that way, I think, because this array needs to move somewhere, right? This is quite far away, but lifting it to the natural isn't so bad. Lifting it to the 3rd wouldn't be so bad either, but it's just such a nice base early game that I don't want to do that. What is the Dark Throne doing here? Holy F2. Did find some imps here. This is obviously nice. You do this in StarCraft a lot. Just have a couple of units, especially anti-light units. In StarCraft waiting for the worker, like an Adept or something, a Reaper, just trying to deny the progression of expansions there. Very cheap, free damage basically. Dark Throne, finally, this is a lot of money that I wasted by not just putting this down immediately. Yeah, and I do opt into... Yeah, I'm actually going to build the array and then have the right idea and then cancel it immediately because I'm like, wait, I need to move this array somewhere. So this will go somewhere else, probably over here. MSRM behind this, he's down 80 supply, but he's got the dragon, which is, for MSRM, that's a whole army in and of itself.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
The one dragon, always a threat. We are playing by tournament rules. MSRM even doesn't do it on the ladder. He doesn't clone his dragon and end up with 5 dragons or 10 dragons as the game progresses. He just picks something else usually, like Avatar. You are allowed to Avatar your dragon in tournaments, so... you'll see MSRM do that, but he is abiding by the tournament rules, which ban the use of the cloning relic on any tier 3 unit or above. I guess, is the dragon tier 3? It seems like a tier 4 unit to me. I get a Swarm Mother, not particularly useful. I dive on the Dragon of the Vectors. It doesn't die. It does die. Nice, excellent. So, yeah, the Swarmlings are kind of a double-edged sword here. They turn into phantoms when they're cursed and killed, so against Infernals this isn't an ideal choice. But I do just love this little guy. The one Swarm host. Yeah, so you can see he's turning them into phantoms. I'm doing the Broodling, or Swarmling, what are they called? We'll see in a second. Swarmling Kree attack, but the Swarmlings or whatever they're called died, expired before we got there. Whilst that's happening, we're pulling the army there. We'll go and pressure any outside bases. It's MSRM, so I fully expected him to have a base here already, but he's just got this one. Oh, he's got Flame Imps. They kill a bunch of vectors there. Even though I blinked back out, they managed to explode. So I actually blink in after that. I wasn't paying attention or watching for this at all. You can see a bunch of Kree just went down. A bunch of vectors just went down. All for the price of the imps that were going to die anyway. And like they would have died for free, right? So you turn a devastatingly bad trade, 12 imps, into an amazing trade. He obviously had to pay some Therium for those flame imps, but nevertheless a fantastic trade. Meantime, the Kree roll back in here. Do chop him up a bit. I mean, we killed like 3 workers here. That's not fantastic. It always feels like you're doing more than you are with these Kree. Do have the tier 3 upgrade though, so we managed to kill some more imps with their death. MSRM will be resaturating all of these bases soon. There you go, 13 there, 12 there, so like it never happened. And I basically lost my supply lead from all of these exchanges. The main one there was the flaming imps, like that was devastating. Losing like 5 vectors and 10 Kree to imps, never a great feeling. We do have our outside base is done, but we don't have the forward one yet, whereas MSRM does have his forward base here. He's got a night end of towers, we call this, 7 towers defending this base, so if the Kree run in, they'll just get shot to death. And that's about it. I think at some point here I'll harass this because it's kind of nice ledge. Like a little bit of dead space here so we can either sit units here and shoot it, or I'm gonna send my scythes over and do pitiful amounts of damage here. Look at this. Pow. We got a single imp. Make that 2. But you know, the Vile Lurker Stormgate reward would be perfect here, because he could definitely sit here and shoot over the edge and deny this. He basically acts as a Atlas or a siege tank. He would be really good here. MSRM, by the way, realizing something that I didn't throughout this game, which is that Therium is going to run out, and we're going to need to rely on Luminite, which is kind of the case on every map. So this isn't really map specific, but you always end up way higher on Luminite than Therium. That's just the way the resources are distributed. So building towers, building brutes, these are all great decisions. Whereas I'm spending a lot of my resources, it's all Therium based stuff. Not that many Argents, not that many strike nodes, etc. Like right now I should just be building 10 strike nodes here and have that there for the late game, trying to protect the last Therium patch here. I do at least focus on getting this Therium out. You can see I'm kind of mining out this these patches. Do need to put 2 of these prisms on the array, obviously. And what happens here? So we have a bunch of Archangels. The Archangels looking a bit goofy there. Mostly whiffing the landing there. Good splits or movement from MSRM. So we crushed this initial army, but he's got his main force coming in. Still, Shadowflies are about to come in here and ruin my day. See, the Argents are beneath it shooting. I try and split a bit against the scythes, against the Shadowflies with the scythes. We took a lot of damage there. But here comes 5 Magmadons. I don't have Dark Prophecy yet, which is kind of a tragedy because we'd love to be casting Dark Prophecy and all of these units walking down the ramp. Instead, we get trampled on by Magmadons. And this trade ends up awfully. Yeah, so I really needed this Dark Prophecy 30 seconds ago. That would have been perfect. The scythes now, the shields have been activated, but they're still dying, which is very sad. And we've got a very awkward engagement here with a couple of flying units, a couple of ground units just bobbling around. And we are closer to MSRM's production, of course, and he can produce instantly, so he actually cleans this up very easily. And I put this all down to just not having Dark Prophecy on that ramp. Like the fact that 5 Magmadons can just walk in, and this is a very choked off, scary area to be as Celestials. If I can't slow him down, the Magmadons are just going to pin me against this side and just completely trample all over me. So I actually just ended up throwing away whatever lead I had built from this game. Magmadons doing their thing. And the Shadowflies as well. Like I thought because I had some of the shields left on the scythe, I'd be fine. And now I'm a Sarem with the Swarmlings. Swarmlings, yeah, they're called Swarmlings. Okay, good. A convoy of imps are walking around across the map trying to steal my resources. A night end of towers again are being constructed. Effigy goes down and he's tower rushing me at the 16-minute mark. I'm trying to get a respectable army back up. Some Animancers, Archangel Scythe, Argent Kree. And I'm like, wait, what the heck? I can see 10 towers being built in my base there. I think that's a bit suspicious. He does do it slightly in my vision. He almost did it out of my vision though, which would be a cool play. Crashing down on the towers felt like a good idea, but I'm not sure. Magmadon's coming in. Obviously with the tier 3 upgrade now, so very, very fast. I try and invis my Animancers out of there. With a very awkward exchange everywhere. Magmadon's kind of good against Archangels though, with the trample on. Archangels falling. There's the Dark Prophecies. I really needed that. They make all the difference in these late game fights. But I didn't surge enough on the
Dimensional rift detected.
Matrix.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
So it looks okay, right? But he's still got the dragon. He's still got some towers in my array there. And of course, this time he's fighting into my production.
A Stormgate has appeared.
That poor angel running in just to get killed by Shadow Flyers. Magmadon's just absolutely devastating. If you don't have Dark Prophecies to slow these things down, they do just take the trade. Got a couple of Cabals, that's for the dragon. And now Brute Magmadon just kings of the ground, let's say. Dark Prophecy's trying to do what they can. Animants is stuck inside of buildings and power banks, trying to do what they can. It's Dark Prophecy on top of that. Yeah, you can see the damage isn't that relevant against the Magmadons, the Dark Prophecy damage, but it slows them down and the Argents need to do the damage behind it, right? That's the idea. MSR managing to steal my base, finally pushing me off of my array there, building another 10 towers. And you can see I've completely run out of Therium now, which for Celestials is kind of GG. Because an Argent Ball is very easy to deal with for the Infernals. So if you don't maintain all of your gas units, it's kind of rippers. There is still some gas there, and I am getting all of the gas here as well, so that's very useful. But once these patches run out here, I'm basically out of Therium altogether. And this is not a problem that I foresaw, but it's one that I should have foreseen. As soon as you know that the game is going to be split map and all the resources in the map will be taken, you know you're going to have way too much Illuminate. So, as I said, there was a point there where I could have just built 10 strike nodes in this base, and that would have been ideal. And then it would come down to who gets the storm gates, who gets the good rewards, and who takes the best fights. But I think in the late game here with Dark Prophecy Angel, Celestials has a good chance of taking the good fights. This guy here, running forward, immediately going to get bonked by Argents. He's really not as tanky as he looks. Shadow Flyers coming in. That was good for us, obviously, because the Shadow Flyers do cost a lot of Therium. And yeah, this is the kind of thing we wanted to do. Lots of power banks, strike nodes. That's where our Illuminate should have been going, and been a bit more careful with how we spent our resources. But mostly I would say this game was lost when I tried to take the Stormgate here without Dark Prophecy. I had a lot of resources in Animasters, but they didn't have Dark Prophecy. So GG is called. And yeah, you can see like this map is going to lead to macro games, and that's very exciting for the tournaments that will use this map, and maybe in the future it might even be added to the ladder map pool. But yeah, I hope you guys can see it's a really cool map. I think it looks great. I think it plays great. There's lots of different like paths and plays you can make with the dead spaces, but the bases are also very close to each other, so it doesn't seem like you're not going to lose the shrine probably. You'll lose the workers, you'll lose the prisms, but you shouldn't really lose the arrays and the structures, right? So that's kind of what makes this map fun, I think. It's not going to be devastating harass or counterattack, it's just going to be like all the workers die, you're a bit behind, and then you can punish the opponent if they're still on your side of the map when you get there to deal with it, or they get out and there's just a small advantage in your favor. So yeah, this will be a macro map, and I'm looking forward very much to seeing the games that will be played on it. But that's all for me. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Bonk. Why are the imps dancing? Because MSRM is a bad guy, and he's very BM. Your GPU arrived, Triple Helix? Nice. Lycan. Subscribe. I really want Lycan to subscribe. Hello Novia, yeah, we're doing some casting today. This is the abuse effigy. You can't click it. Wait, really? Oh, that's right. The one inside the structure or something. I remember somebody complimenting you for not using it in a tournament game. MSRM, they're like, respect to MSRM for not abusing the effigy that you can't click. You can stick it inside of a building or something, you just can't click it. Ay, ay, ay. Infernal static defenses are a joke? In which way? Thanks. Because I've heard people say both. I must have forgotten to do the OP thing. I see. You are getting respect for your forgetfulness. There it is. What is your YouTube channel? So anytime there's an exclamation mark before a word in a title on a stream, that will be a command you can type into the chat and it will give you more information and a link. And guys, do sign up for the Little Mac Stormgate League. Last Sunday, I did the FG abuse because it was right after you got me 20 times of Argents, so I took no chances, I see. There it is. Well, if the effigy thing isn't banned in the tournaments, then you're free to do it, right? Did you know Grimmy is a werewhale, human by day and whale by night? Yeah, that's true. I don't like to brag, but that's true. I took some chances. I went 3 Shrine versus Mixu. That is chances. Mixu doesn't cheese very hard. If he does, it's usually in a stupid way. Like Cabal Vector or something stupid like that. I mean, that's probably not even a cheese. It's just so stupid it should be a cheese. Did you win, MSRM, the last Sunday circuit? I slept through the whole thing. I know Infernals did well. You won, there he is. Inferno P. If I had to bet, I would have put my money on you for sure. We practiced on those maps. I've used the fuck out of Mix. Fantastic. I mean, playing custom against you on those maps, I was like, there's no way this guy's gonna lose. There was always a hope, a dream that, you know, someone else would figure out something that would beat you, but I was like, it's just not gonna happen. I eco gambled in the early game and it worked out. Well, you can play Mixu like that. As I say, he doesn't cheese very much, and he openly says that. London spikes? Ay, ay, ay. Imagine if Grimmy joined the last weekly tourney. Well, I would have had to play Infernals, because that's what I locked in. So I would have had a chance. It would have been okay. So the way it works is you have to pick a race before the whole event starts, and you're not allowed to change. So like if the patch drops and your race becomes useless, you still have to play it. You went for brute timings every game. Yeah, well, I noticed that we were having fun, Spriggans, you know, like Hexens, and then at some point you just started making brute charge at me, and I was like, ah, okay, this is what he's gonna do when he wants to actually win. You would have flamed if you were Mixer? Maybe he did. He's just got enough professionalism to not flame publicly. But yeah, I don't think that was lost on me, that you just started making brute charge and A-clicking me in our custom games. I was like, yeah, this is how he's gonna win. 100%. All these other things were just fun experiments. Alright, I'll go to the bathroom real quick and then we'll find another game. If you guys have any amazing replays for me, do send them to me. Yeah, Rusty. Let's see it. Are your replays open? It was a shameful cheese. In the next weekly, top 2 players should play off race. They're not allowed to. That's the thing. I'll fax it to you on the Discord. Thanks. Thanks. With an F. But yeah, I'm really enjoying that map. The only one I think I didn't like was the one of the pocket base that Ariel did. Maybe if he just makes that pocket base closer to the main. It's so far away from all the action that the only thing you can really do is build a bunch of static there, which isn't great. What's the point of taking a base if you have to build 4 towers there just to stop it from dying to flying units or a drop or something? Alright, this is one that I turret rush on, but the good thing about this is it often turns into a good game, and then we'll do Rusty's one after. Oh, that's right, you played against Mac, Rusty, nice. Storm game. Hello everyone, we're watching MSRM up here in the top left against me on the Vanguard in the bottom right on Short Circuit, Maturino's cool new map, and you can see I'm already sending 4, now 5 workers out across the map. We overcharge those. And they're going to go and do an aggressive scout. MSRM is already getting the Iron Vault. He got what is known as the Brook Boy Vault. He knows what I do. He knows that there's a 80%, 90% chance that I'll do this. So he's playing it safe and getting himself the fastest Iron Vault he can. And this is, technically it's testing, okay guys? Don't flame me for cheesing on a testing custom map thing. But this is testing to see if this will be in the tournament going forward. There's the barracks. This one worker decides to have a little wiggle around. The effigy is there. He scouts me. Lancer is started. Imps are being pulled, but it's quite far away. No, Bob. No, don't die. He's gonna die. There's no way he doesn't die. Yeah, he's dead. R.I.P. King. This one Bob is just chilling. 2 workers here able to keep the worker alive. And Lancer comes out. He's able to chop a little bit, but not too much. Ah, another worker goes down. So you can see the early brute killing a lot there. It does feel like I'm too far away to get anything really done here. Imps being pulled here. And I'm being a bit strange here. I still don't have a second sentry post on the way, but he does have imps pulled, so his worker count, that's mining at least, is very low. Trying to focus down some imps here. Get one. Have a second lancer on the way. One injured lancer gets back into the sentry post. This little guy gets trapped. You can see MSRM was mining with only 2 workers there the whole time, so even though, you know, we lost 2 workers, we have 4 or 5 guys not mining the whole time, we are able to catch up here a little bit. We have 8. This guy's about to finish the building, so 8 workers to his 9, but he's constantly pulling. He's also got some mining as well, so he is just ahead on imps. This one Lancer being very ballsy there. Trying to make something happen. Ah, instantly killed the bunker as soon as it finished. I put a Lancer in and he became homeless immediately. Nice, bit of rank going up on my workers now, so they're building faster, which is very nice. My 1 HP Lancer, he's pretending like he's going to do something. Oh no, disaster. But that's the last brute there, so that's good news. These guys weren't on auto repair, so they didn't start repairing as soon as they could have. Do have a bit of pressure going on here. I'm going forward here. I already know he's on his way to Hellborn, because that's just how you handle this as Infernal. Getting tier 2 up, and you only need like 75 Therium for the Hellborn, so it's quite easy to get 1 Hellborn out. So I kind of sacked the Lancer there. I'm trying to stop him from mining to delay the Hellborn timing. As soon as that Hellborn is out, my Lancer, the value of my Lancers goes down tremendously. I'm trying to get something done before that first Hellborn. See, once again, I'm trying to harass the Therium here. Just delaying that Hellborn. In the meantime, we're mining a little bit of gas. We've got full mineral saturation, luminite saturation. Once again, just trying to deny it. Look at that, he's got exactly 75 Therium, so he's got enough already for his Hellborn. He was actually waiting on luminite for that. Hopefully I'll cancel this. Yep, cancelled that. Trying to bait some Hellborn shots here, but that's not going to happen. Put the Lancer in the sentry post to give it more health, but that was also not going to happen. It was still one shot away from dying. Run, boy! He doesn't make it. Heck. So sentry posts do, you know, have the same range. 10 range to 10 range as the Hellborn, so for a while I can survive on 2 repair turrets on 1 sentry post, but as soon as the second Hellborn is out, kind of just need to get out there. And you see me leaving there, I'm selling everything. Should be able to sell at least these 3, these 2 in the front will die. And now we have 500 luminite all of a sudden, so that's cool. He's only got the 1 iron vault left. We did manage to take 1 building out. This hopefully will be sold as well. We do have an expansion up, and a barracks, and 2 mech bays coming out behind us. So hedgehogs are very good against Hellborn, and that is all that MSRM has right now. So trying to kind of counter the bulk of his units. Even if he adds other stuff to it, it will still be mostly in these 2 Hellborn for a long time, because they're so expensive, these units here. So getting out some hedgehogs. These workers even managing to get home is very nice. MSRM gets a natural up. But even so, like, he has 7 workers on his gas there. We have 9 plus, what's this, 5, so 14 there. Another 11 there. So we are ahead in workers by a bit. Once this shrine pops up there, he'll be fine. He'll get an extra 3 imp charges there. And he'll have a decent economy too. But it doesn't actually feel so bad, this position that we're in. Triple mech bay, pumping out them hogs. And I imagine there's quite a few different things we can do from here as Vanguard. This little habitat here doesn't bother the mining, so quite a cool little slot there on this map. 1 3x3 or 4x4 structure and habitat. Hedgehogs are out looking for some damage. Ah, it's a shame they didn't just run in there and kill all those workers. I'm pulling workers with overcharge on them. We've got a million hedgehogs. I feel like just taking a 3rd base and trying into Vulcan Medtech was probably an option here too. But I keep seeing Refresh doing this, so I wanted to try it myself. We're building sentry posts really far away from the action here. We're up a decent amount of supply. We have a lot of hedgehogs. We have repair turrets here. It felt good for a while. And then at some point it all just fell apart. We've got the Necrolasks. Ah, that's right. This is a learning moment. So the Necrolasks, unlike Banelings, will just... Wait, what did they even just blow up on? They will just A-click onto buildings, which Banelings don't do, right? So I was a bit surprised about that. 1 Fiend, I think. A Phantom, even. Okay, so I need to be a lot more careful of these guys, because they... Yeah, look at that. He just runs in and blows himself up on a Conclave. That was such a waste. So Necrolasks being completely unhelpful. And now he's just got, like, Brute Gaunt, 2 Hellborn from the start of the game. And I'm not really going to be able to push in. The hedgehogs just don't do enough damage to kill anything here. I can repel them all I like, but the fact is I'm not actually killing anything. Like, every time I do this, I'm back. I kill, like, a Brute, and then I'm back. It's not worth building 6 sentry posts. And having all my workers not mining here to kill 1 Brute every 40 seconds, you know? It would have been better, I think, to get the range upgrades, play around storm gates, and have a longer game here. But as I say, I keep seeing Refresh do this, and I wanted to try. Bob's healing my hedgehog, but also blocking him and causing him to die. MSRM's floating a shit ton here. He's going to get a dragon. Got the Elder Shrine, and once the dragon's out, hedgehogs are just not going to deal with him. Maybe if I had like 5 Vulcans here and siege the hedgehogs up, then we can do something. But the Hellborn are there too, I don't know.
Stormgate will activate
Yeah,
soon.
so this is me trying a follow-up that I've been trying out on the ladder a lot, but not working out. I think I need to be super aggressive if I'm going to pull workers and use sentry posts with lancers in them for damage and healing turrets behind that with the hedgehogs. Because this whole like sitting far away from his bases is not very effective. The hedgehogs are just not doing enough consistent damage to make it worth pulling workers. But yeah, I mean, this game on this map didn't seem that bad for me. Like, we had a natural setup. We had any tech choice we wanted, because like 2 Hellborn aren't going to chase me across the map and do too much damage. So, I mean, they could do damage, but then MSRM knows that he'll never get them back out. Like, if I have 4 Hedgehogs and he has 2 Hellborn, then he's going to lose both Hellborn for free and never get them back across the map. So we kind of had a choice of whatever we wanted to do here. We could have done Atlas Drop, Mass Hornets, Vulcan Medtech, which you kind of see is what I end up going for anyway, rather than this. But it was worth a try, and I wanted to see on this map if I could make it work. It looks like just having structures partially choke the choke points here, just walling off the choke points here, is enough to kind of stop any really committed aggression. So that's kind of cool about this map too. But worth a try. That's all for me. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. There it is. Refresh made some versus me today. MSRM seems like he's just a punch bag. What do you mean? I'm the bag. He's the punch. He stole like 150 MMR from me yesterday. Like and subscribe. That's right, Rusty. Hi, YouTube. Hi, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. But yeah, these maps are not Monk approved, but he still likes them. He's saluting there. Thanks, Steve. MSRM is a lab rat. He's just the only like active Solid Infernal player that isn't afraid to show his replays. Everyone else is hiding. Everyone else hides their replays and doesn't play in like streamed customs. So we just don't get to see all these other people, but MSRM is out there helping out the masses, having a good time too, hopefully. I know Infernal's OP right now, but this Vanguard start is so gay. I mean, it's the only opener that feels like can't get hard punished by Infernals, and there is a game after it. I think you maybe kill me if you attack with the hogs instead of taking the gates. Yeah, I mean, at the point where there was a third base with all those imps on there and nothing to defend it, I should have run in there, but I kind of trusted MSRM. I trusted you to have units and defend any aggression. Yeah. Good thing I got that heterosexual Hellborn to deal with it. I don't think we need to describe our units and gameplay like this. I don't think that's quite necessary. Imagine a Van v Van finals. Only in our dreams, thanks. Only in our dreams. MSRM is so cool. I wish I knew him. This game has my super secret tournament strat. Okay, let's see it. Yeah, we're watching Rusty. So Rusty's playing on a Steam Deck, which is a handheld console. Obviously that makes it much harder to play, but he's finding a way. He's pioneering a new way to play RTS. The handheld RTS has not been too popular in the past, but maybe there's a way. We will examine Rusty's efforts here in this game, see how he does. I remember turret rushing you, and I didn't actually know it was you at the time. And I was like, this player is playing quite strangely. What's going on here? And then you said GG, and I was like, oh god, what have I done? I just turret rushed a Steam Deck player, and he just couldn't move his imps around. What's up, Matterino? I just did 3 casts of games on your new map, Short Circuit. We had some great games on there. The 2 Infernal Celestial ones and the Vanguard's Infernal one. Storm game. Alright, hello everyone. We are watching Rusty Shacky, the world's finest, highest ranked Steam Deck player, playing on the Infernals. Of course, the Steam Deck is a handheld console, so it's a little bit harder to press all the buttons. But he's going to do his best, and he's making an Iron Vault up against another Infernal player, Mac, who is quite high MMR. I think he's like 2,000 plus. And he is also playing Infernals, and probably, we must assume, on a computer with a mouse and a keyboard and such. So we'll see who has the better performance. Computer or Steam Deck, heck. Your bottom left? Oh shit, yeah. Okay, Max in the top right with a fast Iron Vault. And it's Rusty in the bottom left. He's actually sending 2 imps out, and then he's making an Iron Vault. Mac is getting a shrine in his natural. I'm sorry, these Infernal players all look the same. It's a tragedy that I can't tell them apart. But yes, Mac in the top right, Rusty in the bottom left. Iron Vault. One is much later than the other, but there are 2 imps making their way across the map. Do you have a brute walking across the map? So Iron Vault Expand is very standard in Infernal Mirror matchup. It's the one build where it feels like you can get your expansion up, not die to cheese, although I think it still dies to many cheese, and also scout. So this brute is effectively a harassment tool, but also a very much needed scout. So this Iron Vault timing will come out at the time that this brute comes into the base. Hellforge is going down, and a Conclave and Iron Vault is being proxied up in the top there by Rusty as well. Rusty is floating a lot of resources. He's got 600 in the bank. Is he going to make this Iron Vault do something? Yes, he loses an imp, which does feel terrible. He's building the meat farm. Actually, I think he had to lose the imp to get the brute out, maybe? That's why. Tactically losing an imp so he can get the units out? Maybe. Actually splitting the brute there, he didn't need to, but he probably thought, I'm not going to wait for it to heal back up anyway, so... We did want a second effigy here so that these structures finish quickly and we can spend our resources. That is something we did need to do. We have 5 guys on gas so that we can afford both the gaunts from here and also the brute upgrade. Mac, he's beginning to mine off of his natural, so getting ahead in that economy. Definitely getting more imp charges. He's also got 2 Iron Vaults and a Conclave, so we have the same production for both players. One of them is rushing a very important upgrade though in the brute charge, and the opponent isn't going to have that upgrade at all, you know, by the time the action starts. He's just not got that in the cards, but he does have a lot more money. He's now up to 50% more Luminite mining with the 6 workers here.
A Stormgate will activate
Stormgate
soon.
appearing in the middle of nowhere, and is this the opening that Rusty needs? His opponent is now going down to take that Stormgate, trying to get that Faerun or something else useful. We've got our forces coming up here. We are supply blocked a little bit, but yeah, Tribute Pyre is already on its
Stormgate
way.
has appeared.
13 out of 12 on Luminite. For shame. For shame, Rusty. And now we have a bunch of units. The upgrade isn't going to kick in yet, but maybe, you know, 10 seconds after the action starts, the upgrade kicks in and finishes the job, so to speak. We do have the forces coming in now. Rusty coming in straight into the Luminite line, starts chopping up a tree. We do have a Shadow Mark, so that's not going to be useful at all in this situation, and the units for Mac are just so far away at that Stormgate. You really do hate to see it. Getting baited by the Stormgate. The entire main has been evacuated. A lot of imps went down. The upgrade is now available for Rusty, so his brutes are just performing better than his opponent's brutes, keep in mind. And something else relevant is that Mac has no access to Therium anymore. So he's got enough Therium for 1 more set of gaunts, and that's it. He does have his Hellforge out, but it's just not going to be quite there for the upgrade. GG is called, and Mac is feeling rather foolish. He went for the Stormgate, the opponent just walks into his main. Remember that on this map there are 2 ways to just walk into your opponent's base on a main natural setup, and that's exactly what Rusty did. This is also something I love to do, is just to keep sending units into this Therium. via this enormous ramp. And that's exactly what our boy Rusty thought was a good idea too. And there it is. The #1 Steam Deck player in the world, able to take down one of these pleb computer users. And poor Mac just, getting baited by the Stormgate. If that Stormgate was in the middle or maybe here, it would have been better. But this is very far away. It's just a long way back. Actually, is this one... These two seem about the same distance, no? Maybe like 4 more seconds for this one? Yeah, okay. There it is. Big respect to Rusty, who's pioneering the Steam Deck RTS gaming scene. Steam Deck banned in tournaments, says Rusty? Maybe. After we show them this replay, it just seems like an unfair advantage. Alright guys, like and subscribe. I'll see you next time. That's all for me. I think I'm going to put a lot of these games together into like one video. So there'll be 3 videos where I say like and subscribe at the end of each game. I can edit that out though. I have the ability. That's the extent of my editing ability. I can cut out small snippets of my video. Like and subscribe, that's right. Does Inferno have strong cheese builds like Bunker Rush? Yeah, they do. MSRM is a pioneer. Brutes, yep, make brutes. Turns out tier 3 headquarters have double the energy regen as their tier 1 and tier 2 counterparts. So tier 2 gets no bonus to the tier 1. It's only at tier 3 that you get more. That's quite big. That's quite big, especially for Vanguard. The overcharge is so juicy. You can also increase the energy regeneration of your command posts with solar habitats. Main to side gate is 24 seconds. Main to corner gate is 27 seconds. So 3 more seconds to get to the bottom right corner. Yeah, that's what I thought. I said 4 seconds. It turns out to be 3. There it is. Yeah, in MSRM's favorite metric, this is how he describes most timings. Brute seconds. The amount of time a brute takes to get there. And brutes have what, 5 movement speed? Argents and Lancers 5.5. So slightly faster for the bulk of Vanguard and Celestials. Brute seconds. Alright, there it is. So that was Rusty. Able to take a win. Let me just check. Mac is pretty good. Like, whenever I see Mac, I'm like, this won't be an easy game. It won't be the hardest game. It'll be a decent game. Where is it? Players. I think he's got dots after his letters. Has he got a dot after that letter? No? Where the heck is Mac? I don't think this is the right one. Capital letters with dots after each. He's gone. He's been wiped from the records. If you lose to a Steam Deck... Yeah, it's not coming up with anything. Alright, I'll search for him again. Shadow Realm. He's been banned for losing to Rusty on a Steam Deck. Monk is a harsh overseer. Yeah, M.A.C. That's definitely what I've been searching for. You found him? How is he evading my investigation? Yeah, that's what I've been searching for. So he's 1900 Infernals, 1900 Celestials, and 1800 Vanguard, which is normal to have slightly less Vanguard MMR. Who are we kidding, guys? What the heck? So I copied and pasted what Invain typed from Steam. But when I type it, it doesn't come up with anything. What? Is he using some like special keyboard? How strange is that? Maybe it's like a French keyboard doing the French letters and they come up as a different letter, like by code. That's very funny. Because you can type in every alphabet. You can type in Cyrillic or Japanese or Korean. So yeah, maybe if he's not using a QWERTY keyboard, he's using the French one. Or a different one, at the very least. Binga 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 bong. How far is MSRM on his journey to taking away my position 1 Celestial? 2,100. He's farmed me 24 times, guys. He thinks it's okay because I farmed him with my Infernals. That's his justification. I think this is a escalation, an unreasonable one. I took 7 wins off of him as Infernal, so he takes 24 wins off of me as Vanguard. Ah, there it is, by the way. 91% win rate on the Bone Zone. Lowest on the Broken Crown. Yeah, at this point we just need a separate build for each matchup on Boneyard. Everything changes with those extra seconds of rush distance. Which is good, that's how RTS should be. Binka 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 bink bonk. Monk! How are we looking, by the way? 74 on a Thursday. Not too shabby. Well done, Storm Game. And yeah, you guys can send links in my chat. Don't worry about it. I saw Rusty send me the link on Discord. I already know it's because he's a good guy and he doesn't want to overstep or be inappropriate by posting links in my chat, but I'm fine with it as long as it's not TOS stuff, obviously. I do have a sick tech on Boneyard. I shoot the goats on the way to get energy. I've seen people do that. I don't think it's worth it. The poor little critters. They should damage you. I think if you hurt animals in a video game, you should be punished. -1 health. Or minus 100% movement speed for 1 second. Something fun like that. So if you accidentally click on it, you get punished. This is a skillful RTS after all. Alright, long games. 15-minute game against MSRM. Definitely a contender. 12-minute game. 12-minute. I don't think anybody wants to watch Vanguard Mirrors though. I find them super fun to play and try and figure out. I think it's one of the best matchups right now, ironically. But I don't know if anybody actually wants to watch it. -1 main gathering structure. It just nukes your main. The goat was well connected. VVC, 14 minutes long. Are you going to check out another custom map today? I mean, I could cast some of the replays that we did on the other custom maps. I still have all of those replays. Should I have a look, see if I've got anything good there? I need to press this button. Like me and MSRM and I did a lot of good customs. Alright, let's do it. Okay, so I will put all of these current replays in a separate folder. I do want them to copy the StarCraft 2 way of organizing a replays, where you can have folders in the game. Because right now you can make folders in the replay section, but it will not show up in game. Okay. Okay, so all of these should be customs. Who did I just see? Rusty Shacky there or something? No, I didn't see Rusty Shacky anywhere. My brain is playing tricks on me. Okay. And we're looking for long games like this one, 16 minutes. Defeat? Oh no. 36 minutes long? What happened here? Oh, do you think this is me and MSRM in the unit tester? Wurzesveg is not Yuri. You registered for Lethal Mag? Oh. There we go. Well, I thought it wouldn't be Yuri because we keep getting him on London's server, so that makes me think it was Andreas. Oh, we crashed. Replay sync, desync detected. What the heck? So is this one just not going to work? I imagine this is just a unit tester. There's no way we actually had a 36-minute long 1v1. I rarely see the inf players use Hexen. Yeah, it's kind of a dead unit. Alright, it's not letting me back in that, sadly. Alright, let's try this one out then. 16 minutes long. And somebody, if you guys remember the name of these maps, let me know, because I've already forgotten. Oh damn, it's not letting me in this one either, what the heck? Did they change something with the editor? This was only like 5 days ago. Six days ago. I can hear the sounds. We're in. We're in. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is one of those pocket games. This is the map that I think this needs to be a little bit closer, because you can see like the distance between this base and the natural, for example, here. Like if the Spriggan travel down like this, and it's a long ass map, right? Like actually it's crazy compared to the last one, how long this map is. Spriggan come in here, you need to go from your natural, say where you have your army, and walk all the way over here, and then the Spriggan just move into this dead space. And then the Spriggan just go and attack this space. And the distance by foot for this one is like, I don't know, like 30 seconds. Maybe 25 brute seconds, I would guess. All the way over here. But alright, this game is moderately long for Stormgate, 13 minutes. It's pretty good. And MSRM is down here, so there's no bottom left or bottom right, it's just bottom and top, in the bottom corner. Distance is the whole of Broken Crown, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like, this is a map feature that I'm not a big fan of. Like, it's similar to Short Circuit, where, you know, you had two bases very close to each other, and the Spriggan can, or the Scythe, or the Hornets can bounce between two bases, but there would be a space here, and the Vectors could jump down and then deal with it. Whereas here, there's no way that's going to happen. The Vectors have to go here, jump down, run over there. By that time, the Spriggan are already here, so use the Tentacle Monster to move units. I measure air distance in Harbinger seconds, of course you do. What else would it be? How fast is the Harbinger? Do you have that in your notepad? .5. Nothing to shake a stick at. Hey, MSRM. Alright, I'll cast this now. Storm game. Hello everyone, we're watching MSRM down in the bottom. It's not a corner, so I can't say bottom left or bottom right corner. Just down in the bottom center is MSRM on the Infernals, and up here is me on the Celestials. Looks like I'm going for Argents. Yeah, just seeing if this will work on such a long map. So this map is made by Oriel. I've already forgotten the name of it because my memory is like a sieve or a colander. You know, one of those metal things with holes in it. And MSRM going for the Fast Iron Vault. into a conclave. There it is. And I'm just rushing those Argents across the map. It's a very long map, so you've got all of this distance to traverse before anything happens. You have 5 storm gates in a horizontal line, and I actually really like that about this map. I think it's quite neat. You have a double Luminite mine base here. You have some Therium in the back there as well. So pretty interesting resource kind of allocation after the after the mid game is the only time you'll be thinking about taking these bases. But this could make the difference between winning and losing the game, right? Like being able to continue making Therium units or not, or just having an enormous amount of Illuminate. Oriel's saying that he fixed the Therium. That's here because before it was really hard to click a prism on the Therium. It was too close to the trees. So he's just saying he fixed that because that's why we're doing this. We're testing it, making sure that it's ready for the tournaments. There aren't any weirdnesses that need to be dealt with. So the Argents come in eventually. So like, let's actually just see here. The Argents are coming in at... It's going to look like 1 minute 10. Scarlet Isle. There it is. That's the name of the map. Scarlet Isle. So it's kind of a sandy, watery aesthetic, and I like it. It looks good. It doesn't look like I don't have any issues with how it looks. It's got some cool stuff in the middle there. And yeah, it looks like at about 1 minute 10 the Argents arrive, so a little later than the other maps, but still pretty decent. Like decent enough that if MSRM didn't rush the Iron Vaults and Conclave, he would be in big trouble here. So able to expand behind this as well. And this feels fair, right? Like it doesn't feel too oppressive. It's good that there's some early unit interaction, but MSRM shouldn't like take critical damage here and lose the game. So like this is fine as a matter, I think, that there are early units here, but the rest of the units aren't going to get that quickly, right? So it's much easier for MSRM to defend than it is for extra pressure to be added on. The only reason that there's any pressure is because Celestials has had to sacrifice early game economy. And here I am, I'm taking the double Luminite base because I'm a clown and I want to do some fun stuff on the new map. So I said this was late game stuff, but I'm doing it at the 2 minute mark. Just taking the double Luminite whilst pressuring with Argents. MSRM getting up some Luminite in his pocket base, and against Celestials you're not that worried. Celestials don't have a dropship, so they have no way of kind of harassing all of their units. They can get the Octopus guy from the Storm Gate, which is nice of course, but there's no real threat. Like Seraphim are the closest thing, but they take like 6 or 7 shots to kill an imp now. So not going to be too useful there either. Don't quite get that Gaunt, sadly. This imp, did I see him? I don't know if I saw him. I'm trying to sneak a third base. What a greedy guy. I already have my third array on the way. And there he is. He snuck it. He's managed to get it. Do get that Gaunt in the end. Passive healing was not enough to save him. And no Therium in the pocket base. So for Infernals, this is kind of a nice base.
A storm gate will activate soon.
Wait for that lady to stop talking because she's probably quite loud. And yeah, no Therium, but enough to get your Luminite up so you can get more production, get another base up. And no Therium here either, so both of us playing very low Therium, but MSRM will have access to this. My next Therium is this one,
storm gate has appeared.
Most likely, so pretty hard to get on top of that. Did get some heals from the Arc Ship as we walked round like this. And you can see this pretty cool thing here. You can see this is quite a nice choke point on both sides. So quite scary to get trapped here, but it's quite hard to set up that flank as well to get units on both sides of these chokes. MSRM would have to walk all the way around here and then come crashing on me. So it's kind of safe to poke in and out with the Storm Gate, which is nice. MSRM does get the Storm Gate. Pretty normal for Infernals to get. It gets the Faerun, which is always a big problem. I'm over here with my Strike Node trying to hold down the fort on this double Luminite. We still have a very hard working chamber on this side. So it's kind of a tunnel map, so it's hard for Rumbais. You can send them via these different avenues. I wonder if it's worth even blocking this off with buildings so that any Rumbais have to walk around a lot, because my main is very exposed here. I'm saving Sovereign's Watch on it, but if there's enough units, they will be able to take down this array no problem. But I've gone for the aggressive forward position here, taking the double base and able to keep coming in with Argents and poking. Remember, the Infernal player, he doesn't have anything really to catch and chase Argents. Brutes are slower than the Argents, and Gaunts are the same speed, I believe. No, also just 5 movements, so also slower. Oh, no, I think I have my power shot off. No, I don't. It's on, okay. So that's the nice thing about Celestials, is that you have no real threat of being hunted down. It's not like there's a bunch of dogs or overcharged Bobs workers that are going to surround you and stop your escape. And as long as you have somewhere to fall back to, you should be okay. So we have this nice fallback area with the strike node. And we're able to keep poking and prodding with the Argents, which acts as scouting, right? Because the opponent has to reveal their unit composition to deal with the Argents. Brute speed comes in and now everything does change. I can't go poking around with the Argents because their Brutes will stun and kill all of the frontline Argents. So now I'm really stuck. But we use the timing there. Before Brute speed is available, we want to be active with the Argents. And now we need to tech into something else because Argents are just not going to do it against the Brutes. And Mr. M coming in for a 4th Shrine. Has his 3 bases saturated. And we have our glorious power bank station here. Starting to mine this Therium in the back there. As I said, the next Therium is quite far away when I'm doing this, but you know, this is a cool feature of the map, is the double Luminite, so it's nice to see it being used here, and I imagine there will be plays being made around this in the tournament games.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
Now this Stormgate is quite interesting. It's in Sovereign's range, and I don't know if the Sovereigns will target a Stormgate or not. I will probably find out in a second. So there's Sovereign's Watch. And there's a nice choke point here for Celestials, right? Like, the Brutes aren't going to fit in too well here. 2 strike nodes now are helping out. And yeah, my Sovereign's Watch is now latched onto the Stormgate, which is quite funny. So no risk of the Sovereign's Watch damage being wasted. And the Stormgate almost going our way already, as Kree are bumbling around. This Faerun is still alive. Necrolusks, yeah, nice. Necrolusks immediately popping in on Emisarem's army. So you can see there, Emisarem, he doesn't know it's going to be that, but he's already there. The one in the back probably didn't do anything, but the 2 in the front got some nice damage out. And this is kind of a RNG gamble you kind of have to take, because if I popped anything else there, then Emisarem would have killed it instantly with his army. But since I popped the Baneling unit, now he actually lost a decent chunk of his army. And this will happen because there's a higher chance well, actually there isn't, right? It's a higher chance there are Necrolusks than there aren't. So maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Still though, Infernal units doing well. I'm struggling to spend my money here. If we could spend some of that money, it'd be great. Okay, there we go. 8 Kree popping out at a time. But Necrolusks or not, still hard to take good trades against the Inferno P here. And we do have enough cream, we should be able to kind of surround and kill some of these Hellborn. They're the target here, we kind of just ignore everything else, because they're very expensive. They are quite tanky, but you know, compared to how much they cost, they're not. So they're great targets, and we do get all the Hellborn, which is great. And now Celestials need something to deal with a potential dragon, because it's already 9 minutes into the game, and the dragon could be coming out. We have no idea whether or not that's in the cards for Emisarem or not, but it could be, right? Instead, we have a couple of Magmadons by the looks of it. And just the fact that we're able to take these resources is quite a positive, because it means that there's no way the opponent will later on in the game. So there's no fight for these resources later, because they've already been taken. So that's a big point there. It is Illuminite though, which is not the one that you want to be slurping up. Ideally, you slurp up the Therium from your opponent and force them onto just Luminite units. Of course, just Luminite units is brutes for Infernal, so it's not a bad thing. Like, it's not bad to have 200 supply of brutes. Kree are coming on in. They're probably going to try and see what's going on. We see the Twilight Spire. The assumption is that that's the first one, and the reason is there's not more of them. Like, if there were 3 here, the assumption is that there's already another one somewhere. Because you don't usually build like 3 Twilight Spires at a time. Unless you think they're countering Archangels or something. Do actually manage to wiggle these guys into the pocket base and kill 6 workers, which is nice.
Dimensional rift detected.
And you can see even for ground forces like slipping in here, it then just takes MSRM way too long to get in there. So whilst that was happening with the Kree, we dive in with the other Kree. It's mostly just Kree, let's be honest. We're trying to cause mayhem. So you can see MSRM did a really good job with the way he built his base. These gremlins are just stopping me from moving around easily. I think they're worse than Fellhogs. Fellhogs were absolute goats at stopping units from getting to where they wanted to go. Even one Fellhog would often stop an entire train of Kree or something, Argents and Kree, from getting where they wanted to. Gremlins, I guess because they're range units, don't block nearly as much. So hard nerf to Infernals with ranged Fellhogs now. Stormgate over here is kind of a big question for both players. MSRM sending some Fiends over there. Fiends absolute kings. Killing Stormgates, especially if you drop the effigy and start getting their armor shred debuff on them. But MSRM not doing that yet. Too busy trying to fight more Argent Kree. So moving into Magmadons, I've noticed MSRM do that more and more as he's trying to get onto the Magmadons with the tier 3 upgrade. Seraphim showing off the Fiends, and Seraphim obviously also very good at killing Stormgates. That's what their energy is for, is to do the basically a power shot that's specific to Stormgates. It used to be on the creep camps, of course, but now it's specific to Stormgates. So they still have their function of kind of mediocre air unit that shoots down, but also specifically good against one thing, which is Stormgate killing. And you can see we're kind of chipping away here. Once these guys come here with their energy shots, they'll start progressing forward. But it's still not incredibly fast, as you can see. It is the tier 3 one. We had the Faerun, then we had the Necrolusks, and now we have the tier 3 one. So this is the toughest one to break. We did it with 6 Seraphim after some Fiends had already munched on them. Main array being lifted to the pocket base, and this Therium is being mined via this Therium Purifier, whilst the Prisms are homeless here from this array. So pretty nice for Celestials to be able to do this kind of thing. Once this array is up, these Prisms will mine that as well. Oh my goodness, I missed all the action. Talking about Prisms and stuff. Alright, let's see what's actually happening in this game. Dragon is out. We've got a decent amount of Magmadons. Actually, a very decent amount. 8 Magmadons. Ay, ay, ay. Dragon, this isn't an MSRM move. You will send the dragon by himself, see what's up, poke at some prisms. Argents try and catch that. Do a decent chunk of damage. Do a very decent chunk of damage. Kills the dragon, but then there's 8 Magmadons. And that was 100% worth it for me, surely. 1 dragon for my entire army? Doesn't get better than that. Fuck, dude, look at this shit. Oh my goodness. Not like this. So that's one map-specific issue I have, is that MSRM bullied me with his dragon and then 8 Magmadons killed my entire army for free. There should be a little water slide where my Argents can take it down and return back here or something. I make sure to talk to Auriel about that. He's also a Celestial main, so maybe he'll be partial to this. Ay, ay, ay. I forgot this happened. Why am I casting this game? That's so embarrassing. Here comes my Stormcaller from the Stormgate reward. It's called Dimensional Storm. Oh no, it's AFK. Okay, it's back in the action. Get him, boys. This thing can be really good. It can, but if it's in a big open space like this, it's not going to do anything. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, we've been had. I mean, the 8 Magmadons were enough. Where's my GG? Oh, I did say GG. Okay, okay. Good. I wouldn't have left this game without GGing, surely. And there it is. So this is another cool map, Scarlet Isle by Oriel. I do like it, but I just hate... It's my least favorite because of the pocket base and how exposed it is to air harass. I just think that makes it much... like, it removes a lot of strategy when you have to build 3 strike nodes here or 3 towers to defend air units. But generally it's fine. Like, it's still a good map. Overall, it's still a good map. I like the way the storm gates are positioned in a line like this with these tunnels. That provides for some interesting decision making. I like this big open space where you try and defend your double luminite. This is quite interesting as well. Hard kind of traps here, as we saw with the Argents and the Magmatons. Choke points around the storm gate, favoring range units, etc. Also favoring wraparounds with fast melee units. Pretty cool. Yeah, so that's another map I hope to see on the ladder, as well as all the other custom maps, because there really hasn't been like a bad custom map yet. They've all been fantastic, so credit to everyone that's making maps right now. And yeah, that's all for me. Like and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Ay, ay, ay. I want Van, and I want Van now. James, do you actually care about Vanguard's content? Because I was thinking about casting a Vanguard mirror, but then I thought, who actually wants to watch a Vanguard mirror? Monk and subscribe. And yeah, I've done quite a few Vanguard casts and a Vanguard tutorial on my YouTube, James. You should be there learning how to Vangoon like the best of them. Scarlet Isle. Is it 2 T's in Scarlet or 1? Cast me versus refresh. He shows how to play late game. I show how not to play any part of the game. Listen to MSRM, he's smarter and more handsome than you. That may be true. If that's true, there's nothing I can do about it. Are you playing Inferno P? I mean, I'm very partial to refresh games. There he is. Losing to Vanguard as Inferno P? What the heck, dude? This is a veritable banger in the making. Refresh versus MSRM. Hire a game friend and let him play Vanguard against you in a custom map. After that, cast it. I mean, that would be great. Matarino's always asking for people to play on his map. I would love to just sit there and cast Game Friend, JXP, Korean Bob, more MSRM. But honestly, like, feels like 50% of the casted games in Stormgate are me and MSRM. Like, one of us are in the games or both of them. We do need to get more players involved. It's just we're really no-lifing Stormgate, so like we're there, we're available, and we're not like hiding our strats. If you scroll down, there's a game of MSRM versus me. What are you called? Are you called James? Oh, there you are, Dong. Is this you, Dong? It was a tactical masterclass. He was Cell. Yeah, I know Dong Ilya is Jay. He loves that name. So you're not Dong, okay. MSRM bullying Plat 2s. What's your name in the game? I don't know who I'm looking for here. Dong Yulia is such a classic name. Cyber Panda. Oh, I saw MSRM played him as Infernals as well. I didn't see you here, but I saw you as when he was playing Infernals. Maybe it was him. Yeah, I mean, I saw the name, and I thought that could be you, as I didn't recognize it. There he is. Do you want me to quickly watch this? I won't cast this, because this is just bullying. MSRM got a fine. Goat of Van GG versus MSRM guy. Alright, I'll watch this really quickly just for you, James. And we can shame MSRM for bullying new players. Even though you're not a new player, but you're still Plat 2 or something. 6 whole minutes. It was a beatdown. Alright. You made him work for it. Alright, let's times 4. This got the barracks on top. I'll give you some coaching in the meantime. Wait, hold on. Instant barracks? We're just gonna walk over there with lances, huh? Well, we're gonna walk over there with lances, but we're gonna wait 10 minutes to build a lancer. Yeah. Where's the lancer? Why did you build a barracks? The James! It's James. The James. Hi, James. The James Libby, he knows you. You're too busy typing. Just don't let MSRM get in your head like this. He always gets in your head like this. Supply block. See? You're there talking to MSRM thinking it's all friendly. He's trying to get you to make mistakes like this. He does this all the time. You watch out. You watch out for this guy. The Shroudless expand. A legend. I have heard that MSRM is very kind to worse players. Like, he'll deliberately not go and execute them. So he's gone one volt into double shrine here. Whereas he could already be killing James with the first brute. Why do you like Grimmy so much? Okay. Exposed. Exposed, my friend. Aha, yes. The sitting 3 lancers on top of the ramp strategy. I compensate the kindness when I play versus even or better players. True. No, it's good. If there's any player, I will do my best to execute them. That's just a philosophy. It's nothing personal. Isn't he a bit beneath you? Oh my god. This is who you're being kind to, MSRM. You should have meat farm rushed this guy. Look at me deny this brute. I think he'll deny your veterancy, yeah. He split it so you didn't get veterancy.
Dimensional rift detected. A storm gate will activate soon.
Oh, hold on, a Hellforge. Okay, you see, you were mean to me. He beat me with Argents a bunch. You see? Good question. He beat me with Argents a bunch. I thought MSRM was fighting for my honor because he throws down the Hellforge to really slap down these Lancers and Hedgehog. Salt Mines episode. I mean, I'm just getting caught in the crossfire. I had nothing to do with these two in this game. What the heck? Character assassination going on here. Fiend scouting around. Oh, harass. Is James going to respond to the harass? Yeah, he doesn't even lose a worker. Nice one, James. He's got his natural up. He's got a power stone. Super hedgehog. You going for that super hedgehog? Catching strays, I know. He's cheap like that. Why do you like Grimmy so much? Again with the questioning. You don't even bother to spell my name right. You're a Timmy? You're a Timmy. Unbelievable. This is what you get. Heck him up, MSRM. Yeah, the full surround. Get him. Pulling out the injured brutes. Don't let him kill a single unit. Heck him up. This hecking guy. Alright, MSRM gave you 6 minutes of grace. Dominated the first Storm game. Yeah, that's true. Why did you want me to watch this? This was just you chatting shit about me and then dying to brutes. Ay, ay, ay. Heck this guy. What an honorable loss. Did you even say GG? I'm gonna say you didn't. Alright. So that was a pretty good VVI. Now let's see if there's something that can compete with that fine game. It's MSRM and refresh. No, I don't think you did, James. I think you BM'd. Okay, here we go. We have MSRM in the bottom left on Broken Crown, opening up fast Iron Vaults against a refresh. It looks like he will just expand first. Yeah, he will just expand first. This is a nice opportunity because we don't get to see much of refresh. His replays are closed, but MSRM's replays are open. So anytime you play against MSRM, just know that I might be peeping on that replay, casting it and putting it on YouTube, and watching it on Twitch too. So just the calm, composed Iron Vault, ready for the turret rush, but also ready to just go ahead and expand, which is what we're going to do. This guy might go and scout. Yeah, he's going down here. He's going to scout for the 4 or 5 workers that might be appearing and starting to build sentry posts. Doesn't look like it, says MSRM. I'm going to go and expand. Drops down the effigy. Expands. Yeah, refresh has been favoring expand first into hogs. One of the workers, whilst he still has the overcharge, is deciding to build a barracks. Partially walling off this space. Not sure if it would have been better to just use a worker in the main to do that and have this guy finish the command post faster. Not a huge deal either way. Immediate Lancer begins. MSRM throwing down a Conclave. 2 guys on gas, ready to pump out gaunts. 1 brute walks across the map. The Lancer is mostly done. Another one is already queued up. And we have 6 guys on gas in the main as well. MSRM begins the chopping. Lancer is out. Happy to take a one-on-one trade with a Lancer. Goes into the main to see what's up. Most importantly, seeing that there's 6 guys on gas. Mech Bay coming down, we see that as well for MSRM. And a Conclave, so another Conclave. MSRM saying, okay, it's Hedgehogs. Or, you know, it could be very light Hedgehog into fast Vulcans. But either way, Weavers and Gaunts are what you want. Weavers for the Vulcan, Hedgehog, Gaunts for the Hedgehog. But it looks like double Hedgehog production. And what our friend Refresh likes to do is to do a turret rush on the 3rd base. We did see a cool game where he did that against MSRM on Boneyard. This map is even shorter, so it does favor the bunkers and the worker pulls with overcharge. And 3rd base does go down for MSRM, so he's trying to catch up because the Infernals have to build 9 volts. which means their natural gets delayed and they can't multi-build it with overcharge as well. So trying to catch up economically. Light on the production. Ritual chamber coming in now, that's interesting. So Gaunt Speed is what you get out of that, or maybe even the Flaming Imp upgrade, which is very underused right now because it's very broken, like it's bugged. The imps last for like 20 seconds for some reason. I don't think that was intended, but that is what we've had. Stormgate is up. We've got 2 Hogs and 3 Lancers versus 3 Brutes and 4 Gaunts. Emissary coming around trying to see if he can apply any infest. There's the workers. Workers coming in and try to build a sentry post. Sentry post gets denied immediately. A lot of Refresh's units are stuck behind the Stormgate. He's trying to move them through because it's very awkward. Obviously, the aggro sometimes goes on the Stormgate if there's nothing in range. So an A-click will not be the most effective. You have to do a lot of awkward move commanding. And remember, we did pull workers for this, so all of the time that these workers are here, they're not mining, and that's a lot of resources lost for a refresh. Emissary says, okay, you've got a Buzzsaw Cannon, you've still got a lot of workers here. I'm going to chill. He's getting Plague Traps. So Hexen Tech is actually what we're going for, which to me is an enormous sign of disrespect from Emissary. But he does like to experiment, especially against good players. He'll try some funky stuff. It's not like he's trying to lose the game, he's just trying to win the game in a different fashion to how he's used to. And we do have, yeah, Hexen Traps coming out. We have 2 Conclaves, so we can produce Hexens. And turrets are coming in. Remember, instead of these Hexen Traps and Conclaves, we could have Hellborn right now. Hellborn able to blast down turrets and stuff like that. And Lancers. But we'll see if these Hexens are able to do anything. We haven't seen much Hexens. Someone in my chat just recently said, where are the Hexens? I haven't seen them in a long time. Well, here's one. We have a trap over here. We have turrets being built behind the tree line here. So Emissary may not even know about this. Yeah, he has no idea that there are turrets being built behind his tree line. The Faerun is there cleaning house, making sure everyone's topped up. And we have this Hexen and Hexen Trap tech. Unable to do too much of it. Forward sentry post now coming in. There's a Buzzsaw Cannon there. Not sure what that's really for, because it's not going to reach anything. Aha! The Lancer walks through the Hexen Trap and takes some damage. Another Buzzsaw Cannon comes in. I mean, we're definitely missing Hellborn here, no? Just to plow down everything here. There's no actual damage outside of the Buzzsaw Cannons. The Hedgehogs are not enough. A bunch more Hexen Traps being put down, hoping that after all of this is cleared up, the army of Refresh gets walked in on, walks over those traps. Biolab finally coming down. One Lancer tanks it. And we've got lots of old men in the back with their sticks, putting down traps on the ground. This Hedgehog is close to getting into that. Weavers, oh, we're gonna, yeah, we might be able to pull units into the traps, which is cool. MSRM, by the way, getting a third base over here behind this. Refresh is hard committed to the 2 base. Doesn't quite have full Luminite saturation, so even though he managed to clear out the Infernal third base, oh, nice trap. Even though he managed to clear out the Infernal third base, he's still behind economically.
A Stormgate has appeared.
MSRM has the shrine here as well, so lots of mining going on there. And you can see he's using he's kind of putting some units into the traps and then healing them up with the Faerun and the repair turrets. Nice, okay. That was good. Walking over a lot of traps there, loses the Lancers from his army. These Hedgehogs just don't have anything to kill them. Yeah, I mean, the Hexen are just not good enough with their right clicks to ever kill these 5 Hedgehogs that have been here for a while. Hedgehogs running over the traps get quite low, but not quite low enough. And MSRM trying his absolute best to get the Hexen to work. He does have Miasma almost finished. Vulcans are coming in as well. Some Hellborn were just made as well. So we do have some decent damage dealers in the back now, as well as Miasma. So you don't really want to stand still for too long with the Miasmas in play. There they are. pulling away from that, and now the Hellborn will come in and clear up the turrets. Some more miasmas going down. Shame we lost that Weaver from earlier, because he would have been great for these Vulcans, which are just in the back there doing damage. Okay, finally going to take a third base here for refresh, so it's 8 minutes in. MSRM already has a fully saturated third, but he doesn't feel comfortable to move out, right? Like, Hexens take caution to make them work. Laying down traps, finding a good place for the miasma. You can't just walk across the map, because if you get surrounded, it's over. You're not going to get the miasmas everywhere that you need them to, and then your Hexens will all just get annihilated. Even some skulls there to provide some vision. You do have the dog pack, a very nice Stormgate reward, so that will be able to harass this base, maybe even jump in and harass this, maybe even jump in here and harass that. So very respectable harassment force here. We'll probably just deny this base. The damage is good. Runs away, but that main army is now in the third base of MSRM. The workers from the first pull are still here. And what do we have to clear up these Vulcans? Miasma no longer deals the damage, percentage-based damage that would shred the Vulcans like they did before. We do have Hellborn. They're slowly getting there, trying to get onto the heavy targets. Miasma is available. The units were stood in the miasma for a few seconds, but as I say, it's no longer the damage it used to be, so these high health units not really caring. We have some nano swarms around as well, with the Faerun in the back and a repair turret, so lots of healing, able to kind of counteract the tick damage from the miasma. Hellborn getting on top of the Vulcans, target firing 2 of them down, but losing all the Hellborn in the process. Gets a third Vulcan there, very nice. And yeah, Refresh just really hammering the healing strategy here. Medtechs, Faerun, repair turret. Weavers are now coming in, and a big army just out of nowhere appears for MSRM. Hooks in one Vulcan. Are we going to get another one? We do. We get another Vulcan. Very nice. What happened to that dog pack? Oh, they're here. Yeah, the dog pack is in the main now, causing trouble. We'll be able to blink out, do some more damage. Unfortunately, the gremlins take the aggro, so we didn't actually lose any workers there. Oh no, the dog pack, I wouldn't have done that. Using the dog to tank the trap there. These dogs are so valuable. Okay, now we are trying to move forward. We've got some front line in the Brutes and the Weaver. And was that an Atlas drop? Yeah, we've managed to get up to an Atlas drop behind all of this excitement for Refresh. It's now Atlas dropping the Stormgate, trying to find, might even try and land here. Yeah, get some good shots in there. Gets 2 Brutes, very nice. Shadow Flyers are out, so he needs to be careful. The Shadow Flyers are kind of bumbling around right now, but they could be targeting the Atlas drop. But we do have a bunch of Exos, so we've hard switched into Bio. Exos do not have their tier 3 upgrade yet. This Atlas drop has found a nice spot here to just keep dropping and getting beautiful damage done here. So Atlas drop being used to good effect here. You don't see it very often, but the players that can do it will use them very well. Weaving, trying to catch one, but picking up and dodging the lash. Creating a real problem here for the Infernal player. It's just been too chaotic, and MSRM put so much Therium into his Hexens that he doesn't have the Therium for, say, a Dragon or a bunch of Shadow Flyers that would normally deal with this. And as I say, this is why Hexens are not very popular. It's very hard to make them work too well. Actually using Soulforge on Atlases. So now we have 5 Atlases in 3 dropships. And apparently they actually renamed Miasma, so I will find out what that's called now, and or next time I see a Hexen, and I'll call it the appropriate name. Shadow Flyers trying to get onto the evacs. Atlases get dropped. And there's just a beautiful amount of Bio and Atlases. Atlas is doing very well at zoning. The Infernal Army and the Exos are slowly chipping away at this base. MSRM has done well. He's managed to get up these 2 bases as well, so he's not out of the game yet. But he is missing his trademark Dragon. Again, this is all off of the back of having to make these high Therium units like Hexen and Weavers. as opposed to just making nothing but brutes and gaunts and then getting a dragon and then Hellborn, which is the standard way of playing this matchup for the Inferno P. And then obviously Shadow Flares if there's anything that needs Shadow Flares. GG! Hexon, I can't believe that didn't work. That's MSRM's comment about this game. But yeah, it's cool. MSRM does a service to the Infernal kind of stance, the Infernal viewpoint, where he shows you that not everything about Infernal is strong. He will lose games trying to go Spriggan, trying to go Hexen, Weaver. There are still a bunch of Infernal units that are just very underwhelming compared to the good units from the opponent. So, you know, you can see here Vulcans did very well, Hedgehogs and Turrets do well. It's not completely hopeless for the other two factions. So this is MSRM's secret way. He won't admit it, of course, but this is a secret way of saying, hey, don't over-nerf me. Don't do it too hard because Infernals will start to suffer because we actually have a bunch of units that need a bit of love, like the Spriggan and the Hexen, that are just very hard to make work, even at the highest level here. And you can see, like, the Hexen attempt was there. We tried to put down some traps. They sometimes looked like they did something, but overall it was such a huge sink into Therium especially that as the game progressed, there was just no growth from the Infernal player. And eventually we just got out-teched, right? Like, there was no way to deal with the Atlas drop. And then by the time that the bunch of Xers were there, where we would want Miasma, the Hexen were already dead, so yeah, just no tech growth. But yeah, still a really cool game. A great game, obviously, from MSRM, even though he lost. Trying something new against the #1 Vanguard world right now on the ladder. That's Refresh. I'll show you guys here. He's the only player that's managed to get a very solid MMR. 2,323 MMR. 84% win rate, so it's not like one of these accounts where you just get a 200 win streak playing noobs. He has been playing a lot of good players. He's 1-9 versus Control, 32-5 versus Kong. So he's managed to get a lot of Infernal versus Vanguard practice against Kong here. Senegalo who's able to beat as well. Impressive stuff, but Control is definitely posing a threat to him. Let's look at the current patch. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't this patch that he lost against Control. He's just been doing really well this patch. What's his win rate? 92% on this patch. 95% win rate against Van. 93 against Infernal. 86 against Celestial. Impressive stuff. But there it is. Nice to get a refresh replay. Thank you, MSRM, for telling me about this. As you can see, his match history is private, so we don't get to see much about it. But that's all for me. I hope you've enjoyed this Vulcan shooting this shrine for the past 2 minutes. Oh, so nice and peaceful over here. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Like and subscribe. So it's safe to assume that refresh equals dopamine equals ZSC equals Jan Pilot. I don't know. I don't know if it's refresh or not. It would make sense. Refresh playing a lot on an account called Refresh just as dopamine stops playing. Zero Sugar Coke. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It would make sense if it's him. Got a unique one base Van versus Cell if you want to see it. I do want to see it. Also, actually, Korean Bob dropped a replay in the Discord yesterday. We should look at that as well. That's a good one. Like and submit. Marine Marauder Medevac, then he added tanks as a backline. I love listening to infinite Vulcan shooting immersed in the battlefield. On my cell untapped against Korean name. Okay. Should be able to just search Turla here. This one? Yeah. Korean Bob and I had a one base versus one base high tech game CVV. That's probably what he posted actually. Yeah, I think it is because he was saying about medtechs countering vectors. This one's Mangrusel. Sexy man. I love that that's his alt name. His alt name is Sexy Man. Well, MSRM sent me a replay pack of his nudes earlier. You guys can judge if that's a Sexy Man or not. Alright, Taylor versus Korean guy, let's go. How many submissives do you have on your channel? I plead the fifth. Storm game. Okay, hello everyone. This is Sexy Man, Mangrusel on the Vanguard, up against Teller on the Celestials. Teller going for that chamber first by the looks of the way this Morph Core is moving. And Mangrusel going for 4 guys on gas immediately. He's overcharged as well immediately. Which does mean that this one worker is not overcharged building the barracks, which is kind of sad. You know, he could use one of these guys to build that barracks and get it done faster. Chamber is pumping out Argents. Teller says he's the guinea pig in this game. The standard player. He wants to call it standard player and not Argent abuser. I respect that. So the mech bay has started. As I say though, if you'd used one of the workers that was overcharged, this mech bay would be a lot further along. And here it is, the second mech bay. So I actually have seen Mangrusel do this, even in VVV. The barracks is then sold. So it's pretty cool, right? Like he's able to get 2 mech bays and then sell the barracks and have lots of money. The issue is he will have 3 Argents in his base, 2 for now. He's going to try and mitigate this with some repair micro. If he moves this Bob off of the mech bay, he can't then construct the mech bay, so that would have been a big problem. He had to keep that one worker alive. Ow. Losing a worker there is quite painful. He's going to lose another one. Very painful. And actually evacuating here with the 3 Argents, but this Hedgehog is nowhere near to be done. So this could have been another 3-4 workers lost before the Hedgehog is done. But Teller's trying to play it safe. He doesn't want to get caught across or caught in the middle of the opponent's main and then have to run away with 3 Argents. But this is a very unstandard build, so it makes sense that there's no read on when the Hedgehog would come out. But if you see a second mech bay, you know that they've poured so many resources that they shouldn't have. So, yeah, the reason for that is he just couldn't start his Hedgehogs on time. Especially between having his workers harassed. But here it comes. 2 Hogs. Is it a safe opening against an aggressive player? No, I wouldn't say so. From what I just saw, if I then played as the Celestial in this situation, he would have lost all of his workers before the first Hedgehog popped out. Especially since you can keep sending more than 3 Argents. You could just keep pumping Argents off of that one chamber. And then even once the first Hedgehog is out, you don't really care. You can kind of deal with that. With 3 Argents, you can kind of deal with that without losing an Argent. With 4 Argents, you can just kill the Hedgehog without losing anything, obviously.
Dimensional rift detected.
But we do have
Stormgate
2
will
mech bays
activate
now,
soon.
pumping Hedgehogs. And this is a big problem for anyone trying to take the Stormgate, so hopefully Taylor is wise enough not to really try. There's just no way he's going to get into enough Argents to deal with this Hedgehog timing. So the first the first Stormgate will go the way of Mangrusel. So used to saying armor. But yeah, nice to get a game from Mangrusel, by the way. Thanks for this replay. And yeah, the first Stormgate could be a Faerun, and the Faerun plus this amount of Hedgehogs does pose a big problem, especially if we rebuild the barracks and get a dog. because the dog can provide us the vision necessary to take out this array. So it is a Faerun, and we'll see what we can do here. In theory, this is a tremendous position. We've got a crazy amount of hedgehogs for this time in the game. He's kind of looking for the third base. There is a strike node on the ramp. As I say, a dog would be ideal here, but he had to sell his barracks, so he doesn't get that. Let's see if he makes the dog now. Looks like we're supply blocked. And tier 2 is what we choose. So we could, instead of the dog, use one of those drones that you send out that can provide the high ground vision. I don't know if anybody's actually good at using them yet. Like, if you send it here, for example, will that provide enough high ground vision? Because if you put it too close, the Argents can just shoot it down. It feels like we've missed our timing here. Like, we had such a crazy amount of hedgehogs and a Faerun. I would have just potatoed into that natural. Strike node. Or no strike node. Yeah, obviously we just don't have the dog because we sell the barracks, which is a bit sad. We'll see if there'll be a sensor drone or something, see what we do with this tier 2. We just make Vulcans now, so it looks like maybe Vulcans through the trees. Vulcans, of course, very good against Kree. Also good against Argents if they get warmed up. The issue is usually that the Argents catch the Vulcans, or dash even with the upgrade, and destroy the Vulcans before they can charge up. But they do twice the amount of damage as far as I'm aware. Oh no, the Faerun's in the front, but is actually able to escape. But no, we then choose to run away instead of standing and fighting. Yeah, the Faerun going down really hurts. Still, 3 Kree for a Faerun. And we're now pushing forward with the Vulcans, but they're very slow. Let's look at their move speed 4, so much slower than everything else that's out right now. And of course, Celestials has got 2 bases and 1 Therium. 2 Luminite bases and 1 Therium. Mining happily, so we kind of need insanely good trades here as the Vanguard. Running up the ramp, there is the Kree. Getting a good shot from the Argents there for Turler onto the Vulcan. We're kind of growing this big ball of mech here, but where is it all going to go from here? Seems like every second that goes by is a bad second for Mangrusel. Feels like his strategy here is to hope that Turler just potatoes his army up this ramp into a 1 base player when he's got 2 bases. And take the worst fight imaginable. That does seem to be the strategy. He's actually got a 3rd base, which I've missed. Fully saturated already. So Turler playing it correctly. He doesn't need to throw this game by attacking into 10 Vulcans and a bunch of overcharged workers. He can just sit and make more economy and play it patiently. It's on Mangrusel to do something. Here come the workers. They're carrying Therium, but that doesn't mean they do more damage. I feel like they should. The extra Therium should count as a club, as a weapon. Here comes the all-in, basically. It's a bunch of workers. 5 Vulcans. 6 Vulcans, actually. That's a pretty reasonable amount of Vulcans considering the 1 base situation. Absolutely melts the Kree. And Turler is falling back slowly. 1 Argent even gets stunned there. And we're going for the Stormgate? Yeah, looks like we're going for the Stormgate. We out of Therium now for Vulcans. We sell one of the mech bays. You can see there's a big hole here where the mech bay used to be. And going for the Stormgate could be something good. Could be like a Broodmother. Or the Dog Pack, I think, is tier 2, right? So Dog Pack would be great. Turler coming in now saying, okay, you're going at the Stormgate. I can see that on the minimap. And we get the Vile Lurker. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. He can actually shoot up here without vision. You can just use the manual attack. But we have lost our main now as the Vanguard player. We're going in for the death push. We're building a structure here so we can't get evicted from the game by losing all of our buildings. Hedgehog sieging, not really going to get that much, not even the prism sadly. Vile Lurker coming in. Turler turns around and says, okay, I'm here, I'm ready to fight. A lot of his Argents are still trapped because the Kree are so much faster, obviously. Dinosaur guy gets exploded. Turret also gets exploded, so There is a risk of losing all of our buildings, but we've kind of forgotten about the main there. Killed all the workers. That Kree exploding, not even getting its death animation. And Vulcans are here and are posing a problem. There is one Saber here. But honestly, yeah, Argents are just kind of good enough against Vulcans. If you're ahead, you can kind of rely on them. Still, they're pretty close. Remember, we do have some money trickling in here from 2 base saturation. So we do have 4 Argents being produced at a time. Actually managed to squeeze out a Vulcan there. Somehow did the Mangrussel. This one Bob keeping this Vulcan alive. Oh, you hate to see it. That one worker. Full value there, keeping that injured Vulcan alive and actually causing a bit of trouble. Sovereign's Watch is cast. More Argents are being produced, and we're kind of in that nice spot where we kill the opponent's production with more units as they're being produced. So regardless of having more money, it's getting very close. It's getting very dicey. We're rebuilding some chambers over here. Unfortunately, Celestials cannot sell their production here, so all these buildings can go down. But it's just speed is what we're lacking here. We would love to chase down these Argents and stop the production, like the units from growing into a powerful ball. Argents coming in, focusing down that one injured Vulcan, gets it. And then running away. 4 Cabals are being produced. Now everyone tells me this unit is completely overpowered and broken, so let's see how that goes. And there's just 3 Vulcans, a Hedgehog, and a Dream. These 3 prisms that were evicted from the natural are now mining long distance Therium, which is nice. Still a lot of Therium being mined in the main and natural too. Only the 1 Hedgehog for anti-air. So really this game is probably a draw at worst for Turler. As long as there's not like a Hornet that's produced. How can Vanguard kill an Arc ship in the corner? He does still have mining though, and he's actually sending all of his workers across the map again. Cabals have cast Debilitate on all of these Vulcans, so they're shooting slower. We've got Morph Cores helping out now. This one worker needs to die. Finally he dies. Bob the Builder, they're actually providing an insane amount of healing for these Vulcans. We do have the Argent Charge upgrade now, so able to follow the injured Vulcan there and kill him, but we have a full surround of heal on the Vulcan. And yeah, just the low supply, the 14 supply Vanguard here with his 1 Vulcan. Able to cause trouble, but ultimately not being able to stop the production from Celestials. Focus firing down the workers. Arcship is also healing in the back there somewhat. The hard-working Morph Cores doing 2 damage a hit there against the Vulcan. 8 damage against the workers, but they can heal each other, of course. Very injured Argents, all managing to get out of there. Looks like they're going to the health zone. We do have a couple of surges in terms of surging the Arcship for more heal. So could send the Arcship to the side, surge it, and have 4 heals ready for these Argents. And this game didn't really go the way I expected. It must be very frustrating to have like 4 units and some workers just refusing to die. Now building turrets. 1 Vulcan is still going. He's actually targeting the array. Getting up a turret as well. So denying this array. Okay, gets the healing turret up. Able to heal up that Vulcan even further. He's now rank 2, so he's got a lot more health than he's used to having. 180 more health, 20% more damage, 10% more attack speed. And this Vulcan is still here. He's now rank 3. He's a god amongst men. Look at this. He's taking out the OP balls. He's under debilitate, but he's got an extra 30% damage and 15% attack speed. Focus firing the healing turret now, saying, okay, once that turret's down, we can finally actually do permanent damage to this Vulcan, who is just here mowing down the world. 1 Vulcan and a Dream. Even the worker now getting a...
Dimensional rift detected.
Oh no.
A storm gate
Even the
will
worker
activate
getting a rank 3. We do need to kill that 1 worker, I think. Moving away, but he finally, finally goes down. And that MSRM GG timing, also apparently the Mangrusel GG timing. Just one very tanky unit and a dream. Almost stealing the win out from under Turler's nose, but Turler doing well. Keeping alive in a stressful situation where you just don't expect the Vulcans to survive that long. But they did, and they almost took the game from him. Good God, yeah. Nice. All right. Well, that was a very fun one. Thanks, Turler, for sending me this Mangrusel replay. Well played to both players. And like and subscribe. I'll see you guys next time. What an actual game. Sadly, no barrier. Am I right, girls? Absolutely. A dog Amogus. Took me 4 minutes to kill a single Vulcan. Yeah, I'm like, okay, he'll clear this up. He's still got production. He'll clear this up. And he manages to keep ranking up and surviving with one worker helping him out. Ay, 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 Vanguard moment. Good stuff. Yeah, that was definitely a fun one. Okay, I can rename this to Turler versus Mangrusel, since I now know who the Korean guy is. We've done MSRM versus Refresh. We've got a Korean Bob replay to go over. And then we have all of the custom session as well. Yeah. If I play Storm Game, will Grammy cast it? Yeah. Of course. Alright, I'll just find that replay. It should be Korean Bob versus MSRM. And MSRM has been cooking recently. He's come up with his own special flavor of Celestials. I've been bullying my Vanguard with it. We've had a couple of replays casted on the topic. I've lost to it several times. I feel like he's getting better at it, and the more we play, the more I'm losing and he's winning with this style. Oh, did I rename it? 1 second, guys. I need to find the right place for this replay. MSRM Vector. MSRM versus Korean Bob. Vector Banji Chief Fun. This. What are your thoughts about maps with a lot of dead space? Good, bad? I like a small amount of dead space, but nothing too obnoxious. Best I can offer you is StarCraft 2 replays from 2019. Almost motivated, he said. As his legal representative, I can assure you that he will. Wow, I didn't know I had a legal representative. That's fantastic. Oh boy, are you going to be a busy lady, Muffin. You don't know what you've signed up for. Yeah, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I think a bit of dead space, that like this is fine, right? Like there needs to be somewhere you can hide a flying unit so that you can play that game of don't F2 for your opponents. But if it's too far and you have to chase 20 seconds into the corner of the map because they have a dragon there or something, then that becomes silly. It just needs to be over quickly. Like I have a unit to deal with whatever you've got hidden here. Go away, you went away, let's get on with the game, rather than like 10 minutes of chasing you in the dead space and then you finally leave. Which faction will benefit Dead Spaces the most in your opinion? I mean Vanguard and Infernal, Spriggan and Hornets, but neither of those units are very popular right now. I think the most useful thing is Harbingers with Gaunts in them still, and Atlas drops. But Atlas drops don't really want to be harassing workers and stuff. They'll be with the army for the most part, so it's mostly just the Infernal dropship. Good thing about Stormgate is that we can create an unpathable mesh for air units, meaning we can remove dead space if we want to. There it is. Yeah, I like it on Short Circuit, that map we played first, or we watched first today. There's just a small amount of dead space behind the main. You can still harass 2 bases quite easily with air units, but it's also easy for units to get there and defend it. It feels fair. Whereas on that Scarlet Isle, there was just a ton of dead space between 2 bases. And the Spriggan are going to sit there and just keep harassing 3 different bases all game long, you know? The good thing about Stormgate is the Stormgates just don't admit to anything. Solid legal advice. Alright. Just a swig of the old beverage. Storm game. Hello everyone. We're watching MSRM, a ladder menace, an up-and-coming top Celestial player. Sick of winning as Infernal, he's starting to bully everyone on the ladder with Argents and Vectors and things like that. And in the top right we have Korean Bob, a fantastic Vanguard player with his own ideas on how to play. He's got 2 guys on gas, rallying in the 3rd one, then he'll overcharge. Probably? No overcharge. Okay, he's keeping overcharge. Interesting. Interesting. He's also got 200 resources, so he could build his barracks, but he hasn't chosen to yet. Okay, now he's overcharging and building the barracks with 2 workers. MSRM with his chamber first, queuing up 3 Argents, surging them across the map. Mech Bay coming out, Argents running across, and the Arkship is also going across the map, suggesting it's not going to be an array follow-up, although it still can be. You can rally a Morph Core here in array. But it suggests that he's going to be more aggressive. He's kind of walking his way over here. Okay, Argent comes in, starts pecking at the overcharged workers. Hedgehog is on his way. Habitat is being built with the guy that's getting shot, which is a little bit unfortunate. Do start to repair this guy. A dog comes out. Workers need to get back to mining. Hedgehog popping out. MSRM saying, okay, I respect your Hedgehog opener. I shall leave. He's shooting his own Morph Core so that he gets energy on his Argents, and when that Morph Core becomes a building, it will have full health anyway. Korean Bob running across the map. Doesn't probably know. Maybe he saw it with the dogs and chose to ignore it, but he's running across the map with his 2 units. Seeing what's up. He sees no array. And I think he just about saw that Argent with the Howl there, so he's going to go and try and get some nice damage on that before the other Argents catch up to defend it. He sees all the other Argents already there, so he gets a couple of shots in there. A couple of pecks in. Do have a Therium Purifier with that Morph Core that was injured. Starting to mine the Therium. And we're just producing Argents off of 1 base. 1 Argent gets caught out. A couple of free pecks in from the Hedgehogs again. Going to the health camp. Obviously these units are much faster than the Argents, so even if the Argents are chasing them, you'll be able to sit in the health camp for just a short while. 1 dog gets peeled off here. Seeing what's up. Oh, a prism being produced from this main array going all the way across the map to this Therium. 1 dog goes up to the high ground, gets Reccoed. And what do we have at home? More Hedgehog. It looks almost like we've stopped making workers. Yeah, we did. We had 2 worker charges banked up and now we are supply blocked. It's one problem with making dogs is that obviously you're getting a lot more supply in units. So you're going to need more habitats than you're used to.
Dimensional rift detected. A
MSRM now making his first Vector over here and probably getting a second Starforge. He's got 2 guys on gas there. 1 Argent gets picked off at the rally, so that's a nice play from Korean Bob, is to say, okay, well I know where your 1 chamber is and you don't have the prime feature anymore, so the only way it can get across the map and start bothering me is if it walks across, and I'm just going to be there ready for it. So once again, just sat there by the rally point. Second Starforge comes in, so we do have Vector Argent. Turns around there, says I don't want any trouble. Oh goodness, this is kind of an awkward way to engage. Focus firing the Argents down, ignoring the Vector altogether. Dogs are helping out, not really tanking too much except for just then. And yeah, actually, surprisingly, that worked much better than I thought. I would have thought you'd go for the vectors there, but instead we went for the Argents. We do get more damage done to the Argents because they're heavy, of course, and we have scouted that MSRM is mining Therium in the corner of the map. Korean Bob is not too surprised by this because he's thinking, well, you're making vectors, you're getting Therium somewhere. You might as well be in this corner of the map where there's a double Therium. And we now go back to our original plan of catching rallying units. So once again, getting a free Argent there. These units are being, you know, invited into the main, saying, do you want to come in and push into my main? The answer is yes. Units trying to return to where the action will be. Turret does go up, but these two hedgehogs are kind of stranded. Get target fired down, one hedgehog goes down. Looks like we're keeping this as a sentry post so it can shoo away this morph core. And probably will put one worker in here to start repairing the hedgehogs and dogs. Biolab is being multi-built with 5 workers. MSRM thinking about what looks like an array. A Vulcan is out, so we have tier 2 for Korean Bob. A Vulcan is out, and he says, well, I'm going to siege my hedgehogs, because if you run in here against a Vulcan, you're going to take quite a lot of damage. One vector goes down for the trouble. Vector's going to blink out, but the Argent is stranded. Do we try and stun him? No, the hedgehogs will just catch that. Okay, nice. So denying the array there, which is what it looked like it would be from MSRM. 3 morph cores being produced. What are they going to get up to? I don't know. And we are still just on the 1 array from MSRM, so nothing crazy. It's basically just a full 1 base economy for both players. 2 prisms, even though it's a double gas, there's just 2 prisms here. That amounts to about 8 workers on Therium, and everyone has 1 Luminate. Okay, another 2 barracks are being added on here. The mech bay is idle. Don't have the resources to do what we want. MSRM actually has 550 Therium. He stopped making vectors. He's getting an array with his... You know, it's a small amounts of economy, so even trying to get another array is quite painful. And the array is over here, tucked around here, so on the one hand it's quite easy, like if you're running around the map a lot, you might just accidentally bump into this array and kill it. But for something like a Vulcan, it's quite hard to get up here. I imagine you can shoot it from the high ground maybe, but that's where MSRM is defending most. So he's got this area locked down. It's just like if you have 5 hedgehogs running around the map, they can find this array and punish it. Stormgate appears on top of MSRM's army, which is very convenient. And here come the medtechs. They have Nanoswarm 1. Nanoswarm is cast. Another Nanoswarm is cast. And of course, this is a death sentence. As soon as that Nanoswarm is on the vector, you can guarantee it's going to die. So free trade there, energy for units. Very nice. And going to be casting Nanoswarm on any vectors we see. There's another one. So medtech going down there to cast that Nanoswarm. Another 2 Nanoswarms being used. 1 to heal the Vulcan. There's still a Vulcan here just with his gun all heated up, ready to mow down more vectors. And Argents. As I say, once the Vulcan is warmed up, it's pretty good against Argents. And actually pushing MSRM back. MSRM tries to get a natural up, but apparently this is a 1 base will die situation. Because as soon as he spent money on something that wasn't units, he fell behind in units enough to get hard punished. Where did all of these Argents come from? We're now 5 Argents here. We've switched into Exos, and we still have our Vulcan as like a lockdown, as an anchor. Don't really want to hang around that Vulcan too much, especially if there's a Nanoswarm about. And yeah, MSRM trying to make vectors again, but there is still that 1 Vulcan, there is still Nanoswarm. Looks like a checkmate situation. We're making 3 X's at a time now. And now that we've seen more vectors, maybe we'll be thinking about a couple more medtechs, but GG is called, and there it is. As I say, it feels like expanding here was unavailable. Like, it just wasn't an option to expand. As soon as MSRM put money into something that wasn't units, he just gets washed over by Nanoswarm. Which is just a really good addition, right? Like, even though you're on 1 base, the energy regeneration acts as a kind of economy, right? Like, as time passes, you represent dead vectors on each medtech. You get 2 nanoswarms in each medtech. Suddenly that's 4, and have 2 medtechs. That's 4 dead vectors, right? You're growing in an unconventional way. You've got that energy economy going on. And then just the switch into the Exos, which was cool as well. Looks like the Exos did have the upgrade. Yeah. Nice, cool play. So it looks like the moral of the story is it's back to 1 base Vanguard. Do not expand if the opponent is proxying vectors on your side of the map. And if they expand or you just sense that you can get some nanoswarms off, you go and do that. Yeah, pretty cool play. I'll be sure to try this out against MSRM on the ladder. I'm sure this isn't the last Celestial Argent Intervector game that he's going to play. And that's all for me. Like and subscribe, like and submit. I will see you guys next time. Novia Star, hello! How are you doing? How did you enjoy your stream? It's good to see you. 3 whole triangles. Thanks, Novia Star. The Novia gang is here. You need a YouTube playlist of all of MSRM's games? I mean, I should. Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, it's MSRM and High have their replays open. And they're also in my chat telling me about all the bangers they're playing. So I will have a bias towards those 2 players in particular. And they play a lot as well, obviously. And with high enough MMR to catch all the people that have their replays closed. So I can still see Refresh, I can still see Korean Bob. All these great players that are hiding their replays. So we can still sneak a peek on their games. So that was a really good game as well. Yeah, it's cool. Like, I haven't thought of 1 base transition into medtech before. I always try and get a base up. How come you don't play in Orioles tournaments? I mean, I should do. I casted the first one, and then I think I slept through the 2 before that, but I should do. Just Sunday's a sleepy day for me, Maturino. Hope your cast is going well. Very nice YouTube channel, looking good. Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm trying to grow it. We have a lot of cool games from a lot of cool players that are just not being casted. Algorithm's doing his best. We can't cast everything. MSRM, were you able to match against Korean players, many Korean players before this patch? Some of them have been using VPNs somehow, using internet wizardry to get the European players, which is really cool because otherwise we don't get them very often. I would get Percival a lot and Scan. Scan was using a VPN though. I feel like this patch I'm able to match with everyone. I think they are tweaking the matchmaking to find the balance, right? So you don't have to wait too long, but you'll get and the MMR ranges aren't too wide. Right now it seems like the MMR ranges can be quite wide. Yeah, go for it, Novia. We need as many people as possible pumping out YouTube content. Because that's the exposure. I don't think we're going to get that much exposure on Twitch. Twitch is very insular, right? Like, you just watch the people that you like. You very rarely find new people to watch. It's mostly like when somebody stops, like Parting stopped streaming, all the Twitch viewers of Parting became homeless, had to find somewhere else to find enjoyable StarCraft content. That's the only time that like you get a mass exodus or exposure to other channels. But YouTube is like an infinite pool of people, so I think that's the one we need to hammer on. That's where we'll find people interested in other games, like, oh wow, what's this game all about? That looks great, and actually interested that way. MSRM gets the exclusive access to the new maps, that's why he wins so much. I mean, that's true. I think that the big customs sessions we played right before the last Sunday tournament must have helped him out, because, you know, we were able to iron out what it was that he had to be too afraid of. It turned out that there wasn't anything. Like, he didn't need to be too afraid of the stuff that he has to be afraid of in the regular map pool. I was trying everything I could against him, and he was just swatting it away. So I had full confidence that he would do well in the Sunday tournament. I'm sure any map maker is willing to host anytime. Yeah, I guess it's just not like a burning desire to play the new maps. It's like if somebody is hosting it and it's there, it sounds like a cool idea, but it's not like, you know, Korean Bob or Real or someone are dying to play on new maps. It's just a cool, fun, novel thing after playing ladder especially. Grimmy, do you think Short Circuit is too hard to early harass? I had someone say they couldn't do anything when trying to harass early. It is harder to harass early, and I don't think that's a bad thing, other than the fact that Infernals is heavily favored in that sphere, in that game state, because Infernals is the best mid game. But I don't think that's a bad thing, Maturino. It's a macro map, right? That's what we call a macro map. You're not terrified of getting completely blasted in the early game. Okay, I don't think it's even hard to harass. Harass is still there. It's kill. You don't get to kill people early on that map. You can still do Argents and poke at people. You can still do like the dogs from the Stormgate rewards are still very effective on that map, which we saw a few times against MSRM. Spriggan, MSRM managed to make that harass work, still killed one of my arrays. I think the bigger issue is that harassment it's not a huge part of the game right now. It's more, you go and kill your opponent early game, and then maybe you don't quite kill them, and then you have a game after that, and a mid game. But that wasn't harass, that was an attempt to execute your opponent, right? Like, there's a big difference. It's not like a Reaper or dogs or Lances are running in. And actually, Kree were very effective on that map nonetheless. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Maturino. It's good that we can actually get some macro games, even if it means Infernal always wins. It will lead to better games. And the Vanguard versus Celestial is more interesting, I think, when Vanguard doesn't get killed by Argents. Which, I didn't test that, to be fair. Obviously, MSRM's Infernal, so I didn't test Vanguard versus Celestial on the new maps, really. We could do. MSRM is now a Celestial player. That's his new gig. Imagine watching Bunker Rush every game, unless it's Grim. As I say, like, I Bunker Rush, but it often ends up into a pretty decent game anyway. Because at first I was complaining, I was whinging. I was like, why is there only one build that you can do against in every matchup? And MSRM's like, as long as there are follow-ups that are interesting and varied after that one early opener, then it's fine. Then it's basically StarCraft, right? Like, if you think about every matchup in StarCraft, you'll notice that the start's pretty much the same for the most part, and then there are different things that happen after that. And that's fine. We can live with that. MSRM talking me down from the ledge. Okay, so here we are again on Crimson Scarlet Isle. And we crashed. Heck, dude. I managed to get into one of these games, but I'm not managing to get into all of them. Two racks opener? Also viable? You mean for Vanguard going Lances? I don't think it's viable. I don't think two racks is viable in any matchup. I'm gonna try one more time to squeeze on into this replay. Some Vanguard players GG right away. No, I've definitely had some cool wins against MSRM. Or not maybe wins, but like got myself into a really good position after the Bunker Rush. Like that one where he ends up defending with two Hellborn, but then I end up going expand and just being super far ahead and making hedgehogs. And then I throw the game anyway, but like that's on me. That's just the game. That's just RTS. You can throw it. You can throw the game no matter how far ahead you are. Okay. Let's try this one. It crashes because the map you have is different from the one the replay was on, meaning the map maker changed it and you play on the changed version. Ah. That would explain it because the newer one we were able to watch. Yeah, halfway through this practice session, Aurel changed the map. We were able to watch it. I do need folders. Folders would make this a lot more easier. A lot easier. Alright, well let's see at what point did Oriole change the map. Hello Mastermind, good to see ya. Farting himself in my chat. Nah, this is cooked, and then all of these maps are, all of these games are pretty short. Which I don't really want to cast the short maps. Alright, well we got at least one of those on Crimson Scarlet Isle. I don't know why I want to call it Crimson Isle so bad. Crimson's such a cool word, I guess. I mean, those games, custom games, I did stream, so I can rip those games out of the VOD if they are really that good. Okay, let's, I don't know if Haya's been playing this past couple of days. Let's have a little peek at this guy. 17th of July. He's been playing, he has been playing. Not a huge session, but there's one against Korean Bob. 13 minutes and a half. Okay, that could be good. A little bit of Vanguard Mirror. We'll see if anybody actually likes watching Vanguard Mirror. I could just test it, see if people watch that. A loss versus Wurzelsweg. We're not truly sure about the identity of this guy, but he is rank 1 on the leaderboard as Infernal. And another loss to Wurzelsweg. I beat this. I have a 100% win rate against this guy with my Vanguard. I wonder what it is that High is doing. Another game against Korean Bob, another one there, one against Armor. Could be good. This is from a couple days ago. I don't know who this is. Lost against a 1700 MMR Infernal player with over 1,000 games, nice. Farming Korean Bob. Wurzelsweg exists as himself on the Discord. Okay. Nice. Well, he signed up to the Little Mac League, right? Which, by the way, guys, don't forget to sign up to that and play. Little Mac Stormgate League. There it is. So the idea behind Little Mac's event is that you kind of create a time between the two players to play their games, so it's not on any specific time or day. Just in that week, you need to play a couple of games. Then those games get cast and put onto YouTube. And everyone has a good time watching. And then the, you know, top 16 or whatever games get cast live. Alright, let's check out these Wurzelsweg games then. 4 minutes, that's not particularly great. 11 minutes is looking good though. I mean, it'd be great if it's an actual person. I don't know why people aren't, you know, revealing their true identity. Because there's a lot of hype. People want to know that there are cool people playing Storm Game. Okay. Storm Game. Hello, everyone. We're watching, I don't know how to say this, Wurzelsweg, I guess is how I'll go with, playing on the Celestial. So this is the rank 1 Infernal player and the rank 1 player full stop on the leaderboard. There he is. He's got 2,500 MMR and points. A great deal more than the next couple of guys. And he's going for that chamber first. And up in the top right we have High on his Japanese kanji account. playing the Vanguard. Now, Hai is a bunker rusher like me, but it looks like he is opting for the command post first. And the Argents have turned around and are starting to shoot the chamber. Now this isn't what you typically do with Celestials, because it's nice to get across the map. Like this is a command post first, so this Argent could already be halfway across the map and get there and start pecking at all of these workers and getting some true value. But it looks like we're almost afraid of the bunker rush perhaps, and keeping our Argents at home, making sure that we don't lose in 2 minutes to that, because I have been bunker rushing this guy a lot, and I don't think he's held it even once yet, so perhaps that's in his mind, perhaps not. He's going for the expand, so 3 Argents, Morph Core, Prism. It looks like he's skipping the Prism in favor of the Array. I'm not sure about that. I would prefer to get the Prism, get that eco going immediately, because Prisms are so good for their cost for eco. And Hai has managed to do the impossible. He's actually getting a turret up quite quickly in his main. He's kind of defenseless here. He does have Bob Overcharge perhaps. He's going to lose a couple of workers, but you can imagine like what would happen if these 3 Argents are here a long time ago. I just don't think that it's possible to expand as Vanguard. Unless you know your opponent just doesn't do the Argent stuff and goes Array first every game. It doesn't look like that's the case. We were able to save... Okay, we weren't able to save any workers. We lost like 2 or 3 workers there. We're trying now to defend with a bunch of sentry posts, but you know, this array is about to finish. We have 3 prisms, I imagine, in the main. This prism is about to go and take a 3rd array as well, which is how I do it as well. Like, if the opponent goes 2 base, you can just take a 3rd base. There's no threat for a really long time. Vanguard needs to tech into something that can deal with your first unit Argents, and in order for them to do that, they kind of have to not take a 3rd base themselves. If they take a 3rd base themselves, they'll die to Argents. So Vanguard's kind of stuck in the I need to be able to deal with Argents stage of the game. We are getting up a mech bay here. Oh no, he built the sentry post that blocks his Luminite mining. You hate to see it. So they actually can't seem to get through there. Oh, they can, I lied. It needs to be 1 square closer. He just didn't have enough workers to saturate that node. Okay. Okay, so sentry post at least keeping these 3 Argents at bay, but these 3 Argents were made a long time ago, and in the meantime we managed to get up a 3rd array, or at least start it.
Dimensional rift detected.
Making a bunch of prisms.
Activate soon.
And a dog scout is out for Hai. He's able to see. He's probably seen that there's a 3rd base. He can't actually see the building, but he would have seen a red dot and been alerted to the fact that there is a 3rd array. 3 dogs are out now, so it's Dog Hog.
A storm gate has appeared.
2 mech bays. Oh, sorry, 1 mech bay and a biolab. So we're going to rush medtechs. Medtechs are just generally really good against Celestials. If you put them on the Argents, it does a ton of damage to all the other Argents around it as well as the target. Okay, we're going to trade a dog for a Argent here. Very nice. Oof, the Argent's kind of, yeah, they're targeting the dogs, and you can see when you do that, the Argent goes down for the 1 dog, so it's a 2-to-1 trade. 100 resources killed for Vanguard, and only 50 killed for the Celestial. So not ideal, but we have been very skimpy on the Hog. We've only got 2 Hogs, and very skimpy on units generally, and the reason why is we're trying to get up to Medtech and Nanoswarm, so all of our resources are being poured into that. And yeah, even though there's only 5 Argents here, they were able to take the Stormgate. We weren't able to do much about it. Even a 3rd base coming up for Celestials. So Celestials rocketing ahead in terms of economy. Even getting the Stormgate with very few units. And that's what Stormgate is becoming, right? It's getting the Stormgate with just enough units, just more than your opponent, so that he can't contest it. We do have a couple of Nano Swarms out now for the Medtechs. A Vulcan is on its way. A Scrapyard is here, so we can even get Ramparts. Even when we're defending, we can just throw down a Habitat and turn it into a Rampart and immediately get 1 shield on hopefully a good unit that isn't just like a worker or something. But the Rampart can be clutch. It's just very hard to use because as soon as it finishes, as soon as it upgrades, it's on auto cast and it will just cast on some random thing. So it's kind of hard to actually use. If you can use it, it's really good. So like you can see this habitat here, it might turn into a rampart and then throw it down on the Vulcan and defend really well. Wurzesveg able to get up 3 prisms on this double Therium as well. So you can see he's just basically an entire base up right now. Looks like mass chamber, now 1 Legion Hall is being made. Hogs coming in, targeting down that Faerun and getting it for the price of a dog by the looks of it. Bunch of nanoswarms now being cast. Vulcan doing some good damage as well. Nanoswarms are in there doing their work. No attempt to mitigate the nanoswarm damage, just kind of losing all of our health and units to those nanoswarms. But we do catch the medtechs kind of. Oh no, they're slipping through the cracks. Yeah, Nanoswarm's doing well there, but just a lot more stuff for the Celestial player because he's been on a better economy for so long. Yeah, okay, good. Korea falling. But no substance. That Vulcan was the only kind of substantial part of the army that could just sit there and do consistent damage. You can see a lot of low health units from the Nanoswarms, but nothing to lock the army down. You can see like 1 Hedgehog, 2 Hedgehog, Nanoswarm, and right clicks from these 5 damage gauntlets. Apparently the medtechs have something called pulse gauntlets doing 5 damage. Wait, they have 8.5 range? I didn't realize that. That's quite good. Medtechs, secret tech, right click medtechs. You see we're scrambling to try and defend these small amounts of units, and it just looks like we're getting attacked at the timing where we don't have enough substantial units in the army. Like 3 Vulcans and that fight would have gone completely differently. But Hedgehog Medtech, just not enough consistent damage. You can see just units streaming across from all of these chambers. We got rid of the prime feature from Celestials, but they're still able to just stream the Kree across the map. You can see they're very tanky, like these Hedgehogs are just not ripping through them like you'd like them to. We do have 2 Vulcans on the way, so Hai realizes what he needs here. Some anchoring for his armies. In the meantime, just trying to survive. But you know, we're just horribly behind in economy, so trades need to be going very well for us. Oh, nice, cutting through the trees there, freeing the Vulcan. Very nice. Wurzesveg probably understands the Vulcan is the only real threat to his army. He focuses that down. But you know, in the process of that, he had to run through the whole of the other army and take some decent damage. So that's how you do it, right? Like the Vulcans are critical. Even when they're being focus fired down, they're able to provide that value. Nice, so able to clean up eventually. Again, just the problem is we are behind on a whole base, let's call it. Actually losing all of our Therium workers here. Oh no, maybe not. Yeah, looks like we pulled them out and overcharged into the 3rd base. So able to get a 3rd base behind that cleanup, which is nice. We have a lot of medtechs, which is super nice. Again, just the 1 Vulcan. I feel like there needs to be 3, and then we're so happy here. Even making more Hedgehogs here. I'm not sure that's what we need. I think we're desperately in need of more Vulcans. You see that 1 Vulcan with Nanoswarm on it refusing to die here? Imagine if that was 3. We would have cleaned this army up with no effort at all. It would have been really nice. As it is, Hai kind of doing the same thing twice, moving out with the single Vulcan. This time we have Nanoswarm on it and it is surviving very nicely. There are Argents here, which do a reasonable amount of damage to heavy targets like Vulcans, so able to kind of clean up the push with 3 Argent. Now some Seraphim coming in. They're just being very annoying, right? You can't Nanoswarm them, and it's hard to kill them with Hedgehog, Vulcan, Medtech, so this 3rd base getting pushed. Kree and Argents just rolling in. Yeah, I do just wonder if he attacked and he just waited for that 2nd or even 3rd Vulcan, how this would have gone.
Dimensional rift detected. A storm gate will activate soon.
It's kind of like playing against Protoss. If they only have 2 Immortals, that's one thing. If they have 10 Immortals, it becomes impossible to take a good trade. Resetting his tech is what we're doing over and over again.
Has appeared.
Good micro. Like, able to clean up. As soon as there's 2 Vulcans, we're cleaning up very nicely. Looks like Versusberg is content with the 3 base streaming across the map. We'll be mining out in his main soon, so we'll have to get another location for Luminite. Floating this over to the island base. I don't think he knows that it's actually one of the worst bases Celestials can take now. But it doesn't look like it's going to matter too much, since Hai has spent the majority of this game defending his own base, stabilizing, then walking across the map with a single Vulcan. Hai. Wait for 2. Absolutely scammed yourself, I think. It's hard to say. As I say, like, regardless of the game state, Celestials is ahead in economy. So the only way it feels like you can actually win is getting the insanely good trades. But then Celestials can just say, nah, I don't want to take this trade, I'm going home. I'm gonna go home, you have to fight deep into my base and see how that works out for you, you know? But there it is. Pretty cool game between Versusberg and Hai. Nice to see this matchup go to past 3 minutes. And we can kind of see what's going on here. A lot of Nanoswarm, a lot of Vulcans, Hedgehogs, Argent Kree, and Seraphim. And I imagine if the game went any further, we'd see some Archangels, maybe even Animancers, and we'd see Hornets from the Celestial player. There it is. Hai versus Versusberg. Pretty cool game. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Twitch adverts. It's the worst feeling. Muffin, I'm sorry. Sticky gave a bunch of subs yesterday, but you managed to dodge it expertly. Yeah, that was Hai. Very nice Vanguard. He used to play Celestials, but now he's a Vanguard enjoyer. I don't know why exactly he stopped playing Celestials. Maybe he just had enough. Wanted a new chapter. But he did well, and he's cooking. Like, he's coming up. He's trying to do the Exodia composition, which is a lot of Nanoswarm. It's called the Exodia comp, or it's called the Hai... not Hai, Game Friend comp. Because it was Game Friend that came up with it. I think it's because Sticky doesn't like me. It's what it is what it is. It's what it's... Well, it's randomly when they're gifted. So I don't think you can choose not to give it to someone. And I'm sure he's forgotten all about it, Muffin. So I don't think he has any bad blood towards you. Don't you worry about it. Did you vote for Brexit too? Are you talking to me? That's true. He did hand out a couple of gifted subs, but it's usually people with funny names or Nightbots or somebody that's whinging about not getting one of the gifted subs. Alright. Oh, Muffin? You think Sticky doesn't gift subs to Brexiteers? Alright. I mean, that was a pretty cool game. Let's see if Hai has anything else to offer us. Yeah, he hasn't played Celestial since June 29th. Played a couple of hours of Zero Space today, and it's been really nice. I see a lot of potential in that game. Yeah, I mean, I was watching Hub play it, and it didn't look too bad. It's quite, you know, it's odd sometimes you watch RTS, and I'm watching Hub with like one unit fight these little bug things on the ground for like a good minute, just like kiting them over and over again for a full minute. And I'm thinking, this is pretty boring. But then I'm thinking, that's pretty much every RTS involves something like that, right? Like Queens chasing a Reaper for the first minute of the game. Or just stuff like that in the early game. And I guess the reason is, like, it's better than nothing is happening. That both players are constantly doing something. It keeps them engaged. But from a viewer perspective, there are points like that in RTS where just nothing is happening. So I don't blame Zero Space for that. It just seems like an RTS thing. It's like, instead of nothing happening, we're going to have this small interaction that's repetitive and time consuming. You forgot to get your British citizenship in time to vote. Alright. Do we want to watch some Vanguard Mirror? Alright, I'm going to give this Vanguard Mirror thing a try. Hai versus Korean Bob. BBB. And there, oh no, there it's not. What happened? Huh. That's really weird. This replay is no longer here, and I can see this replay, but I can't see the other one that is there. Pretty strange. I'll relog, see if that fixes it. No, it's still this one. How strange. Hmm. Yeah, I'll restart the game. That's never happened before. Yeah, if you guys have any cool replays, let me know. Iron Ringed, hello. What is that? A sussy emote? I'm not entirely sure what my eyes are witnessing there, but it looks fun. A guy dressed as a giant orange bumping around. That's cool. In the meantime, I could brag about my successes in Dota. Is there something coming after that? And yeah, restarting the game appears to have fixed it. I'll load this in, but I'll go to the bathroom real quick. Okay. You've won 11 of your last 14 games? That's impossible. There's no way. Dota just means you get griefed, and every 1 in 2 games you get absolutely griefed. You're smurfing, Muffin. MVP as Crystal Maiden, and the game before that, MVP as Lich. Absolute smurfer. Well done, Muff. Maybe I shouldn't call you Muff. That doesn't sound right. Oh no, the hedgehog getting trapped there. What the heck? Quote Brexit. Grimmy voted for Brexit. Spooky, I'm very happy that you managed to learn how to use this new system Muffin put in place. Han bra dag min vän Spooky. Look at this dirty cheeser high. Green Bob trying to dutifully expand. Tilbaka
Dimensional
kaka.
rift detected.
Oh,
A
dig.
Stormgate will activate soon.
Right back at you, Cookie. You non-Vanguard players don't know how stressful this situation is.
A Stormgate has
Playing
appeared.
Hog Dog for 10 minutes. It's like Ling Bane, but there's less time in between. It's just constant Ling Bane. Everyone misses Dog versus Dog meta. I mean, this is similar. It's just now that there's even more micro involved. You actually have to target hedgehogs and stutter step hedgehogs and all of that. Who is he kidding trying to take the Stormgate with 3 dogs? Oh. Oh. Oh, we're in a situation, Kareem Bob. We're in a situation. There's just way more hogs for high. Oh. E. Ah. Oh, actually, Korean Bob making a meal out of that. That's actually pretty good. It's High that made a meal out of it. Damn. Damn. That's not how I thought that would go at all. We're on double mech bay double dog versus double mech bay single dog. Dog diff? Equal supply. Although High is oversupplied, he's out of 75 right now. Grimmy 2 hog. I do have a hog emote. I just don't know how much people want to watch 2 really skilled players play Hog Dog for 10 minutes. Chat, if you have any opinions, let me know. Like, do I cuss this game? Yeah, I agree, Muffin. Like, when I watch this, I gain value because I've been here and I know how stressful it is. And I'm trying to anticipate what each player is going to do and how it will play out. But if you just want to watch a fun game of RTS, I don't think this is it, right?
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
Yeah, I agree. It's like Ling Bane. What's fun? Baby, don't hurt me.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Cat's in a singing mood. Somehow losing that trade with a Vulcan. Whoopsie. Look at the production tab. Where the medtech's at? It's so hard to transition in this matchup. It's hard to transition as Vanguard generally, but in this matchup it's the worst. You know, getting tier 2 and then pouring your money into a Vulcan, that's already like 4 hedgehogs that the opponent could just be making and be sat in your base with. Sent back to hell. It's also hard to transition in real life, but it's worth it. If you can do it, if you have the time, it's worth it. But, yeah, I don't know, like, it's a stressful matchup, but it involves the same units fighting each other over and over again. So I don't know if anybody wants to watch this. I don't think it makes great YouTube content. Even though if you're a true RTS fan, this is kind of it, right? Like, this is what Mixu wants the game to be like. You will make the same 3 units and micro them for like 30 minutes and then somebody wins. Do I make YouTube content specifically for Mixu?
Dimensional rift detected. A storm gate will activate soon.
Don't get me started on Cell versus Cell. This matchup is fun to play. As I say, even though you're using the same stuff and doing the same builds, at least it's constant micro with fast units. And you get to expand. Like, look at these guys. They have so much economy. Boom, boom, boom. Lots of economy. You get to press a lot of buttons. CVC is 1 base for 15 minutes. Give back Tank Marine versus Tank Marine. Ping, ping, ping. Oh, we did actually Vulcan harass the natural down during all of that excitement. Oh, but the main is just mined out and we're just gonna send the workers to the natural immediately like it didn't happen. Disaster. Vulcans are an interesting unit. Ah, no, not like this. No, no. Vulcan drop, no. Dive into the bob line. Get him. 2 bobs for our 2 Vulcans and dropship. That's the good stuff. But horny harass. Pew 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 pew. I mean, still not worth the. Oh, nice. Sky Mines. Taking out the Soul Hornet, pretending he can shoo those guys away. This is why I'm saying harassment is just not as relevant as it was. They added, or rather removed, the light tag from the workers, so there's not anything that can shred them too quickly. It just has to be a high DPS unit. The high DPS units are usually slow and can't harass. With the exception of the dog. The pack of dogs. Oh no, we've caught up in Hornet count, it's ogre. More Vulcans, more Hornets, more victories. Just need to make sure we have a few Nano Swarms to counteract aggressive Nano Swarms. GG is called. Bong. I mean, this was a good game, like, from an RTS playing it perspective. I just don't think it's a good one to cast. Tank Marine and Mutiling Bane were peak StarCraft 2. Idra leaving versus a hallucination was peak StarCraft 2 for me. Idra raging and then leaving because of a hallucinated unit. Like, he'd convinced himself of the injustice of balance so hard that when he saw a hallucinated unit, his brain couldn't help but think it was just an unfair stage in the game where the opponent could have, was it a Void Ray or a Colossus? But yeah, that was a good game. I just don't think I'll cast it. It shouldn't be VVV. No VVVs. I've had some silly VVVs against MSRM as well. Do you think Stormgate needs more spellcasters in each faction? I don't think so, because we have a bunch of spellcasters in the game now that just never get used. So if those units become useful, I'm talking about Graven, Harbinger stun upgrade, Hexen. I mean, Sentinels are kind of getting used to good effect sometimes, but they're quite hard to use. Yeah, like Graven Sentinel, Animancers aren't used very often, but again, they can be good. It's just the early game's a bit messy right now. Once they solve that, all the other units should come back in, and then it feels like there's enough. That was Haluk, exactly. What do you think, thanks? Actually, there's already a guy called Thanks. I'm gonna have to call you Gifted Subs. What do you think, Gifted Subs? Bink, get a bink, bink, get a bink. Okay, 8 minutes versus Armor. Lurkers, Science Vessels, Dark Swarms, Ultras. Can we have that, but modern? Honestly, there was a point in the game where it felt really, I wouldn't say sophisticated, but rich enough, right? Like, Animancers against Infernals of Celestials. Like, you had Animancers to try and catch the Shadow Flyers. The Magmadons were still being used to good effect. I don't think Hexens were really available even then, but like Shadowflyer, Magmadon, kind of both spellcasters in the sense of like they have a specific function that they need to do, like a spell being hit, like Shadowfly's hitting and Magmadon's trampling, and you know, dropping those Magmadons behind the enemy lines and stomping them in. They're not spellcasters obviously, but they act like them, and it made for cool fights. Engaging gameplay. And then they made Argent super OP for the next like 4 patches. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see fun CVI again. Okay, they made Argent's OP and then they made Brutes OP. It's always just we're getting stuck in the early game and it's not letting the mid game and late game stuff to shine. Atlas drops as well, super cool part of the game, rarely seen to be effective. We did see that one game against MSRM of Refresh, but MSRM had already lost the game by then, you know? Like, there's a difference between winning the game and then showing off some cool stuff, and the cool stuff actually winning you the game. Yeah, it really is just one unit that ruins the matchup for the last 8 patches, yeah. Getting that weird bug again. When I have 2 replays in it, it appears to work. Okay. If I double click the replay file, it opens up another client of Stormgate and then doesn't open the game. Which is, yeah, interesting. You want to irradiate a Hexen? When I was opening Venom Traps, it was the best opener. That's true, you did cook up the Venom Trap opener during the Creep Camp phase of Stormgate. And that was really interesting and innovative. I think each faction needs a tier 4 unit. I'm hoping for a Giant Smudge. My hopes have still not been dashed. I'm still hopeful for the Giant Smudge tier 4 Infernal unit. Aye, what a mess. We do what we can with what we have, Muffin. What can we say? Alright, so this could be a banger. Let's go. Storm game. Hello everyone. It's Armor in the bottom left on the Celestials versus Hi saying hi in the top right on the Vanguard. And we'll see what Hi decides to do. It's mostly on him. I mean, this could be an array first. Armor knows he can go chamber, he can go array, it's up to him. But it looks like a turret rush is what we're going for. You know that because there's 5 workers and they're kind of going this way instead of this way towards the command post. And it was also a little too early for the command post. And here's the barracks, so he's not going to build the barracks on Armor's side of the map, so we can get a Lancer and into a sentry post. Array, there it is. So there is an array for Armor. And this makes it difficult because Armor's as high as the workers run into his base. We have Sovereign's Watch and we're building outside of the range of Sovereign's Watch. This will allow us to get a turret up. And the chamber is quite far away from the action. And this is interesting because there is a question right now of how does array first work against the turret rush. We've even made the 3rd prism, so we're being quite greedy here. We're actually just building a strike node here. Hai doesn't actually have the money for his next turret, so he can't go down to the low ground and start building a turret. Though he doesn't know that this is the case, but there aren't actually any Argents here. So there was a high chance of just getting up 2 more turrets here and defending. Or rather not defending, but pushing off the main array, the natural array, as well as the main array. But you can see we've evacuated the 3 prisms here and the array. Hai only has 5 guys on his Luminite and 3 guys on Therium, 1 guy building a turret, so it's not like he's got a great economy either. It's just right now Armor had to give up his entire main for a few seconds. This strike node's about to finish up. There is an Argent coming in, there's a Morph Core as well. Sovereign's Watch is there because the array just finished, we haven't surged anything. And Sovereign's Watch just denying this entirely. These 4 workers are stranded and basically will die to the Argents. They're falling back to the sentry post, which hasn't been sold. And 2 chambers, getting that power bank, since we do have the 2nd array as well. And what does Hai have coming behind this? I have played this situation quite a lot now, and I've noticed, what the heck, there's a worker here. Yeah, I've noticed that there is no real follow-up that feels too comfortable for Vanguard. Uh, as I say, like we managed to deny the main array for a while, but we're still grossly behind economically. There's now almost 2 full base saturation for Celestials. There's 4 workers still trapped here, ready to die. The sentry post, if it's not sold, obviously will eventually be taken for free. And these workers are so slow.
Dimensional rift detected.
3.5 movement speed to the 5.5 of Argent, so they will die, but maybe they'll buy some time for, I mean, yeah, nothing. There's 2 Mech Bay Hedgehog production, but Celestials has a strike node in the main and also almost full saturation on the natural, so
A storm gate has appeared.
probably want to cut the trees here. We don't want hedgehogs running in, fighting this without being able to walk in and defend it. Dog coming across the map. First hedgehog must be finished soon. There it is. And 2 dogs doing their absolute best. They barely do enough damage to the array. And there are 5 Argents here against 1 hedgehog and 2 dogs, so the hedgehog needs to be very careful. Argents are more than enough here. Armor had turned off the power shot. You can see this one has full energy and isn't using it on the storm gates. We're actually charging up our Argents here. If the hedgehogs come up, we need to turn the power shot back on, and we do. 1 hedgehog almost dying, but the second one here able to cause some damage. So getting 2 Argents there, I think we're going to lose. No, we don't even lose a dog. 1 hedgehog very low. Stormgate does go the way of the Celestial player though. And we get ourselves a Soul Forge, so we'll be able to copy a unit. We can get 2 low supply units or 1 high supply unit with this Soul Forge, so we'll keep this. Keep it safe somewhere. Okay, we are cutting down these trees. As I say, it's important to have this access to your 3rd base. Therium Purifier going down. Back at home we have a repair turret, hedgehogs, some workers being overcharged. It looks like we're going for an aggressive play here, because the opponent is on 3 full mining bases, so if we don't do something quickly, we're going to fall. I mean, we already have fallen very far behind. You can see the supply difference there, 70 to 44. So we're trying something. Before all of this money is kicking in for armor, we're trying to do some aggression. Sovereign's Watch is baited, I guess, for a dog. We do have a reasonable amount of hedgehogs to the Argent count right now. Repair turret coming in. More repair turrets going to come in. Sovereign's Watch is still active for another like 5 seconds. We're going to chill. I don't know, the chamber positioning here feels like it favors the hedgehog player, the Argent's not being able to form a concave to actually shoot anything. I'm going to try our best here to get some damage done. Do get the array, but there's 2 more where that came from. 2 fully saturated arrays where that came from. These 3 prisms could go and mine some gas. Instead of being idle, that's what they're going to do. We are able to get some damage done. Kill the array. Kill a few chambers. Kree are now coming out. We have Surged the Guardian Nexus, so we're getting the Heaven Step upgrade for the Argents as well. And now it's looking like the economy is kicked in for armor. As I say, he lost 1 full base of mining, but his opponent only has 1 base of mining, so he's still double the economy. And his units, unfortunately, are not doubly as good as his opponents, so it'd take a miracle for him to take the trade he needs head on. But it's gonna look for another array here, because that's the way you can get back in. Like if you can get this array for free or for like 1 hedgehog, that's the stuff. Oh my goodness. Yes, okay. Doesn't manage to lift. So that was 7 hedgehogs. We lost 2 of them for an array, which is worth it for high. But as I say, it's just been a long time now that he's simply been unable to get up to a reasonable economy. I mean, when you have to build sentry posts in your main to defend your opponent who's been on more economy than you all game, you know you're not in a great place. But the last ditch effort of overcharged workers are coming out, but Kree are actually pretty good obviously at dealing with them, doing their splash damage. being quite tanky, exploding when they die, so the workers can't really hang out there. And it looks like it's all over for Hai, who tried to be a bit cheeky, ended up not being able to punish Array first with the Sentry Post Rush, which is how I think it should go. There was a small chance that Hai was able to immediately go to the natural and try and deny this natural, but I think if the Celestial just keeps pumping Argents, lifts the main array, maybe not even lift the main array, maybe keep it so that we can get enough Argents to defend the natural, then you're still in a great spot. You still get all the workers for free, you've still got one base economy of Argents, run across the map with those Argents, force damage there, the Hedgehogs will never come out, and you won the game. So a pretty cool game. It's nice to see this interaction between bunker rushing and expanding first as Celestials. Because it looks like right now Celestials can do either opener and hold the bunker rush, as well as hold anything else Vanguard can do. But I will keep my eyes out for any creative Vanguard options, see if there's something Vanguard can indeed win with versus Celestials. That's all for me. Like and subscribe. I'll see you guys next time. Nice. Yeah, I am happy we got to see Array first, because most Celestials are just still doing the Argent thing. Feels like the Argent thing punishes everything from Vanguard, whereas the Array first doesn't. Like, the Array first lets them get up a natural. Mackenzie is raiding me, thanks so much! Winning is overrated. I'm glad you think so. My Vanguard MMR agrees with you. Je m'appelle Obate. If all else fails, an OP Cat Girl is a tier 4 unit. There have been a surprisingly high amount of people asking for Cat Girls in Stormgate. It does make me question the people we surround ourselves with. I want to see a 4-legged Mech Titan as tier 4 for Vanguard. Then get inspiration from Mechabellum mechs. Yeah, just big, colossal, cool units that will be perfect on the front of the screen here. Like right where this Vulcan is, there needs to be a much bigger thing that looks even cooler. I mean, the Vulcan looks cool, but you can always get cooler, guys. Hellborn as well. I mean, I'm surprised the Dragon isn't the front of Infernals. Archangel being the front of Celestials makes sense. They look like they're the leaders, pointing the way with the hammers. Actually, what is this strange tool that the Angel has? Because I feel like that's not what it looks like in-game. I'm actually okay with keeping us Cat Girls in front of the screen and not inside of it. Yeah? You want to be the center of attention, Cat Girl? Okay. I see it. Alright, but yeah, that was a cool game. Hi, providing some content as always. Old reliable. I didn't say anything about attention. Okay, okay. Okay. I mean, I didn't even know you were a Cat Girl until just now. Oh, look at this. The C-tier RTS player has been farming him. Poor Hai. And Mixu too. Wait, Mixu losing a Celestial versus Vanguard? This sounds like content. Mixu versus Hai CVB. C-tier farmer, that's right. Turla, hello. I love Smugcat. He's such a guy. Alright. Storm game. Hello everyone, we're watching Mixu on the Celestials. Rank 2 Celestial in the world right now after some other guy. Versus Hai on the Vanguard, who says cringe. And he's playing on Broken Crown, making hedgehogs by the looks of it. We're XDing all over the place. Ladder is alive. Building the barracks with what looks like just the one worker for now. It should be two in a second. Mixu going for an array and scanning his opponent, which is why Haya said cringe a second time. Surely a BM scan. It is considered BM to scan your opponent because the surge is so useful now that the scan doesn't seem worth it, especially in the current meta. If he's bunker rushing you, you might as well have the Sovereign's Watch with that scan energy, and if he's array first, hedgehog or command post first, then you might as well have more agents with the surge. It is a one base hedgehog. We've got Rax not being sold. And Mixu probably going to make a couple of agents. Actually going for the link node and strike node. He did scan and see. We laugh at the scan player, but he did see the barracks and the guys on gas. So he knows it's hedgehogs. 99% sure it's hedgehogs. It's getting a fast strike node. I mean, there's a small chance hedgehogs start running in and poking at your main. But not really, obviously, because as soon as you start doing that, the Argent numbers grow, the Morph Cores start flying around, and the hedgehogs become trapped in your main. So he's got the strike node by his natural array. It will also help defend against low ground attacks later on. He's got himself a Morph Core and only 2 Argents, like this second Argent coming out now. Has pulled a bunch of workers. Remember, he kept his barracks, so his hedgehog and dog. Oh god. That was a disaster. What a disaster. The sentry post immediately getting blasted down by what looked like 1 Argent. This hedgehog trying to get healed. Yeah, I'm glad this doesn't only happen to me. Oh no, these 2 workers not building. Free thinkers, as Game Friend calls them. Trying to get a turret up inside of Mixu's base. Do have another strike node coming along, and also... Oh god, what is that Bob movement? Losing the workers here doesn't feel great. Okay, we got the repair turret. I do feel like just turning auto-cast repair on these guys would be really nice.
Dimensional rift detected.
2 Argents popping out at a
will
time.
activate soon.
He's looking pretty good for Mixu now. This hedgehog is zoned out. He can't get to the repair turret. Please turn on auto repair. Okay, good. That's the stuff. Oh, he found a low ground position to repair his hedgehog, which is nice. Oh no, I needed to turn the repair-o-matic. Oh, losing another hedgehog. There's 4 jellyfish and a strike node. And there's 1 hedgehog and a repair turret. The workers are slowly being whittled down. Losing the Argents. Kind of in yellow energy as well for Mixu. Going for the strike node. The strike node is most of the DPS around here. So it would be nice to get that. Desperately trying to make something happen here. Really gunning for that strike node. GG says hi. I mean, there it is. I feel like that could have been executed a little better, especially for a player of High's caliber, but he tried to cheese old Mixu and didn't quite make it. It was close. Like, I think if he did a few things like turn auto repair on his workers on, that could have gone better. But Mix sat there on 2 base economy, pumping out 2 Argents at a time, was able to hold that. Very funny. I mean, he still had another strike node behind that. And as I say, such a huge economy lead, he could just make more chambers and make more Argents behind that. Is it possible for Van to win in that scenario? I think so. I think if he played it a bit better, he might have been golden there. If you just watch it, like, that's the first problem. Right there was the first problem. I'll slow it down so you guys can see what happens. So he builds this turret, and there's 2 overcharged Argents that immediately blast the turret down. And now he doesn't have money for the next turret. So that's bought Mixu an incredible amount of time. Now the next problem is he's trying to repair this Hedgehog, but because it moves so quickly, it's getting really awkward here. And this happens all the time as Vanguard. You need to be in melee range to get the repair. So you can see he's kind of just like getting shot at whilst trying to repair. I think the best case there is just to send the Hedgehog away and have the Bobs follow it, and then just repair elsewhere. And if his Argents chase, then you can turn around and shoot them. Because that was very unfortunate. So we lost the Hedgehog there and the turret immediately died. Now here we have 3 workers not building this turret, so the turret timing has been delayed even further. But if you consider what the first timing would have been, Mixu able to deny the first one with just the power shot. So all that Hai could have done there was cancel the turret, and then he'd have money to immediately rebuild it, and the Argents wouldn't have power shot. So that's the difference there. Hai just needed to do an instant cancel, but he had to notice that the 2 Argents had energy on them, right? So that's what happened there, basically. So if you'd managed to keep that Hedgehog and get his first turret up much faster by cancelling the one that was going to get denied. Also, another question, like, is, he had a few seconds, maybe 2 seconds of building that turret. You don't expect that to get denied by 2 Argents. But 2 Argents shooting with power shot shoots at the strength of 6 Argents, and that's when it becomes clearer that it would be denied. By the way, it should shoot at the power of 8 according to the tooltip, but it doesn't. It does 3 times the amount of damage, not 4 times the amount of damage the power shot. Again, these workers not repairing for a really long time, they're just idling. That can be fixed by turning auto repair on the workers. So there were a couple of things that Hai could do. Obviously, he mostly did everything well and correctly. There's just a couple of mistakes. And in such a low economy situation like that, you're not really allowed to make mistakes. I mean, that Hedgehog movement there and then immediately dying seems a bit sus as well. Do you remember that Hai's probably playing with ping? High ping. It's like this Hedgehog here, you can't say this was optimal. So, yeah, Mr. Gifted Subs, I think you probably could have taken this game if we'd played this perfectly, but it's much easier for Celestials to defend than it is for Vanguard to execute properly. Which is fine. Like, if you give Hai this situation a few more times, he would do all of the right things and maybe win. Yeah, but it's just like the random 2 Hedgehog losses, no cancel on the turret, idle workers. Again, it might not even be enough to win, but, we don't know now because of the mistakes. It's another fun one there from Hai. I thought Mixu was gonna lose though, that's why we watched that, what the heck? Yeah, it's lost 2 Mixu, not lost 4 Mixu, heck. This Mixu guy likes winning. Oh, but look at this. Couldn't hack it in the CVC. Minus 11 MMR, you hate to see it. He logged on and launched up Stormgate just to snipe me and tried to stop me from stealing his #1 spot. We put an end to that. He lost to Wallace? Nice. When was this? April 30th? Holy moly. This guy doesn't play. This Mixu guy just doesn't play. In the immortal words of Jean-Luc Picard, it is possible to commit some mistakes and then lose. Did he say that? Yeah, I don't think he said that. It is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That sounds like something you would say. That sounds like he's been playing Vanguard versus Infernal. Grimnir? What is this IP theft? You got it right? Nice. I have watched a lot of Star Trek. I can't say that I'm, like, comprehensive. Like, I've watched every episode, but I've watched a lot over the years. Just on and off, I get into a Star Trek. It's such a relaxing, show. Like, even though there's like fighting and lasers, there's a lot of just chilling and talking and philosophy. It's a very nice, relaxing show. It's just nice, yeah. So we watched this, yeah? Pretty sure we watched this. Alright, I think I've exhausted my high replays. There's just so much Vanguard Mirror against Korean Bob, and we've already decided we can't watch Korean Bob. Not Korean Bob, but we can't watch games against him with Vanguard. I'd love to watch his replays, but he's got them locked. Whoa! Hold on a second. Open replays for Korean Bob? Pog. He beat Control's Vanguard? Whoa now. Pog. Senegalo. Alright, we're looking for the long games then. Long games. That aren't Vanguard Mirror. Tassadar. 2,000 points in MMR. Actually, what is Korean Bob? He's 2,058, but with Vanguard, so that's a lot more than the other races. And then he beats this guy afterwards, huh? Alright, I think I will look at that replay. $17.45 against Inferno P? Yeah. 1,700 MMR? I don't know, like, the Korean philosophy around YouTube stuff. I don't really know this about European stuff. But, like, if I cast a game of a really good player losing to a 1,700 Infernal player, what are the repercussions and consequences of such a decision? Tassadar made vectors versus my hog build. That made me vector pilled. Oh. Interesting. Oh, vector pilled. I mean, this game might be a banger, but because the MMR of the opponent is quite low, I'm worried that... TKL, thank you so much. Merci, merci. Hope you have a wonderful stream. People can just be mature about it. That's true, Muffin, but what if it's a faux pas in a culture that I don't understand? Yeah, it could be a banger, and I'm guessing it's like the opener was really bad for Korean Bob, but then he kind of gets back into the game with some skill, and then the game ends up just like stagnating, but the Inferno has all the money and wins. Inferno P, but beside that, great stream. True. I mean, I'm looking for cool replays to watch, TKL, and we found this nice long game with Korean Bob, and he lost to a 1,700 MMR Infernal player. Well, I will say this Infernal player used to be 2,000 points, which means at some point his MMR was 2,000, or close to it. Alright, let's have a look at this. It might not be so bad. I do want more Korean Bob players. Korean Bob replays. Korean Bob versus... Anybody got the translation? Okay. Kanji guy. I don't know what these kanji are, so we'll just call him Kanji guy for now. Ah, this thing again. Okay, well what fixed it last time was I just had to put in another random replay in there and then it would read both of them. Yeah, for some reason that fixes it. Alright, Korean Bob versus Kanji guy. Korean Bob losing to 1,700 inf. Yeah, that's the problem. Wouldn't it be crazy if they renamed Bobs? Yeah, it would be crazy. And then people would find it really hard to ever say a different name. Maybe he had an off game? Yeah, exactly. I mean, MSRM has lost to loads of 1,600 MMR players. I've seen it. It happens to the best of us. Okay, here we go. We have in the top right I think Japanese kanji name in the top right, so I'll just call him Kanji Guy. And in the bottom left we have Korean Bob on the Vanguard. So we'll see how this plays out. Korean Bob, of course, fantastic Vanguard player. This Kanji Guy was about 2,000 points in MMR, so I don't know what to expect from him. He's 16 or 1700 MMR now, so he's dropped a lot. And that might just be because people keep bunker rushing him. And it's not his fault. And he's still a 2000 MMR player. He's just been bunkered to death. TKL keeps calling them Bobs still. I'm glad. I just can't stop saying Bobs because they're so much easier and more fun to say. Do have a double Rex Lancer opener here. So we'll see. I've never seen this actually work. And what is this? The quadruple. Double Conclave, double Iron Vault. This is called the quadruple. Often you do it on the other side of the map. But a fun fact is you can't actually afford to produce units off of 3 structures, let alone 4 structures on one base. Ever since they increased the price of brutes, you can only do, let's say, 1.5 Iron Volts and a full Gaunt production. Or like all of your brutes, but you still have some Gaunt charges. So the quadruple will probably just hinder the Infernal player more than help him here. But this might just be, I'm sick of getting bunker rushed, I'm going to make as many units as possible, as quickly as possible. And you see 2 Lancers run in and see the quadruple in its full glorious beauty. He puts a Vault down, and the game is his. Well, he's got 2 Vaults and 2 Conclaves. Okay, 4 Lancers. I mean, there's no way these Lancers do anything, right? They're just gonna find the Gaunts, chop the Gaunts. I mean, he's got 2 Gaunts, but he's lost a Lancer. He's gonna lose another Lancer, maybe 2 more Lancers. So that's 3 Lancers for 3 Gaunts. Which is not a worth Oroni in my book, and nor is it in the resources book. But both players are kind of doing some weird stuff here. Double production for Vanguard, now a Biolab, and quadruple production for Infernals. Who, you know, there's basically no chance of expanding here. If you expand, you'll end up with 3 charges on each of these structures, and you might as well have built much fewer structures. So it probably would tend to go the Lancer upgrade way, because that's all we're really making here. And what is this game? A 3rd Rax coming in. So full 1 base versus 1 base. Yeah, I just don't believe in the Lancer at all in this matchup. It feels like if they ever get hit by brutes, the trade has already gone the way of the Infernal. And that's before the upgrade, before Magmadons. But we'll see. It feels like maybe the Infernal makes too many Gaunts or something and you can jump on them. Because they are very good at killing Gaunts. Stormgate, even though it's on Bob's side of the map and both players are 1 base, Stormgate goes easily the way of the Infernal player. And are we going to get... Oh no, we're actually getting the Exo upgrade. That's good. Yeah, I was just thinking there's no point going all in on Lancers. And you have these Bobs, these workers on Therium, so your economy is still growing even though you don't have another command post. You've got more Therium coming in. They changed it so Lancers, Exos are more Therium heavy compared to their Luminites. So they kind of gobble up Therium now, the Exos, and they don't cost as much Luminite. So makes sense that he's going into Exos now. And here we go, the giant worker surround is going to pull everyone. Oh no, how did we not get the full surround there? That's a disaster. That should have been a clean mop-up. Ah, heck. What could have been, guys? That was so close to a clean mop-up. That's so upsetting. Let's look at that again. The absolute scam of it all. Just a little further, Mr. Guy. This guy stopped moving. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, it's a disaster. They just slipped on through. The pathing is over, like, causing the Lancers to do weird things. That's such a disaster. That would have been so satisfying to catch the entire army of workers and just gobble them up. Faerun and all. Faerun be damned. Oh, I'm being told that Mr. Kanji is actually Mr. Chinese characters. I don't know if there is a word similar to what we say kanji to describe kanji for the Chinese characters. I think it might actually just be Chinese characters. Mr. Chinese characters, I do apologize. I mean, they share a lot, you know. A lot of the kanji are similar to Chinese characters. Obviously, that's where the Japanese came from. And see if we can get anything. Our units are very scratched up and injured, which is very bad because they all turn into phantoms. And that's not looking too promising. So with our cool overcharged worker play denied by the slipperiness of the Infernal Army, we try and push in and we kind of just lose all of our lancers. Doing a bit of nice kiting here, getting some shots in. The brute upgrade is finished, which is a big problem for our friends, the 2 Exos that are remaining. And what's the play here? We just continue making Exos? No, we've got a bunch of workers. And we have already ordered the next base. And so has the Infernal player. And this is obviously a nice perk of Vanguard, is even though he doesn't have overcharge, he can still just pull all his Therium workers and multi-build the base there. It's going to finish just after the Infernal one. And the game looks kind of even. Infernals with the quadruple production structure from the start of the game has a lot of charges, so they can make pretty much enough units for the rest of the game off of these if they start working in tier 2 units like Hellborn and other expensive things. We do have tier 2, of course. We have the brute upgrade and some gaunts. Triple dogs are being produced now. That's an interesting choice.
A storm gate will activate soon.
Maybe just so that we can focus on making some workers, use the barracks for something, not waste any production time on those, and back into Exo. So 3 dogs, which basically equals 3 phantoms, into Exos again. Getting a 4th Rex up, so up to 4x. A Weaver is coming in. Interesting. I'm not sure what that Weaver is for. 2 Weavers. So this is a good way for Infernals to throw the game. Dogs target firing gaunts there. Very nice. Actually, yeah, those dogs are kind of drawing aggro from the brutes while the Exos shoot them. They weren't useless. They were probably worth something. I just don't think they were worth 50 Luminite. 50 Luminite is awfully close to 75 Luminite, which happens to be the cost of an Exo. Oh no. Soulforge, are we going to use it on the Weaver? We are. Now we have many Weavers. Well, respect to this Infernal player for not using it on a dragon. Just returning to his base, waiting for a dragon, and then making 3 dragons. A Weaver will always deliver, says MSRM. Is that true? Well, we're about to see. I think Weavers are the best way to throw a game as Infernals. Even better than Spriggan and Hexen. We shall see. Exo's running across. Oh, we're pulling workers out from the Luminite line. And we have a dropship too. Interesting. Interesting Infernal gameplay. Another worker getting pulled and bullied. Exo's just having a cheeky heal, little bits of a vacation. Injured Bob's workers being pulled out, not to be lost. Weaver's still playing fishing with the worker line there. And interesting to see these dogs. The Infernal player actually doesn't really want to... No fear! That could have been 2 Magmadons in that dropship, but Korean Bob says, no, I can see you like Weavers. Yeah, it feels like we're in an alternate universe where Weavers and dogs are parts of this matchup. Hold on, he even got the dog upgrade. Whoa, we are cooking here for Korean Bob. He's trying out the dog upgrade against Infernal player. Doing that extra damage to light units. getting on top of... I mean, most of this army is light units. Even the Weavers are light, even though they look very heavy. They look like they have kind of an exoskeleton, like a carapace, like a beetle. More than bones or something fragile like that. You've even got spikes on them. This is a light unit. Dogs to snipe the Weavers. Tanking everything. I mean, I don't know, they just turn into phantoms. So they do extra 8 damage to light units.
Dimensional rift detected.
So it says
A
plus 3 in their
storm gate will
tooltip, but
activate
I'm
soon.
guessing it's plus 11 is what it should update to. Weavers are dry and brittle, like a warm stick in the woods. That's another common English expression, MSRM, just in case you
A
pick me
storm
up
gate
on
has
that.
appeared.
We like our stick-based idioms. There it is, and the dog's running across the map at Mach 10, just making sure to get to the fight, tanking the Magmadons, turning into phantoms, which then turn into veterancy. I think, yeah, Korean Bob's cooking here. There are more than one brute here, though, so the Exos have to kite for their lives. Stormgate might draw some aggro here. Yeah, you see the Gaunts getting stuck on the Stormgate there. I like that there's always a dropship to provide some permanent shroud. You drop that and then drop an effigy on it and get permanent shroud. It looks like we're kind of being whittled away. We're only on 2 base for Vanguard. The Infernal player has his 3rd base up. Magmadon almost going down. He's trying to chase the dogs, actually managing to connect quite well. Do you know what? The dogs should explode like the Kree when they die. Like there's a little bomb inside of them when they die. Give the Kree something else. Like damage. Withered away? More like weavered away. True. Swarm Mother is added to the Infernal Arsenal. We have a tower and 2 meat farms defending this. So Dog Harass is off the table, guys. I was hoping to see some Dog Harass this game, but this player is saying no. Absolutely not. I mean, the Gremlins will fall very easily to dogs. It's just the tower that's going to keep providing consistent. 40 damage, you know, that's 3 hitting the dog. The dog has no armor, so it would just do 3 hits and the dog's dead. You turn the imps and use them to fight, along with the Gremlins in the tower, I'm sure dogs will melt. Okay, Hellborn being added on. Wait. We're getting Pounce. Gaining attack speed and dealing bonus damage while initiating an attack against enemy units. We're going full in on the dogs. Do have a 3rd base up, but the Infernals is getting his 4th base up. And let's see if Pounce is what it takes to win this matchup. What irks me about Pounce is that it doesn't actually, like, pounce. It just, that's what it's called, but they don't have, like, an animation where they jump. You know, when I read that, I'm like, oh, cool, they're going to do a little leap, you know, like a tiny jump. But no. They just gain some stats. Dropship is being annoying, and it is one of those StarCraft 2 situations where you can kind of sit in between 3 bases. Hornet arrives just in time for the Harbinger to teleport home. That's right, Harbingers can teleport home. Don't know where we actually teleported to. Where did that Harbinger go? Oh, there he is. We do have a dragon just chilling over here. Hanging out.
Dimensional rift detected. A storm gate will activate soon.
Some Exos chilling as well, and we have Pounce on the dogs. Papa Sense. Doesn't come up as an upgrade here, but they do have Pounce. I've seen it.
A storm gate has appeared.
The Dragon, Shadowflyers, Swarm Mother, Hellborn, Gaunts. Here come the Pounce. Yeah, there it is. See, they don't jump or anything. They kind of have a little... Oh, they did a little animation there, actually. Unfortunately, they don't live long enough for me to see it. Tier 3 upgrade is also done on the Exos. That is a substantial upgrade, of course. A Magmadong pushing forward. Oh, but he's gonna die. Oh no, he hits a fiend. And he walks away. Nice. Nice. Yeah, this Infernal player isn't playing badly at all. Swarm Mother. Making Swarmlings. So I think Vanguard gets scammed here, and I don't think they get any veterancy for the Swarmlings. I was thinking it could be good for them because they get so much vet, but they get nothing. We do have the dragon problem, and it looks like it's just been avatared twice, so it's now a 2,100 health dragon. And the only real way for Vanguard to deal with that is to like lock it down with sentinels and kill the rest of the army and then the dragon. But that's a tall order, you know, like how do we set that up when we can't really win against the army without the dragon being there? So this is what we call a checkmate, the 2,100 health dragon. There is a chance that the dragon kind of goes Rambo and attacks somewhere by itself, then you can sentinel it and kill it with the exos underneath it or something, but even so, 2,100 health is a lot to chew through for a dragon. Yeah, like right now, if we could sentinel this, I blame MSRM for this, but yeah, this dragon, God, look at the attack speed as well. Yeah, the dragon going Rambo and having its own solo mission is a thing. It's just, you can't deal with this with exos. You can get your pecs in like that, and then it breathes poison on you and inhales it and gains all of its health back, so... Unfortunately, exos are not the answer. Argents are actually better because they can do the Heaven Step now. I've killed a few dragons with just Argents and Heaven Step when the dragon gets a bit too spicy. Don't know about this whole moving into the Infernal Army business. We do have a single Hornet, he drops the Sky Mine. Hits the dragon with the Sky Mine, so now it's slowed. Getting great damage with the Exos. The dragon's just been forgotten by the looks of it. Actually, it looks like the Infernal player is not there anymore. I think the Infernal player was just AFK. I think he was AFK this entire time. And he won the fight. Oh yeah, he's big AFK. This is just the natural aggro. Oh, good. So we get the dragon. I told you guys, there's always a hope. Just wait for your opponent to go AFK and take the fight. We're back in the game, baby. That's amazing. He's just on YouTube searching how do I finish a Vanguard player off. He's making 3 Hornets and 40 Exos, and I have a dragon with 2 avatars on it. He tabs back in. Oh shit, where'd my dragon go? Oh, I won the fight. That's great.
Stormgate will activate soon.
Magmadongs. Oh, the stomps are brutal. And the brutes are brutal. And the hell brutes are brutal. And the Harbrutler. That's also brutal. And the spring brutes. And the Groots. And that's about it. Korean Bob finding a timing attack when his player leaves his PC for a moment. Unable to take the win. Did get the dragon though, you can't say he didn't. Poor Korean Bob. He tried his absolute best. But there it is. GG's. Well played to both players, and I'll see you guys next time. Like and subscribe. Let's not forget the important magical words. Jay, I'm casting for YouTube. Stop spamming violins when I'm casting. What the heck? This toxic guy. Alright, that was a fun one just because the guy goes AFK and still wins. Like and submit. Yeah, copy doesn't work on the avatar buffs. I swear it didn't. Didn't someone do this on Discord? I just feel sorry for Korean Bob in that game. But he did try something weird. He went dogs. The dogs didn't even seem to do that badly. He even got the tier 3 upgrade. It must be 1 game out of 1,000 that the Vanguard does that. Oh wait, so I'm reading on Discord now. Thanks says that you can copy the avatar relic, I think. Another guy says, I avatared a double avatared Archangel. Wait, so you can triple and quadruple avatar things? Okay, so it sounds like you can avatar the relic. You can clone the relic. Wonder if you can clone a Dark Throne. Because you can sometimes, like, you'll get the first Stormgate and you'll keep that Soul Forge. And then if you get the second Stormgate and know you can clone a relic, for example, you would be able to get the Dark Throne, get 2 bases up immediately off of that, or something else. And I wonder if Shadow Mark stacks. I'm guessing it doesn't, although Avatar stacks, so maybe it does. All these questions, and so hard to figure it out. But thank you, TKL, so much for the raid. Welcome in, TKLers. I don't know what he calls you, what the guys are called. But welcome in, beautiful French people. Oh yeah, I mean, surely you can't clone the clones. Alkalites? Like acolytes? But alcoholics too? Acolytes. Sounds more like alcohol. There we go. Yeah, nice. Fun-loving French people. I mean, the French don't really have a problem of alcoholism like the Brits do. You guys are the good kids. We look to you and say, why isn't our society like that? Why do we have such a drinking problem? And the reason is the French have higher standards for food and beverages, whereas the English will drink things that will make them blind. We have a deep drinking problem. I guess you must do too. I think it's throughout Europe, but the Brits always, we're the worst ones. Alcoholites. You have a deep drinking problem. That's more serious than I thought. Because we always reference the French people as the moderate, sensible drinkers. Because they're like, oh, well, it's part of the culture to introduce wine to your children at dinner time, restaurants, etc. Just a little bit of wine. They see that it's nothing so crazy or special. Rather than in the UK where it's like no alcohol and then you hit like 15, 16 and everybody goes crazy drinking as hard as possible. You haven't been to France in a long time. I mean, I've been to France like 15, maybe 20 times, and I haven't seen any alcoholics that I can remember at least. No one that was so drunk that I took note of. Maybe I saw some, but they were just chilling. Our trashy gives your trashy a run for their money any day of the week? Really? That's sad. Sorry, France. It's the second or third cause of death in France. Damn. I mean, you guys have the second highest life expectancy in the world. Only Japan beats you out. So again, we always reference the French as the ones that we should copy for culture and just like food and drink sensibility. But maybe the fact that you look at your society and say there's a problem when it's still the best in the world is part of the reason why it's one of the best in the world. Alright. Drink responsibly, everyone. Alright, so that was a good game. Poor Korean Bob. Trying out dogs. I think that gave me the validation I needed to know that probably still not an option. We have a game against Armor, 12 minutes, not bad. And a game against Tassadar, 15 minutes, also not bad. Let's see what this looks like. Tassadar versus Korean Bob. And I'll download this one whilst I'm at it. Bob versus Arma. Would be nice to get some wins as well, but all of his wins are very short. I mean, against Control. Control is a top player as well. It would be good to cast that, see how Control looks at this matchup. But it's the mirror. It's the mirror. Senegala would be good, but such a short game. Who's this? 1500. Plays a lot of Vanguards and Celestials, what the heck? Dachi? Stealing a win from Mr. Bob, huh? Ooh, beating MSRM with Vanguard? That's the stuff. That's content. Almost capitalized your name there, MSRM, but don't you worry. Losing to High. Bunch of people I've never played against. I don't know what that means. Yeah, they're just super low MMR. I don't know how he's getting them. I guess, yeah, whenever I play ladder, I'm getting sniped by good players, so I don't play most of the lower MMR players, which is a good thing. I'm not complaining. Okay, casted these. Tassadar versus Korean Bob. Here we go. That's true, TKL. I'm referencing what I remember from like 10 years ago. But surely France hasn't just fallen apart in the last few years. In the last decade. Actually, I don't know what COVID did to the like every country. It's possible that COVID messed everything up for everyone. Haha, well, it looks like maybe that is exactly what happened. Sorry, guys. I mean, the UK has also fallen apart further, if that makes you feel any better. Have you heard of Macron? I have heard of him. I don't know what he's been up to, I'll be honest. I haven't been in politics. I have my bouts where I'm extremely politically engaged, and then I get kind of aggravated, enervated, and scuttle away. Because I don't like understanding things somewhat. I want to know it fully. So either I'm all in or I'm not there at all. Which I know is pretty bad to be kind of apolitical, but I really just don't like being somewhat involved. Copying the relics seems fair. I mean, if you can copy dragons, you should be able to copy relics. Like, if you can copy the very best things in the game, you might as well do everything. You can't clone a clone. Okay. Well, that's a shame that my data's so outdated. Feeding alcohol to kids seems like a bad idea to me. Don't they still need their brain cells? I mean, that's definitely true, but if you're talking about like a sip of wine at dinner time, just to teach kids that it's nothing like mind-boggling, and especially the worst thing you want as a teenager is to see that your parents are doing it. Like, oh yeah, drinking, my parents do that. Like, it's not cool anymore. Whereas when the parents are saying you can't even have a sip of wine until you're 18, that's when the kids start drinking K-ciders at the forest party. I'm talking about my own experience at this point. That ain't Arma? What, the guy called Arma? Jay? Whenever controller's mentioned, I get a little sad. Oh. I wasn't making that connection until you just said that. Now I'm not going to be able to. I am watching you, yeah. I'm telling Monk to buff the brute even more. British misery will always make me feel better. There you go. I know how to speak to the French public. Just a stone's throw away over that bit of water. Everyone is even sadder than you are. You can clone a Dark Throne. News just in. You can clone your free base and get multiple free base. Thanks for checking that, MSRM. I mean, I always had to pretend to hate the French when I was at school. It's just such a part of British culture to just hate the French for no real reason. Like, yeah, there's been historical disputes, but that's the case for most people that are neighboring another country in the history of humans. But I love France. I was going there all the time as a kid because my mum loves France. So I'm like, yeah, those damn French. Oh, eating snails. I've eaten snails. Foie gras, all the horrible stuff. It's all so delicious. That's the problem. It's the same in Germany. I think Grimmy's right. When we first started drinking at 17, it was always on some random farm and we always overdrank. Yeah, that's 100% like that's my lived experience. Except it wasn't 17, it was more like 15. You tried snails for the first time last week? Yeah, yeah, it's the same like quail eggs, snails, oysters. It's like to me they're very mid foods. Lobster's pretty good. You can get lobsters quite cheap now. Same with quail eggs. All the traditionally expensive bougie foods are now quite accessible. Except for that black caviar, that was really expensive. And foie gras is pretty expensive for what you get, but you can avatar a Dark Throne. Maybe that's clutch to save it in your own base when it's getting sniped. The French start drinking at 7? There's no way. You guys are hyperbolic. Alright, let's cast this. Storm game. Hello everyone, we're watching a Celestial player called Tassadar. I haven't casted or watched any of his games yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he plays. MSRM said he takes inspiration from him because he likes to go vectors. Said he's now vector pilled. And here's Korean Bob. A family favorite, a family name, household name right now. Coming up and cooking up all sorts of different styles and builds. He was the one to do the flak cannon 2 base all-in stuff against High in the other video that I made, so looking forward to seeing how he plays this matchup. Looks like he's going for hedgehogs this time, not going for his flak cannon goodness. 3 guys on gas, overcharge after the 11th worker. Very standard at this point. We've got some margins coming up for Tassadar. Can't tell if he's selling the racks in the replay, unfortunately, but we'll see in a second. Looks like he's keeping it, which means he'll make his mech bay, sending... that was a strange maneuver. He sent his gas workers to his Luminite, but then the guy's building this to his gas. So could have just sent the ones building that back to Luminite and kept the ones on Therium, but there it is. So first hedgehog's coming out, and then we need to build the habitat because we are supply blocked. There is a Bob, a worker, servo, desperate to get out of this command post. Or maybe not. Looks like saving the money for the next hedgehog. So we've kind of cut workers, so we've got enough gas for 1 more hedgehog. And we have, yeah, like MSRM said, this guy likes his vectors. He's not going for an expansion. He's just going for vectors on his side of the map. MSRM exclusively builds the Starforge and Therium Purifier on your side of the map, but this guy is doing a defensive thing. Defending 1 base hogs with Vector, Argent. Now putting 7 guys on gas. Where is this going to go? A lot of guys on gas, so maybe a fast Vulcan or a fast Medtech for the Nanoswarm. He has scouted, I imagine. Let's just check. Yeah, he scouted the Starforge with the Dog Howl, and he wants, I imagine he wants Nanoswarm. So you'll need a biolab, and then the upgrade, and then a medtech, and then you'll be able to cast, and then wait a bit, and then you'll be able to cast a nanoswarm. So it's not coming in soon. Oh, Morph Core and Vector able to snipe down a Hedgehog. Heck. Ah, run. So pretty clean defense there. Able to take a Hedgehog, and we're on one base economies, both players, so even one Hedgehog is a big deal. Rushing out a sentry post at the top of the ramp. It's now Bob that is on the back foot, worried about aggression from his opponent. And a ray has been afforded, so managing to actually expand behind this. We do need the power bank, so we can build this normally, and now we're fine. So we're kind of scuttled back to our main, saving up resources. There it is, so tier 2 and Vulcan. So Vulcans shred Vectors, but Vectors are considerably faster. Vulcans have a move speed of 4. Vectors have 50% more than that and can blink, so there's no necessity to fight Vulcans as the Vector player. That's up to you.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Scouting that there is an array here, and we do have the early dogs, so 2 howls, and you can probably take this array down from the low ground. Looks like we're going for the full scout here, seeing what's going up, but I feel like seeing the array is already enough. You've already seen everything you need to know. There's no way he's got anything more than just an array and a Starforge. But still getting a full scout here, keeping the dog alive, very nice. 3 Argents and a Vector whittling down the first Stormgate. Yeah, no real hope of contesting the Stormgate with a Vulcan as your main centerpiece for your army. Looks like we're going into Biolab. We'll get that Nanoswarm upgrade. Just have to wait for the Luminite. And 2 more Rex. Probably upgrade this into a solar habitat to boost the production. What did we get? We got a Soul Forge. So, copying Vectors, copying Argents. Big Brain copying a Morph Core. We'll see what we end up with. Yeah, the big problem for Celestials is the low ground to high ground array snipe. We've got the very fun Jellyfish Scout. 100 resources this costs, so not the end of the game to lose it. Kind of like floating in an Overlord. Gets a full scout on the opponent's army there. Korean Bob not trying to hide anything. Let's his opponent see that it's Medtech and 1 Vulcan. And we'll see what happens here on the low ground. We have a 3rd array going up as well, so 1 base Vanguard coming up to 3 base Celestial. Of course, there aren't any prisms or anything yet, but they will be there once that finishes probably. Okay, Vector's off to the side there. Interesting, looking for a cool angle, I guess. The dogs will see this. He can see this. The medics are just running up. Immediately 3, 4 now nanoswarms. All Vectors going down to nanoswarms. Without really losing anything. I think we lost a dog there. Vulcan coming in. But we don't, Sovereign's Watch went down. We don't really have more nanoswarms for the moment. So ideally we can get out of this situation and get some more energy up. Yeah, real shame to lose the dog. I mean, actually, we could still come here. This strike node shooting down will provide us vision to shoot the array. So I would probably be already trying to kill that array. And forcing the opponent to leave his strike node and walk over here and take a fight. We shall see. Looks like we're actually just going to cut through the trees here. Did get a natural up behind this with Ethereum workers, so that's nice. Still have plenty of gas mining. Tassadar actually has 800 Ethereum almost. And we're jumping on this array, which is very nice. But there's 1 strike node, and he doesn't really have any damage other than the nanoswarms, which can't obviously target buildings. We kind of cornered ourselves in the opponent's main here, casting some nice nanoswarm. That one in the middle there. That one runs out, very nice.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Vulcan went down there. And yeah, we just don't have many more nanoswarms left. And once the nanoswarms are like out of the picture, this army is not very scary, right? Medtech's not doing that much damage. Still, yeah, I mean, doing decently here. Just we are in our opponent's main right now, you know, so like his production's getting here, ours is walking across the map. Kind of an awkward situation we found ourselves in. Probably another Sovereign's Watcher will be available soon. Should just gun down these prisms, yeah. Celestial player was kind of patient, got some more units up and is now going to kind of trounce and take a good trade here. Okay, so we did our attack there, and it was kind of okay at the start. It would have been nice to be able to get out of that situation. Going into a triple mech bay now. Making 3 hogs at a time, and there's the patented Korean Bob dog upgrade. He seems to like trying out these dogs. He's got a machine lab on the way. I wonder if that's for tier 3, for the tier 3 dog upgrade, or if it's for a hedgehog upgrade. Yeah, there it is. Getting a 3rd base up as well. Celestial's getting up his 4th. Stormgate spawning on his side of the map. He barely gets it, like 1 second away from not getting it, but does manage to get it. And it's the dog pack, my favorite Stormgate reward right here. It's going to shift click. You can actually jump from this low ground up to this high ground, which is completely undefended. It almost always is completely undefended because this is not an attack path that you expect. Straight into your main from the low ground here. This also happens all the time. 1 dog doesn't quite make it. There's enough space for only 4. Coming in here and absolutely ravaging the worker line here. Do we have an overcharge? Yeah, Bob's not going to be good enough to deal with these. You can see they're just not taking or dealing any damage here. Army comes in and starts to peck at this. Dog's actually turning around and just killing the Exos. Do they have the light tag? They do have the light tag, so the dogs do extra damage to them. I mean, the small dogs, not the big dogs. These are Void Prowlers, these are Scouts. So the Scout's able to do extra damage to these. These just have a flat 34 damage. But that's high. For Stormgate, that's a high number, 34. They look like an Exo, rank 1 Exo, doing 13 damage. So yeah, pretty decent damage, 34. It is a slow attack speed, 1.4, but still, like the DPS on these things is pretty good for how fast they are and a blink. They're basically like premium vectors. Yeah, Void Prowler's super strong. Yeah, no need to take that fight there. You could have just killed the workers, gone back here and blinked. There's almost no chance that the opponent's going to meet you there. And even if they do, you can kind of slither away. And then probably just sit in this health camp and then come back there a minute later. But yeah, we cleaned that up. But you know, it's like we got the Stormgate because it spawned on our side of the map, and then we got all that free damage with the dogs, the Void Prowlers.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Pretty nice. We have 2 Vulcans coming in here. Nano Swarms are available defensively this time. The Vulcans are not going down. The Kree get absolutely melted. And this is nice. It seems like there's a 2 Vulcan minimum before you try and take these Argent Kree fights. And then you can maybe think about it. But there's a lot of Argents. They jump, Heaven Step in, get 1 Vulcan. Vectors in the back applying some extra damage. Kree in the front. It looks like poor Bob has been had. Hedgehog's kind of goofing around. They do like to do that. Something about their AI. Actually kind of turning it around there, but yeah, there's just nothing fast coming. We do have dogs with the upgrade. Hedgehogs have their upgrade as well, but it's a range upgrade, so when they're kind of stood in melee range, it's not a big deal. And yeah, we're going to have to give up the Stormgate again. This is something that probably needs fixing. Beomorph has mentioned it several times. Once the Stormgate appears somewhere, it seems much higher, like it's not always the case, but it seems like most of the time it respawns in the same place. So if the Stormgate just is favored for one player for most of the game, or all of the game, it's quite unfortunate and unfair. Like sometimes the Stormgate needs to go here or here, right? Like it shouldn't always be in the same place. You can see the Kree able to tank very well. Need those nanoswarms, need those Vulcans to just shred the Kree, otherwise they tank too well against just Hedgehogs. Hedgehog, Dog, Exo is what we're kind of chewing out here. Tries to deny that Stormgate. Looks like, yeah, I don't think the Stormgate will go the way of the Celestial. Yeah, there's no way. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of a win, denying the Stormgate. Hornets are now being added to the mix. Not sure what for exactly. Maybe some harassment at this point in the game. There's a lot of bases, a lot of space for Hornets to try and find an angle for some free damage. They're still very good at killing prisms, of course. Ethereum still quite abundant in the main and natural there. Interesting to see. A blast node and a strike node here too. Yeah, using the Hedgehog mobility advantage to come in and get some damage done, but Kriya also quite fast, able to come in. Tries to get the surround, doesn't quite get it. Slippery old Hedgehogs. And Dog's doing a good job of kind of forcing overkill on all of the Argents. Those Argents are not shooting the Hedgehogs ever. Wasting a lot of damage, overkilling the Dogs, wasting all their power shots, so some value in a few Dogs there for sure. I don't think the upgrade is worth it though. This base gets denied. All the Bobs scuttling away as fast as they can. Trying to get into that nice composition with Hornets. We have 2 Archangels in the production tab for Celestial. Celestial's also rolling into this base, but there's not a base there. Vanguard cannot afford that, and yeah, Tassadar obviously doesn't know how far ahead he is in terms of supply. He's got over 120 supply lead on his opponent.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
And there it is, the Stormgate now going somewhere else at least, not completely favored for the Celestial player, which is nice. There is a big army here, but it's yeah, kind of idling. He's like completely running away from the army of Korean Bob, but he's just got another 100 supply or so, like just chilling. Yeah, and then Korean Bob's like, oh wait, that wasn't your whole army I was chasing? You had a bunch more? Heck. Even a BM Sovereign's Watch cast as the army's running across. Yeah, here's the problem that Vanguard often ends up in, is just, yeah, a bunch of Kree. Wait, the Dogs with the upgrade actually looking like they did something there against those Kree. Stormgate looks like it will go the way of the Celestial once again, so you know it's not a great game where every Stormgate goes to the way of your opponent. Korean Bob is doing a really good job of hanging in the game, staying in there. And that's something you do not want to see, the Archangel. Crashing down, hitting almost nothing, but still lifting him up immediately. He's going to crash down again. No, he doesn't have the energy. 2 more full energy Archangels coming in. I mean, good trades against these Kree, it's just there's so much more where that came from. Hogs doing their absolute best, but this is not an army you can win the game with, and GG is called. Yeah, well played to both players. Some fun moves. It's funny to see Korean Bob try Dogs in every matchup, getting the upgrade and everything. It's just something that most players, including myself, have written off, saying this is not part of any matchup really, except for maybe Vanguard Mirror where they tank. Like, even so, you don't get the upgrade. They're just not the damage dealer you're looking for. But I did see some value there. They kind of did some nice damage to some Kree that was chasing the Hogs. They get across the map quickly. They force all the Argents to waste their shots. Because, you know, once the supply hits like above 50, you don't want to target fire with your Argents. They'll all just end up moving out of position and taking too much damage. So you just A-click them and you're forced to shoot Dogs instead of anything useful. But yeah, pretty cool game from Bob. I mean, he started off like one base for a really long time. He managed to make a game of it. But honestly, like the Stormgate's going all the way of the Celestial kind of means that the game spirals out of control eventually. But yeah, GG, well played to both players, and like and subscribe. I'll see you guys next time. Another big flying unit there's no answer to. I mean, I have lost in the position of being ahead as Celestial and getting wrecked by Hornets and Medtechs. The game friend comp, we call it. But it seems still easier for Celestials to execute than for Vanguard. But maybe it's just the early game. It's hard to really understand the matchup if one side is just always ahead in the early game. See you later, Grimmy. See ya, Jay. Thanks for hanging out. How many racks is he on? So when he was on 1 base, he was on 3 racks. And then he slowly added in 3 mech bays, it was, for Hedgehogs. But yeah, he's really enjoying Medtechs. You could see that, like, he walked into the opponent's base, he saw with the dog that there were 4 vectors on top of the ramp, and he gets a Nanoswarm on all 4 of them.
And it's just a 100% trade, right? Like he kills 4 vectors for no kills at least, for the Celestial. So that was good. It's just he was on 1 base when the Celestial was on 3 base. So that's why it still doesn't end up that great. So that was Tassadar versus Bob. Pretty good. He was up to 5 in the end. 5 racks, you mean? Yeah. There, I was just helping someone with something on the Discord. Korean Bob versus Armor, and then Korean Bob versus MSRM. I'll read chat before I start this next cast. Dogs trade amazingly into Kree. So Kree only costs 100 resources now. So is it really 2 dogs beat 1 Kree? With the splash damage, etc.? We do have a unit tester now, thanks to Rusty Shacky, so we can actually test these things. And MSRM has editor privileges, so he's able to load any of the custom maps he's played in the past. Do a bit of unit testing with MSRM. Snail's good, says Guillotine. Yeah, they're not bad. Which is good, like if you were stuck on an island that was full of snails and no other food source, you're not going to have a terrible time. I never had any alcohol to drink until I was about 22 years old, and then I went way overboard. Yeah, this seems to be a common theme. Like if you don't casually work it into a person's life, then when they finally get the source, they go overboard. And obviously it seems like a natural human thing, especially when you're young, to just push it to its limit and see what that's like before never doing it again, perhaps. So maybe it's unavoidable, but definitely like seeing your parents drink a bit and then seeing it's not all that like movies and films make it out to be. Like partying and alcohol obviously are completely associated with each other, to the point where people like if it's a party and there's no alcohol, it's not a party. And every movie and show and everything glamorizes getting super drunk. So like for an impressionable teenager, that's obviously hard to resist. And they keep trying to get their first hangover, trying at 11 or 12. Yeah, it seems almost like inevitable that people will drink until they get a hangover or blackout or do something like excessive or throw up. Becomes a regular occurrence that the kids get a sip here or there under the pretenses of trying. And just like that, you handcraft a very strongly alcoholic population. It's happening as we speak. Again, we have to remember that France is like still way better than other countries in Europe. Compared to Eastern Europe and the UK, seems like they're doing pretty well. Although, as I say that, I'm using stats from a long time ago. Maybe France has overtaken the UK. This is MC? What? What do you mean this is MC? It says armor right there. Jay, explain. Tassadar is the guy who crashed into the Overmind in Brood War, right? Yeah, he made the ultimate sacrifice. Yeah, you can blink into the Fog of War with the dogs. You can shoot uphill without vision. Again, into the Fog of War with the Dinosaur Vile Lurker siege unit. Oh, was it Artanis that did the ultimate sacrifice? I thought it was Tassadar. Heck, dude. No, it was Tassadar, yeah. Dogs do have a blink? The Void Prowlers, yeah. I think I've caught up on chat. This is MC, I guarantee you. Okay, well, I mean, I trust you. You're the guy. Jay, you're the guy. But why is he called Armor? What is it that I'm missing? So the other video that I did where I thought it was Armor, that was him? But on the Aurora account, yeah? MC takes the name of random players so no one can track him. What a sneak. Was he going to be super mad that I'm saying it's him? And is he going to be mad at Jay for telling me? Push it to the limit, right along the razor's edge. How are you ever going to know your limits until you reach it? Aurora is Armor, okay. Because that's what Armor told me. I feel like I've played this guy on the ladder then. I didn't realize this was MC all along. So what's the situation with me saying it's MC and making a YouTube video about it? Is MC going to be very upset? I can pretend it's Armor. I thought this was known. Well, how could it be known if he's deliberately trying to confuse everyone? You can copy avatars, so the actual relic, but you can also copy the avatar unit itself. And then is the avatar unit avatared? Oh, damn. Yeah, so you can duplicate the avatared unit and it has avatar. Damn. Well, butter my biscuit and call it animal names. Goodness. I know, TKL. I know. You heard me. When you copy or transport a relic, it will turn 45 degrees. Okay. Confused French noises. Mais comment? But how? And you can also copy Stormcallers. So there will eventually be a clip where somebody copies Stormcallers and does a multi-drop from 3 angles and uses 3 Stormcallers to just ravage somebody's army. That will eventually happen, and it will probably be Mixu. But we'll find out in the future. Mais comment? De quoi? De où? Comment est-ce possible? Mais non. I just love C'est dommage. It's such a nice... Oh, c'est dommage. That's a shame. You know, it sounds real nice. I hear French people say it all the time. Dommage. Well, butter my biscuit and call it animal names. Yeah, we do say stuff like that. I don't know why. I feel like it's like a Texan American thing, though. Alright, I'm gonna get some Dr. Pepper or some Pepsi or something, and then we'll cast this game. The storm was able to go into the dead space on Broken Crown? Huh. So it can fly, because it didn't fly on the other map. But that was a custom map. If it can fly on on the ladder maps, that's a different story. Then it really is a tiebreaker. Sorry guys, give me 1 more minute, I'll feed my cats. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. It's getting a bit warmer, so I have to feed my cats more often, so that the wet food doesn't go off or anything. Eek. MSRM should start a series on completely useless but sometimes useful Stormgate facts. He does have what's the word? Attention to detail that most of us are missing. Takes great joy in finding the secrets within Stormgate, buried within. And he does know, I had this on good authority, that he has a secret notepad where he writes it all down. Not a Word document, not a Google Docs account document, just a good old-fashioned notepad. Don't want any funny business like bolding or underlining or more than one font. You moved up to an Excel sheet? Holy moly, that is a move up. Think of all of the organizing you can do now. I love the fact that it was a notepad, but that's fine. I'm happy for you too. All right. Coloring? Yeah, I always color code my Excel sheets. But more like a child than like an expert Excel user. There's like tournaments for Excel use. I'm not that guy. I'm just like a child on Paint, but with Excel. What's the file format though? Please tell me it's not .docx. Alright, so thank you, JXP. I think he went because he did say goodbye, but he kind of stayed afterwards. He let me know that this is actually, and no shade on Armor, but this is actually MC hiding his identity and is actually Armor. Well, is on an account called Armor. And I actually know this, I've played this account before. I didn't know it was MC, I thought it was Armor. But it makes sense because he was playing very well, but Armor's also super good now, so I didn't bat my eyelids twice. I didn't shake a stick at anything, MSRM. I just assumed this was who he said he was. This is actually Korean Bob versus MC. Legendary boss toss. That's why it's good to be on good terms with Jay. Even though he's super toxic and calls people horrible things when no one's looking, he's actually an okay guy outside of that, and very, very helpful. Grimmy competing in the XL esports next. I mean, you know, if Stormgate doesn't work out, I have to do something with my time. The online thing? Wait, is it like Google Docs Sheet? I think it's called Sheets. Or is it online Excel? Microsoft 360. Oh god, Jay. You're too much, man. You're too much. It was bad enough that you say you're welcome when I thank a random person. But now every time I end my YouTube video with see you next time, guys, Jay's gonna be like, bye, Grimmy. This fucking guy. He's too much. Grimmy believing Jay for no reason. How lovely. I mean, I know his reputation is of a scoundrel, is of a distrustful, deceiving scoundrel, but on the topic of player identities, he's never led me astray. When you say MC, do you mean Minchul? Yeah. The boss toss. I've gotten to roll 577 and column N. Holy moly. Alright, let's go. Jay shaking my mantle, but I'm going to do a great cast here of MC versus Korean Bob. So when I'm about to say, hello everyone, Jay, that's not an invitation for you to say, hello Grimmy, because I'm going to do this every time. The purpose of this is to put it on YouTube, where I'm saying hello to those people, you see. I think I've already said hello to everyone in chat. In any case, hello chat. Alright. Storm game. Hello everyone. We're watching MC. I'm told this is actually MC, the legendary RTS player, the boss toss himself, hiding on an account called Armor, but I have an inside man called JXP who has never led me astray on these matters, and he says this is the real MC and not Armor. I played against this guy several times on the ladder, so I always just assumed it was Armor, who is in and of himself a very good player, so I didn't think twice. Thought, okay, this is Armor. But no, apparently this is MC, and this is Korean Bob, another great Korean player, who's been cooking up all sorts of cool ideas for each matchup, actually, trying out some cool stuff. So I'm very excited to see what this replay is all about. Looks like MC is going for the array first. And Korean Bob going for a hedgehog opener. He likes to keep his racks, he doesn't sell it. So we shall see what goes on. Mech Bay coming down. 2 workers only. When you sell the racks, you can use 4 workers for the mech bay, and it kind of times out nicely. And this again, why do they keep doing this? This happened... Yeah, Korean Bob did this last time. He pulled 2 workers out from his Therium and put him on the Luminate. And he pulled the 2 workers on his mech bay and put them on the Therium. It's a real mystery, I don't know what's going on there. The Arc ship is floating across the map, there is an array and chamber, and the 3rd prism is done. So pretty standard stuff. Looks like the Arc ship is going to scout. Knowing that the poor Vanguard has no real way of dealing with an Arc ship early on, he's just going to use this Arc ship like an Overlord. That does mean he doesn't have Morph Core production in his natural. It means he doesn't have heals from the Arc ship to heal any injured Argents. And it should mean that this Hedgehog and Dog combo should be able to threaten the Argents, at least force Sovereign's Watch. You can force Sovereign's Watch and then come back in. You should be okay, but this is very clearly a positioning for Sovereign's Watch. There it is. So we bait the Sovereign's Watch. That's some sort of damage in and of itself, because that's 2 less surges from this collection array. The Arc ship goes back home, and the Hedgehog will go and heal up a bit. And what's Korean Bob's next move? This doesn't feel like a comfortable place for Vanguard to be in, just because the opponent has an array. He's got another prism on there. He'll have another prism from the main soon. It's rallied into his natural. And there's really not much that Vanguard can do to punish this anymore. He might try come in with 3 hedgehogs and a couple of dogs, for example, or he might do what he did in the other game and pull his workers with overcharge, try and get something done that way. Now we're building another habitat. The next overcharge is quite a while away,
And the cool thing about this is you kind of know, like Celestial players will know roughly when the overcharge can happen. Because it's such a set time when this next 50 energy arrives that that's the earliest that the next overcharge attack can come. Got 3 dogs coming in, 1 dog goes down. Argent goes down for it. No Sovereign's Watch to save him this time. He still looks like he's on 1 chain, but very greedy. Oh, that Hedgehog is pathing like a potato. But still, pretty decent trade here. He needs to keep all his Hedgehogs alive. If he can get out of there now, like this guy could be running. Morphcore gets the last hit on the Hedgehog. Could have saved that injured Hedgehog too and kind of been out of there. Ravaging the Argents from the Celestial player. A lot of Therium Purifiers coming down for the Prisms. Next is the Starforge. And what do we have going on at home? Not much.
A Stormgate has appeared.
We healed up a little bit of the Hedgehog, but we kind of want to take this Stormgate. Cream Bob wisely understands that he's just ravaged his opponent's units. There's not going to be more than like 5 Argents here. If you search this chamber, you might have 5 Argents, which is still not enough to deal with what he has, which is a bunch of Hedgehogs. This injured one obviously doesn't really want to engage in that, but like even 3 Hedgehogs and 2 dogs, that's going to deal with a very hefty amount of Argents. What do we get? We get the Soulforge and immediately get 2 more Hedgehogs for our trouble. So 2 more free Hedgehogs there, and a natural is getting up. Very nice. The Celestials with the double Therium Purifier, 3 on the natural, 3 prisms on the natural. Diving in again. Is there a Sovereign's Watch? There is not. Immediately kills a Vector. Hedgehog's doing some weird stuff. He is gunning for the Argents because Hedgehogs do bonus damage to Argents and not to Vectors. Absolutely terrorizes these Argents. There's a couple of jellyfish in the Morph Cores there. Probably going to blink that Vector away. And at what point do we siege up these Hedgehogs to kill the jellyfish? Now, Vectors are slower than Hedgehogs, so we can chase them with the Hedgehogs. The jellyfishes, or jellyfish, still causing trouble. 2 Morph Cores going down. Oh no, 1 Morph Core turns into a Starforge, very nice. And it looks like pretty decent trades for our Hedgehog guy here, no? Getting the Ascension Matrix and upgrade for the Vectors. This one Hedgehog is going to die to that Vector, but for the price of the Vector, so not bad. Getting some rank even on these Hedgehogs, not bad at all. Somehow needing 2 more power banks. I'm not sure why we need these 2 power banks. Since we don't actually have that many structures, we have 2 arrays, 2 Therium Purifiers, 2 Starforges, a chamber, and an Ascension Matrix. Don't think that needs 4 power banks. I guess we're making even more Vectors. Of course, a high micro pro gamer like MC would want to go into the Blink unit, just like Parting when he was playing Celestials. We'd love to see his Blink micro, and it looks like that's what we're doing again here. But Hedgehogs, they do very well against Vectors in the range advantage, in the speed advantage, but the Blink, of course, makes a difference. And we've got a Therium Purifier, 2 Therium Purifiers actually. I'm not sold on the value of this one, but the value of this one is undeniable, just because of the distance to the Therium. Especially if there's no intention of taking a 3rd command post, which tends to be where Vanguard goes. This Therium Purifier, the Scrapyard, usually is useless because we have oversaturation. There's just nowhere for the Bobs to go. Okay, Vectors coming in. Nano Swarmed already onto one of the Vectors. Blinking the one with the Nano Swarm on it forward, because we know it's going to die anyway, I might as well shoot something. More Nano Swarms going down, and have we hit the timing right before we have any energy on the medics? Don't have overcharge. We do have it in the main, but we don't have it in the natural. Bobs are being pulled. We are getting ravaged here.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Once again, it looks like we just don't have any substantial damage outside of the Medtechs casting Nanoswarm. So when there's no Nanoswarm, there's just nothing. Okay, finally, we have a Vulcan, which is going to be what we need here. Vulcan is a real threat to Vectors. Even Argents when it gets charged up. Oh, nice surround on that Vector. Worker's now getting some experience. Some Vectors jumping into the main, very deep into the main. And yeah, there's just not enough nanoswarms to go around. We're hitting at the right timing here for the vectors before nanoswarm. Before there's 2 nanoswarms in each medtech, you know. Focus firing the vector that isn't nanoswarmed. Because these 2 are dead. Like, once it's on the vectors, they're going to die. Which is why you see MC being extremely aggressive with the ones that are nanoswarmed, because they're going to die anyway. They might as well shoot as much as they can. Alright, third array is going down, but it's not like he's had this the whole time. We do have 8 workers still on Therium, so Celestials actually don't even have the second prism on Therium here. Trying to saturate this third as quickly as possible. Giving up the Stormgate here. I do think that even just a single sentry post would have made the difference there between not taking any damage and getting wrecked like we did for Korean Bob. So perhaps if he's in this situation again, he would just build a safety sentry post. Especially when you see vectors, you kind of expect them to start jumping around. A sentry post is never a bad idea. We do get the Vile Lurker, who is obviously not mechanical. Korean Bob kind of just diving everything here. Not sure exactly if that was the optimal way to engage that. Vile Lurker actually shooting MC a little bit. It does do friendly fire. And yeah, we just don't have enough energy on these medtechs to make them particularly useful. It's a shame that we got engaged on so hard before there was energy on all of the medtechs. It's certainly making a big difference, but it's nice we managed to save this Vulcan. And now we're just going into Exo Hedgehog. Just an interesting composition. I guess he just wants stuff in front of his medics. I just don't see why that stuff isn't more Vulcans. Perhaps he wants the mobility to deal with vectors jumping around. But, you know, MC doesn't really have anything to deal with Vulcans other than Argents, which are not bad, but not great either. Looks like the vectors are coming in. And jump in. He needs vision. Looks like he does have a scan. There it is. There's the scan. Some vector play coming in. This is a very expected play. But yeah, other than like a sentry post, there's not really that much Vanguard can do about this. You don't really want to leave any of your units behind. Nanoswarm's going down, going to take out these vectors for sure, but they have done some damage in the meantime. Not an insane amount of damage, but definitely some. Third base up for Van GG, and the Stormgate is being claimed already whilst the vectors are doing their thing. And nanoswarming one of these vectors. To have the Vile Lurker still here, we have an Archangel. Another reason not to go Exos is that Archangel Crashdown does super well against Exos. I'm not sure about the addition of Exos here. Vulcan Medtech Hornet seems to be the best composition that Vanguard has. Exos don't really have a place, especially once Dark Prophecy becomes a thing. This Archangel just kind of bumbling around in the air, doesn't want to land, doesn't want to run. Once again, Vector with Nanoswarm going forward since he's dead anyway. Vulcan coming in here. I do just wish there were 3 or 4 Vulcans here instead of Exos. But not such a crazy bad trade here. Doesn't look too bad. The Dinosaur is applying some pressure to the backline there. Getting some good shots in there. Second Archangel's coming in, crashing down. And looks like we fell apart from that first Vector harass, which felt like it was very unnecessary. Felt like some sentry post would have been all that we needed there to not take as much damage, or if any damage. It may well have been just that he ran. Power Stone placed on an Angel each. Grounds his Archangel for some reason, and we're back in the air. And we're scrambling to build 2 hangar bays, but it's just a little bit too late. Looks like we have been Selesied. GGG. Yeah, the Archangel finisher. You don't need too many of them, you just need a couple. If there's Exos, you definitely punish that. Or you crash into the medtechs is the other target. Medtechs are kind of guaranteed. The Exos, I'm not sure they have a place in this matchup. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it's with the tier 3 upgrade they become super good, but yeah, definitely think Vulcans are very much a critical part of this matchup. But well played, Korean Bob, doing some really cool stuff, trying to get into the nano swarms there. Trying to play early game pressure. Did very well with his early hedgehog harass. Feels like MC was a bit too greedy. But managed to get into a safe third array and kind of just win out from there with the big vector pressure in the mid game. And there it is, the boss toss versus Korean Bob. Well played to both players. GG, and I'll see you guys next time. Like and subscribe. Don't forget those magical words. Spooky? Spooky's always here to watch MC. He's a real fanboy. He's a real fan. One of the real ones. Okay, many of you may call MC the GOAT, but in my heart, this next guy is the true GOAT. MSRM. See you soon. Yeah, see you next time, Jay. I'll let you know how it went after I see how many PC parts are broken. Oh, heck, what's going on, Mr. Frank? Mr. Frank himself. Grimmy joining me in the C-tier caster club? That's right. I'm here for it. Welcome back. Thanks, Jay. Based, Rax Keeper, and Dog Maker. I mean, you and Korean Bob are on the same page, that's for sure. I'm on JXP's page. I trust JXP all the way. Korean Bob beats me every time, says Droptimus. Why is Grimmy big leaguing Jay like that? Don't say hello to me. You missed a few words there. Don't say hello to me, pleb or peasant, something like that. The YouTube views have gone to his head. That's right, I have a video with almost 500 views on it. I'm too big for you guys, sorry. Do you think he turned off his blurps and stream alerts? I considered it, but then I decided not to. If people start spamming it like Jay with his violins all the time, then I'll turn them off. I'm a potato. Thanks for not doing it. I see you guys contemplating spamming my chat with stream blurps or whatever. Appreciate you guys not letting the inner demons win. The intrusive thoughts did not win out this time. Somebody did say, Turler did say Grimmy voted for Brexit. My rocket is throbbing and ready to go. Yep, that's still there. Voted for Brexit, then moved out to an EU country. For shame. Well, 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 look who it is. Hello, Mr. Frank. Makes only vectors? Yeah, that's definitely MC. I mean, I can't say it's not, but I mean, armor's also super good. I can't say for sure that this guy is armor or MC, you know? Just a very good Celestial player. What can we do? I'm coming back on Friday. Get your popcorn ready. Wait, Monday. Frank Sriracha is back, baby. On Monday. Damn, you've been casting games for like 5 hours. Yeah. I mean, you say that like it's harder than playing ladder. It's much easier. No, what's the word? No shade on the casters, but playing is much harder than talking. I get that you can get much better at it, and it's an art and a craft to be entertaining and instructive and educational and all of those things, but like playing is just like so much harder. And I guess part of the reason that is like when you misspeak or don't say things in the correct way, we're humans and we can kind of forgive that behavior because everybody does that with everybody they speak to. Even the most eloquent person is going to make mistakes when they speak. Whereas if you play and do something bad, everyone's going to laugh at you and call you a potato or a scrub. That's just the way it is. That's the gaming culture.
MC? Naniwa? No, it's MC, the true goat. Did you cast my game versus Bob earlier? No, that's coming up next, Emissary. Oh, wait. The Vector one? Yeah, we did that. Wait, so we already did this one, huh? I'll check. I'm pretty sure we already casted MSRM versus Bob. Yeah, it might be a different one. It's very likely that I looked into Bob's match history and I was like, oh wow, he played MSRM. That's a great game. G to the Rimmy, that's right. I showed Apop my cool emotes today. Can you show me? Oh, there they are. Muted. Well, you can't spam stuff like that, Triple Helix. I'll assume that's me. I'll assume you're talking about me and that I'm muted. Which I hope I'm not, because I have been talking for the past 5 minutes. Who are the best players of each race in your opinion? Well, let's just look at the leaderboard here. So for Celestials, this guy, and then this guy. That's MC. So he definitely makes the top 3, but you know, the points speak for themselves. Yeah, Refresh, who is probably Dopamine. Like, we're all kind of just thinking they're the same person at this point. If he's Dopamine, then it's 100% Refresh. If it's not Dopamine, then it could be Dopamine as the best Vanguard, or could be Refresh, you know? But it makes perfect sense that they're the same player. Andreas is the best Infernal, but he hasn't, maybe he hasn't been playing unless that's him. But it would be weird if that's him, if he's signing up to tournaments on this name and not Andreas, and he's got a Discord account also on this name and not Andreas, because Andreas already has a Discord name called Andreas. So again, this might be Andreas, might be some new guy. He might be Control. I don't think it is Control though, because we get this guy on London server, and I get Andreas on London server, so probably Andreas is the #1 Infernal, then MSRM. No, MSRM is the #1 Infernal. Heck the haters. I refuse. Control's definitely up there. I mean, he's super good. What can you do? He's super good. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, probably MC, Andreas or Control, and then Dopamine / Refresh. So 3 Koreans probably, except for Andreas, who I think is European. He's like, just, yeah, he's untouchable on Infernals, so. But as soon as Infernals got too overpowered, Andreas seems to have stopped playing. He's like, this is just too easy. I'm gonna go play Minecraft. I don't know what he's playing. Inferno P. Armor is MC. Yeah, that's what we're being told. JXB was like, I thought everybody knew this, whereas he's the guy that lets everybody know these things. If anyone's to blame here, it's him, that we don't know. But now we know, and apparently, yeah, it's MC. Which is cool. Do remember, guys, that there's a Korean tournament coming up. I don't know when it is, and I need to find out so I can promote it on stream. Does anyone hear Grammy, or is he muted? Heck you, dude. Heck you. Don't do it to me. I always hear Grammy, whether I'm awake or sleeping. The stakes are much lower when you're casting. Soon Grimmy will go end up like Husky, dyeing his hair blonde and go insane. I love how go insane means stop streaming or stop casting StarCraft 2. Like, that's the benchmark of insanity. And nice, Frank found the LMSL command. Do sign up to the Little Mac League, please, guys. Little Mac really wants to be, you know, making events and supporting Stormgate with grassroots esports, so do help him out. I actually didn't know you were casting. Sorry, I came in the middle of it. Okay, I believe you, Jay. You're a good guy. You're a good guy. Mixu isn't even the top 1 Celestial. That's true. I mean, realistically, Mixer would be one of the top 3 players in Stormgate if he played Stormgate, but he just comes in to collect some tournament money and then goes playing Zero Space or Age of Empires 4 or StarCraft 2 or even some StarCraft 1 thing. He's like a nomad of RTS. It's next week? Wait, Jay, you're allowed to play? I thought you live in America. If you have Korean nationality, you can play anywhere in the world. Is that how that works? Oh, is Grimmy talking? You guys are doing my nutted, as the UK people say. That's a good one for you. MSRM. Doing my nutted. Nut means head. Like, head. Like, how do I describe a head? The thing on the top of your neck. The structure on top of a neck, the head. I am nutting you? He's just taking a piss. He's taking the piss. The piss. That's sick, Jay. That's awesome that you can play. Good. I was going to be a fanboy for MC, but now I'm being a fanboy for Jay 100% of the way. Is there anyone else like that can get in on the Korean-only tournaments? Like, I don't know the details, and I don't know if they're comfortable talking about the details, but like, Game Friend might have some Korean association. Hi. Are they allowed to play? I want to cheer on my guys. In any case, I'll try and promote the event on the stream so we can go watch it. Will it be casted on Soup? You don't know, but you're active in the chat, like the Soup chats? Ah, that's sick. Beowulf will cast? Ah, brilliant. Brilliant. Good. Yeah, we need as much coverage as possible. Like, it's going to be a lot of cool names in there. We want the Grimmy cast. I mean, I'd love to, but at a certain point, I'm just watering down the main cast. Like, I might have like 20 loyal guys watching me instead of Beowulf for the Soup cast. And all I'm doing is watering down the main cast. So I don't really need to do that, do I? #1 caster. Thank you, Spooky. I need to hear that from my fans. Either that or Neva CZZK. Neva Kzk. Unclear on how to say that. But definitely, so next week, you said. Like a full 7 days? TKL should cover in French. He should. Yeah, TKL gets amazing viewership for the French audience. Like, they love him. Yeah, so like right now, I'll try and make a habit of this. Like right now, I've got the Little Mac Stormgate League in my title. I'll try and have the next big event just constantly spammed in my title. I'll nudge him. Yeah. 100%. I mean, it's really important to get all of the main languages covering these events. God, how have I forgotten his name? Vortex and Lucifron? Yeah, Vortex was doing Spanish casting, and lots of people watched him. Like English, French, Spanish, or Mandarin. That's a pretty big population that speak Mandarin. Obviously Korean. I mean, as many as possible. Russian as well. There's a huge RTS community that speak Russian. 25th of July, round 16. 8th of January. What? 8th of January? 1st of August. Quarterfinals. You do it the American way. So when I read that, I read it as the 7th of the 25th month and the 8th of the 1st month. 8 p.m. KST. Hold on a second. 8 p.m. KST. I imagine it's some godforsaken European time, but I'll still try and make 8 p.m. AST. 1 o'clock? What? That's great. Wow. Okay, the Americans are still sleeping. Because that's like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning for the Americans. So either they're goblins and stay up for it, or they watch the VOD, etc. But that's pretty good for European time. Everyone can make that. I mean, it's 12 in the UK. By the way, Google, how do you know I'm in Stockholm? Pretty sus. Heard Stylo was gonna wash the Koreans in the tourney with Smart Attack. I have every faith. That's why they won't let him in. They don't want to disgrace the Korean esports team. Mandarin, Hindi? Hindi, that's not the language, right? Arabic, yeah. You don't like Bayo's casting? I mean, it would be good in the future to have several big casters, but for now we need to, condense it into one popular looking stream because no one wants to watch an event that has only like 30 viewers watching. No one's going to join that. There's no hype. Whereas as soon as you get to like 100, then it becomes 200, and then we have a dream and a hope. And with big names in the Korean scene, there's a real phoenix rising moment to be had here. Oh, it is Hindi. But it's called Modern Standard Hindi. Well, what do I know, Muffin? Thanks. A hidden Indian community that we don't know about that play on the Mumbai server? But none of them are any good and climb the ladder? Or is there a separate ladder? There's like 1 billion gamers over there in the region playing on Mumbai server but never reaching the top 500. Watch Parting sign up last second? Oh, wouldn't it be cool if he's Wurzesveg playing on a VPN to London server? Let the conspiracies begin. Alright, I've been speaking Japanese for too long. I'll see if this is the one I already cast or if this is a second banger between MSRM and Bob. Hero and Classic. Cyril, Clement, and Maru. That'll be the day. That one tournament, all the pros from every RTS. Vortex and Lucifron and all the AoE 4 guys. All to be beaten by MSRM. VPNing on a Korean alt. Pretending to be Korean. That's the true story I'm looking for. Hold on, hold on. I mean, it looks very similar, no? Yeah, I think it's the same one. Aree.
Dimensional rift detected. A storm gate will activate soon.
And then the array went here, and then MSRM lost. There's the array.
Dimensional rift detected. A storm gate will activate soon.
And then MSRM lost. Yeah, we casted this one, heck. It's banging time. Nanny Swarm is bad versus Vector. Are you sure? If you run to the healing, you survive? Oh. Oh, well, that's very map dependent then, yeah. So there'll be a certain amount of damage you can take on the Vector before you can get into the healing thing and still survive or die. Okay, did we cast all of these? So that one, yes. So this one was actually MC. Let me rename that before I forget everything.
Tassadar was a cool game. Kanji guy turned out to be Chinese character guy. Yeah, we cast all these. Nice. No, Arc Sheep? The Arc Sheep heal won't work because as soon as a unit takes damage, it stops the healing. So it'll heal for like however long it takes before the next tick of damage from Nanoswarm kicks in. Heck, Mr. Isma. Cyril would get Infernal nerfed so quickly. The day Clem plays Vanguard is the day we learn how bad we really are. I mean, I already learned how bad we really are when Mixu comes in after no practice and still just does super well. That's how I know. That's why I'm called C-tier RTS player, so I don't get ahead of myself. Just because I'm the #1 cell in the world doesn't mean I'm any good. Okay. Oh my god, look at my last session. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 loss streak, and look at these heckin' snipers. Senegalo, Knight, and MSRM. What a disaster. We lost 35 MMR in that session and gained 40 points. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? No, it does. We had a nice time until the good players started sniping us. MSRM figured out how to beat my bunker rush. It was a disaster. You just lift the array, guys. Yeah, Mana comes back as well and does the same build as me and out micros me. That's also a humbling experience. He was okay. Yeah, I mean, you don't get to pick up an RTS and be really good at it straight away. You need some time. Get a feel for everything like you did in the RTS that you come from. But obviously, like if you're super good at one RTS, you will become super good at the next one. The AoE 4 guys came in. They were dominating until they all disappeared. That's a funny way to say solved. Yeah, I did get solved. You played Mana in your 10th game. How'd it go? I hope you won. Okay, what was my plan here? Oh, yeah. So we go down to this guy and we see if his match history is completely hidden. Yeah, it's completely hidden. It's so annoying. You got bonked. Nice. Yeah, Mana's just super good. Obviously super solid. And he did spend some time actually learning the game. It's not like he tried it for one session. He played quite a bit. Stupid hedgehog. It's fantastic that some SE2 pros are trying Stormgate again. Yeah, I mean, a big tournament like that is pretty hype. I wonder, Jay, do you know if there's like a decent prize pool? The Korean events tend to have a really nice prize pool. Like when the Korean players were still absolutely garbage at Stormgate, they had like that insane prize pool. And we were watching their replays and going, these guys are so bad. And then it was an MC just won like 10,000 or something. It's the closest RTS to StarCraft 2. That is true, and sometimes it really feels like StarCraft 2. When there was a Harbinger stuck between 3 of my bases full of Gaunts, I'm like, well, this is a very familiar feeling. MC17K, yeah, I think MSRM was mad about that. Because they were all so bad still. Now they're obviously top players, but at the time they were still bad. And I won versus him twice the week after. Yeah. I won $150 MC17K, not bitter, yeah. Well, I mean, Korea did create the esports scene and make it all happen, so they deserve good things too, you know? Not me, I'm bigger than that. I'm trying to make it feel more like SC2 on my maps too. There you go. MSRM, do you have any games against this Armor who is actually MC character? You could save me some scrolling here. This guy called Mayonnaise is an instrument. You've played him, but not recently? Okay. I mean, I guess I can just do that. Is feeling like StarCraft 2 bad? I want to feel spiritually succeeded. No, I don't think it's bad at all. I think it needs to feel as much like StarCraft 2 as possible, but with an active, loving development team that didn't give up on the game. That's all people needed. Like, that StarCraft 2 is a masterpiece. It doesn't need to be too different from StarCraft 2. That's not what anybody wants. Grimmy custom map when? You want me to make one? I'd have to let my creative juices get flowing. Alright, let's try this. Man, this nerd plays so much. Bonk. How can I, Frank, improve your juice flow? Maybe Dark will come to Stormgate since he's retiring or whatever. He's at military service, but he still plays StarCraft 2 in his spare time. That's sick. Is that how Parting came back to StarCraft 2 and was still a GOAT? And he wasn't as ranked as he was before, but he was still good. Arm. Wait, Arm? Who's called Arm? Ah, Warm Milk. Okay, heck. I swear I played this Armor character. Oh, that's my Infernals. I haven't played Infernals in a while. It's been a minute. Good night, everyone. Good night, Isma. Nice to have you here. Hope you had a good time. Parting broke his collarbone during military service, so he got assigned to an administrative BS job. Knowing my boy, he did it on purpose. Big boy does big moves. Ay, ay, ay. Looks like I haven't played this guy at all. You're welcome, Isma. Good night, good night. Good night, May. Oh yeah, shit. TKL is here. TKL. So there's going to be a big Korean tournament next week. Jay had the dates. I didn't save them, so I'm a potato, but I can scroll. And we're just here to beg you to stream it in French. Apparently Beomorph is doing the English one, so I don't see why they wouldn't let you do the French one. We've really got to try you get involved. So we're here to beg. Aha, there it is. So those are the dates. No need to beg, but I do enjoy it. I had a feeling that's true. That's American formatted dates. That's the 25th of July and then the 1st of August. Not the 7th of the 25th month and the 8th of January, like how I read it initially. And then the 8th of August on the semifinals and finals. Jay, do we have someone that we need to ask permission? How do we get these cogs in motion, you know? You may have to be our Korean liaison. Jay is the way. Parting threw himself into the wall. He said, fuck this shit. We all know it. StarCraft 2 really is a masterpiece, and it's nice that the people who worked on it are a part of Stormgate. 100%. That's why, you know, Stormgate's having more success than the other RTSs buzzing around. Not that I don't want those guys to succeed too, but it makes sense. Like, we have a fundamental, a foundation, is what I meant to say, you know, of players that want to continue on that feeling and believe that the new generation of gamers would also, at least some of them, enjoy that experience. That's a cool idea, Maturino. I'd be down for that. Je t'ai mis un message sur Discord. Such a sexy language. Can't do the 25th. It's the final of the EWC on StarCraft 2. Sacré bleu! Oh, that's a very unfortunate timing. That's unfortunate timing. People are going to be watching StarCraft when there's a big Stormgate tournament. Jay, I'm going to have to make you send a message to the fine people at the Korean event. Control, we can ask. He's the TO. You can cover the 25th with replays on the 27th. Something fantastic. Yeah, as long as there's something. Like, you've got a nice French audience. And I know these French people are sick of stupid English voices. That's true, that is the archives. Yeah, we're community casters, not noobs here, Frank. What the heck, dude? Alright. I need some replays. I need some bangers. So apparently I haven't played. I swear I played someone called Arma, and I was like, oh, it's Arma. And then he trounced me. I was playing Vanguard. I tried to make hedgehogs. He went ahead and just made nothing for the first few minutes and then defended the hedgehogs with buildings on Edge of Oblivion. Yeah, there. Right there. So this is MC. It's only 3 minutes long, though. It's not an exciting game either. I was just hoping... So, I mean, that says Arma. I'm going to type in Arma and... Oh, now it says it. Okay. I just did this and it didn't say anything. Interesting. And there's another one. Why doesn't it say 2? That one was 6 minutes long. It only tells me if I'm staring at the word that there is one on the page. This is the least useful function. What in the heavens? Steam browser. I'm gonna need you to do better. And it won't even take me to the word. Take me to the word. Oh my goodness. And now it says 0. You see what I mean? Something's horribly wrong with this. Alright, I guess I'll just use my peepers to peep. Oh no, I lost against Mixu. Tragedy. Spooky D and Grimstar Friend XB123, who is Novia, of course. Yeah, Spooky had a little challenging moment where he kept on sniping me. Got bullied by hedgehogs. Alright, well I'm looking with my peepers. I'm only seeing 2 games. Lots of MSRM in here. Yeah, one is 4 minutes and I remember it distinctly because it was just miserable. I remember the extremely miserable games I've had where I'm like, well, something's very wrong with what I've been doing. Oh my goodness, don't look at the top of that. That's very sad. Alright, well, let's check out this replay. It might be okay. 6 minutes long, so it's not completely one-sided. MC versus Grimmy. Jay knows all. I'd love to share some bangers, but I haven't played a non-Bunker Rush or Argent Rush in what feels like decades. Well, it's fine if it starts that way. It's just that the game often evolves into something more interesting. It's all about surviving that early game now. Are we positive that that's MC? How does Jay know? He just does. He's in the Korean chats. He's talking to people. He's just in the know. Storm game. Okay, hello everyone. In the bottom left is MC on an account called Arma. up against me on a race called Vanguard. I don't remember how this game went at all, but now that I found out that this is MC, I'm interested to see what's going on, how he's playing differently from other players. Looks like an array first, and I'm going Hedgehog. So I think this is fine, because the Vanguard kind of has to make Hedgehogs to deal with the Argents, but the Argents don't have to come. You can just go array first and hold Bunker Rush. It seems that way anyway. Maybe this is the one map where you can Bunker Rush. In any case, MC going for array first. He's doing that thing again where he sends his arc ship across the map like an overlord. I'm a rack seller, so I sold the racks. And try and do some damage. You see, like, this first Hedgehog is very quick. It feels like I should be able to do some damage with it. Third Prism coming in, so very greedy, and then the Chamber. Oh, I'm sending a servo. Oh, I do remember this game. Okay, okay. So I'm happy to send a servo across the map, because we don't really need much Therium. I think even 2 workers is too many to support one Mech Bay Hedgehog production. So you can kind of bounce between 1 and 2 workers and have enough. You can see there that I've got plenty of, I've got such a surplus of Therium actually. So I'm actually cutting the trees here. And this is super annoying because Hedgehogs are super bumbly around the array. I have this one Bob over here. He's cut down several trees and he's going to build a sentry post, but first I need a barracks, so I throw down the barracks. 2 jellyfish are hanging out in the middle of the map. We're going to heal up here and then obviously go back in and target the Argents. Yeah, the Arc Ship is just not there to heal. Maybe I should have gone in with the one healthy Hedgehog and tried to kill the Argent. So in hindsight I could have sent this worker much earlier, but the earlier he is, the less likely he's going to be intercepted and killed. He'll at least kill the trees. So yeah, kind of a lot of lost mining time on this guy who's just been idling waiting for the barracks to finish. So maybe I shouldn't sell the barracks, because I end up building it anyway, so not the best. But yeah, hiding behind the array to avoid the Hedgehogs is very annoying. I mean, this should be in the health zone. I don't know why it's not. The Wellspring.
Dimensional rift detected. A
One
storm
more
gate will
energy.
activate
One more
soon.
energy. It's so slow. Oh my goodness. There we go. So the hope is that he goes to the Stormgate, but he didn't. I mean, he kind of does.
A storm gate has
One
appeared.
Hedgehog immediately biting the dust there. Not good. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't good. We're not going to kill the array unless his units are very far away. So this is a big gamble for me that he'll go for the Stormgate. He was kind of just sat there. And with all of these power banks, it's actually super hard to like not lose the Hedgehog. There's just so much power shots. I mean, he kind of splits his shot there, which is nice, but that's not guaranteed. Like, if he was paying attention, he can just snipe a Hedgehog instead of do half damage on 2 Hedgehogs. Vector's now coming out, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's already over, like, there's no follow-up here that I think I can actually do. I do have a dog, we go for the array there, which is nice. Yeah, oh yeah, this is the game where I'm like, there's no actual point of me cutting through here when I can do the same thing on the low ground. Way more effectively. We're only now going up to the second mech bay, so we're super far behind in production. He's making 2 vectors at a time. I do think that there's play here, like to snipe the array. I don't think that there is a safe way for Vanguard to defend that, especially if you make turrets here. Like, how is he supposed to defend the array? Oh, we got the creeping horror, but
Yeah, this happens all the time. He's just gonna get sniped down and die. We do get the array, which is very nice, but now look at the army diff. This is just hitting way too late. Scrambling some sentry posts. That's just a crazy amount of Argents though. Yeah. I think if I hit at a really nice timing a minute earlier than when I did to get that array, we'd be in a good spot. This is looking a lot like the other game I just casted of MC. There needs to be a lot more decisiveness if anything's going to work here. But this, yeah, this array is definitely very vulnerable. And if the Celestial's left in one array and you have two mining Luminites, then you're in an amazing spot, obviously. Fake armor is MC? Yeah. That's what we've learned today. Mr. Vectors. I'm glad I said GG and not Vector Abuser or Argent Abuser or Array First Abuser or something along those lines. But there it is, yeah. So I tried this play here. I don't think I'll ever try that again. I think the only play is in this area with sentries, turrets, sentry posts, and dog howl, hedgehogs, repair turrets. Maybe the Stormgate appears in the middle, and we just constantly fight here. It's really close to our natural, and it's pretty easy to set up here because the Celestial doesn't want to be in this space. So that's how we'll do it. All right, GG. Yeah, I think there's potential on Broken Crown for that kind of stuff. It doesn't look so bad. Like, yeah, the array first versus Hedgehog. It's pretty rough. Because the Hedgehogs have to be there, otherwise Argents just win. Me too. Thanks so much, Zai, for the $6.9. Very nice. Give me some more Stormgate in this game. Yeah, I'm very excited. I think, judging by what happened to the last campaign, like when they released these missions, spruced up, we got a lot of excitement. Storm game numbers peaked. So was it here? Yeah, it was here. So this is the last time they did a campaign patch. We peaked up to 500 players for the campaigns. And then this was 0.5. So like ladder patches are good, and you can see it does have an effect on the average player count. But campaign patches really get people going. And it's crazy, like to me as a ladder player or a 1v1 enjoyer, it's hard to wrap my head around. But there are just so many more people that care about campaign and trying it out. Obviously, these are the players that then go on to play a bit of ladder. So you can see the average still drops down, but like the spike increases the duration it takes to get back down to like sub 100, for example. So it's almost like an entire month before it dropped down to 100 again after the campaign patch. How long does it take here? 1st of July, and the patch dropped 24th of June. So like a week. So a ladder patch gave us a bit of a peak, and then a week it went back down to sub 100. The campaign patch lasted almost a month, and then down to sub 100. Campaign has some mystical powers, yeah. We need to get people involved like MSRM did, getting speed runs and any like long-lasting campaign fun that you can do, where you can do the campaign again but something else is different or harder, and you know, maybe we can get a reasonable player count going. I mean, this is the same thing that happened to like Age of Mythology. That game had insane player count for a long time, but once people finished the campaign, it was over. No one stayed for the 1v1. Some giant Grant Games challenges, there we go. Yeah, people have loads of ideas for this, so yeah, we just need to get some of that on board. Maybe some new ideas Stormgate could... I just feel like endless playability is something that RTS doesn't do enough. Like, co-op is close,
but then they cap the levels at 20, so then you have to stop really. Like there's no progression up to 20. Long War mod. I actually don't know what that is, Muffin. The campaign patch was also Unforge Inferno P match. Oh, patch, is that when brutes were just bonkers? Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, the idea is very simple, right? Like, the campaign gets people playing it, and it seems to work. It wasn't even like a huge campaign patch. It was substantial, but it wasn't like massive. And people came back for that. So if it's like a super big one where they drop the early access tag, there's good potential there. And then the balance for 1v1 needs to sustain people trying out 1v1. Which means no more Argents, no more turret rush, no more brute OP. None of that stuff. And that's why I'm hoping that they do a huge overhaul to early game so that there's no early death. Like if you lose in under 3 minutes, then that needs to be removed. I say that as a long-term Cannon Rush enjoyer in StarCraft 2. But for like the start of an RTS, that can't be there. Or it can, but it needs to be incredibly hard to the point that anyone that does it will fail unless they're just much, much better than their opponent. Counter-Strike 2-player count? Yeah, I mean, it's been one of the top Steam games for years now. Long War is the mod for XCOM games. It makes the game much longer, much more realistic. It would actually be an amazing idea. Hopefully the influx of players lasts long enough for them to get 2v2 team game modes out or whatever else is going to keep peeps engaged. Yeah, I mean, the Team Mayhem is going to be huge as well. Again, I struggle to wrap my head around people that enjoy RTS games, that it's not entirely 1v1 centered. But people always loved team games in StarCraft 2. There was always a contingency of it, even though it wasn't taken seriously by the development team. Like, it wasn't balanced around team games ever. But this Team Mayhem, you know, it's a 3v3 mode. It's very original. It's going to feel a bit like a MOBA. I think we've been told that. So, but still be RTS. So that could be huge, and it could even dwarf the 1v1 scene. But we'll see, you know, like it's so hard to guess how people will react to something like that. I'm very neutral. I don't believe it'll be a success and people will love it or people will hate it because it's a new idea. I just I accept that I'm completely unable to foresee this reaction from people. Whereas I know a lot of people are very emotionally driven. They'll be like, nah, it's gonna suck. It's just the end. Like, why even try? And then other people will be like, a new idea? Yeah, everyone loves a new idea. So, yeah, I just give up on trying to guess how people will react to things. I'm just excited to see what will happen. 1v1 feels a bit sweaty at the moment, but could be low player base too. Yeah, well, the only people that sustain, like, playing ladder every day are people that either are willing to lose most of their games or are willing to be as sweaty as possible. And I'm in the second camp, of course. I mean, I'm also in the first camp. Like, some days I'm like, I'm just gonna lose a bunch of MMR today, heck it. I mean, I'm very hopeful for the arcade games based on what I've been seeing, based on how willing people are to spend time and energy on the custom maps. The editor is apparently the bee's knees. Everybody's super happy with the editor. So that's a big win. And they should, yeah, they should make use of that resource. People are willing to make fantastic custom maps already, so I'm guessing the custom, like, fun maps are going to be a big deal as well. Looking forward to my favorite arcade game from StarCraft 2, Marine Arena, getting added to Stormgate. The bee's knees, game friend. Losing MMR is the vibe. Spilling the blood of your enemies and friends. Epic winning.
Balancing around 2v2 sounds like a nightmare. The amount of synergies to consider would be wild. Yeah, I understand fully why StarCraft was like, nope, we give up. But you know, like they did things like make the maps enormous, so like cheesing and getting certain things in your opponent's base is just much harder. Like you can always balance the game with maps, and if there's somebody in charge of that that's dedicated to doing that, then you can cook up something clever, I'm sure. Okay, I can't get back into Stormgate, it's just crashed. Alright, well, we'll close that. I can hear the music, I can see the Vulcan, but it won't let me tab back in. Heck, dude. Guys, I'm kind of out to replays. If you guys have any sick replays, send them over to me. Actually, it's already midnight. Yeah, I guess I'll call it a night. 6 hours. Didn't play a single ladder game. That's what we call a scam. But I got lots of cool stuff for YouTube. And there is a bit of news on my front. My mother is visiting me on Saturday morning, I guess. So I don't know how much I'll be streaming over the week. Very possibly I'll be able to kind of just have some time in the evening where she will entertain herself. But you know, she's only here for a week. I only see her twice a year, so I will spend most of the next week starting from Saturday with her. Which is why it's nice I'll have some YouTube videos coming out from today's casts, etc. I played Senegalo yesterday on Dong Ilya. Oh, Smile is streaming Stormgate. This is great news. I'll raid up Smile. But I'll do a big stream tomorrow, hopefully, and then I'll see how it goes throughout the week. But I'll be back after that. Should be right in time for the Little Mac Stormgate League. The Knees Bees. Good night for reals this time, Jay. I'm gone. I'm out. I'll see you all next time. It's been a pleasure. Much love to you all. And yeah, tomorrow I'll definitely stream, and then the day after that, who knows. Game Friend, Jay, Muffin, Turla, Mountain, Zai. We love that you lose 1v1 so much. As to me, it's the best thing to watch. Me losing? Heck. Yeah, there's lots to hope for. Good night, everyone.